The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 1, A Superhero's Death. You shouldn't be doing this. You really shouldn't be doing this. At all. I paused and looked over my shoulder. TW floated just a few feet behind me, like a ghost, though he was actually just the holographic representation of the artificial intelligence that inhabited the Trickshot watch. He resembled my grandfather with his gray hair and sweater vest, though his bluish, transparent hue made it impossible to mistake him for the real thing. He was also doing a good representation of grandfather's disapproving frown at the moment. "Come on, TW," I said, looking back toward the street below. "It's not every day that you get to see one of the best superheroes in the country visit your home city." "You should be training," said TW. He gestured at the summer sky. "Look at how clear and bright the sky is today. Perfect for testing your flight capabilities rather than crouching here on the roof like some kind of bandit." "I can already fly pretty well," I said without looking at TW. What would more flying do? Besides, I thought I wasn't supposed to fly around during the day, because that would risk someone seeing me, which I thought we both agreed that we're not trying to do. TW sighed. "You know what I mean. You've come a long way in the month since you started training, but you've still got a long way to go. The threat Gregory told me of is still coming and you need to be prepared for it, whatever it is, and whenever it gets here." "Yeah, sure, whatever," I said, still without looking at TW. "I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Right now, I just want to see Baron Glory. Once I see him, we can go back to training, okay?" TW made a disapproving noise behind my back, but he didn't argue with me. TW could be a pretty stern teacher when he wanted to be, but I was still perfectly capable of ignoring him when I needed. It helped that he was just a hologram, so there wasn't anything he could do to make me obey him. I did feel a little guilty for ignoring him, but come on, I'd been training ever since summer vacation started. I deserved a day off from my training. But I had to admit, TW had a point about me skipping out on my training. Ever since I defeated the drug cartel known as the Injectors and sent their leader and a good chunk of its membership to prison, my motivation for training and learning how to use my powers had not exactly plummeted, per se, but it no longer felt as urgent as it once did. Sure, I still trained regularly, but I wasn't as focused as I was before, and it wasn't as enjoyable as it used to be. It felt more like a slog than a treat, even though I was getting better and better at using my powers all the time. Regardless, the day was still fairly young. I would just train later after I saw Baron Glory himself. It was easy to distract myself from my own thoughts. Below, thousands of people filled the streets of Rumsfeld, talking, chatting, and moving around all the time. The noise was loud, almost deafening, but I didn't mind it because Rumsfeld was normally a pretty quiet town, and seeing so many people walking and talking made things more, rather than less, interesting. Dad, on the other hand, had complained about how congested traffic was today due to how many people had gathered in the streets to see Baron Glory's arrival, because it made it harder for him to get to work on time. It would have made it harder for me to get to school, too, but luckily summer vacation started at the end of last month, so I didn't have to worry about going to school at all. Among the assembled crowd of people below, I spotted baseball caps and t-shirts with Baron Glory's logo, a sword crossed with lightning emblazoned in bright colors, making them stand out against the sea of masses walking or standing on the sidewalks. The vendors were hawking their wares, selling Baron Glory merchandise like coffee mugs and hats, though it all looked like knockoffs to me. Police officers patrolled the perimeters of the street, present to make sure that the crowd didn't get out of control. But most people paid little attention to the street. Most people kept glancing up at the sky, which made sense, because that was where Baron Glory was supposed to come from. Thus far, though, there was no sign of Baron Glory, but rumor was that the famous superhero was supposed to fly by overhead at some point on his way to a meeting with Bug Bite. No one knew why Baron Glory, who was actually from New York, was going to meet with Bug Bite, but I bet it was important, whatever it was. In any case, I hoped to catch at least a glimpse of Baron, because he was one of my favorite superheroes. He became famous about 5 years ago when he defeated the supervillain known as Titan King, who had tried to destroy the nation with a nuclear bomb. After that, Baron exploded in popularity to the point where even people who didn't live in New York knew who he was. He was also the president of the National Association of Superheroes, having served for 2 terms so far, and was always consulting with federal, state, and local governments in regards to laws regulating supers. He even had a movie coming out next year about his fight with Titan King. I wished I could get an autograph from him, but given how I was technically an illegal superhero, I didn't dare risk showing my face to him. That's why I chose to hide behind the sign of Jerry's Pizza Shop, because it hid me extremely well from the crowds below, while at the same time having a large enough opening between the sign and the building itself that I could see everything going on below. Of course, I wouldn't stay here forever. Once I caught a glimpse of Baron Glory, I would leave. As an illegal superhero, it wouldn't be wise for me to draw attention to myself, no matter how much I wanted to meet Baron Glory. All of a sudden, a little boy, wearing a Baron Glory t-shirt and sitting on his father's shoulders, pointed to the sky and shouted, "Hey, what's that?" The entire crowd of people looked in the direction the boy pointed. So did I, adjusting my goggles to make it easier to see what was coming toward us. At first I saw nothing but the bright, empty blue Texas sky, but soon I saw a tiny speck on the horizon, drawing closer and closer to us with every second. The crowd below must have seen it as well, because I heard people suddenly chatting among themselves excitedly. A few people even began to blow air horns, though even the honking of the air horns was barely audible above the collective cries of the crowd. But I ignored all of the noise below in order to focus on the dot in the distance, which was getting bigger and bigger all the time. I crouched low, pulling my cape more tightly around my body to keep myself hidden, but I didn't tear my eyes away from the dot in the sky. This was it. I was going to see Baron Glory himself. I would be able to brag to my best friend Kyle, who was also a Baron Glory fan, about this tomorrow. It was going to be awesome. Soon, the dot got close enough that I could see it was indeed the good Baron. Like me, he wore a cape, but his was black, which stood out against his all-white costume. He didn't have goggles like me, but he did have a sword sheath at his side, while his sword and lightning logo stood out against his chest, a bright silver color, which reflected the summer sun's rays awesomely. But Baron didn't slow down. He just flew straight past the crowd without looking down even once. The crowd collectively turned to follow him, but before everyone finished turning, Baron was already gone, a mere speck in the distance. "What the heck?" I said, staring after Baron. The first know he's got places to be, but come on. Surely he could have slowed down at least a little to say hello to everyone? T shook his head. "Well, you saw him just like you said you wanted to. Can we leave and begin your training for the day, like you promised?" I bit my lower lip and looked down at the crowd. Disappointment was obvious on the face of every man, woman, and child present. A few people were futilely taking pictures of the empty sky on their phone, like they were vainly trying to get the speck known as Baron Glory on their phones at least once, while other people muttered among themselves in clear disappointment at the fact that they had taken so much time to get out here for what amounted to nothing. The police, on the other hand, looked relieved that nothing bad had happened, probably because it meant they didn't have to put themselves in harm's way. I couldn't blame the people. All of us had been looking forward to seeing Baron, but he had come and gone so quickly that he might as well not have come at all. I guess we shouldn't have been surprised. It wasn't like Baron had officially announced his arrival here or anything. It was just a bunch of people getting excited at the idea that they might see someone famous in person, even if only for a moment. Rising to my feet, I said, "All right, TW. I guess we can leave now." I did manage to see Baron, so it wasn't a complete waste of time, but you could have spent it in better ways, said TW. "I'm glad you're ready to leave anyway. I thought I might have to drag you kicking and screaming back to our next training session." I was about to point out that TW was a hologram and therefore couldn't even touch me before I noticed movement in the distance, in the direction that Baron had flown. I looked in the distance and noticed a speck getting closer and closer to us. "Hey, what's that?" I said, pointing into the distance. TW looked in the direction I was pointing. Hard to tell, but probably nothing. Perhaps it's a bird or a plane, but whatever it is, it's certainly not. TW was interrupted by an audible sonic boom, followed by something flying by so fast overhead that I didn't even follow it. I quickly dropped back down to my knees and looked through the gap between the Queen, the building, and was amazed by what I saw. Baron Glory had returned. He was flying in circles above the crowd, who had gone momentarily silent in shock at his reappearance, but once they realized he was really here, people began cheering and chanting his name over and over again. "Baron, Baron," the people chanted. "Baron, Baron." Baron Glory waved down at the people as he flew. His attention was focused on the people in the street, so I doubt he would have noticed me even if I hadn't been hiding. As it was, I I suddenly felt glad that I'd chosen to hide, because I didn't think I could beat Baron Glory in a fight. Baron Glory did a few more laps around the crowd, even doing a few flips and dips in midair to entertain the people, before coming to a stop above the very center of the crowd, where everyone would be able to see him. This put him close to Jerry's pizza place, though again, with all of his attention on the crowd, he didn't seem to notice me. "Hello, people of Rumsfeld, Texas," Baron shouted, his voice seemingly magnified by some unknown means. "I am pleased to see so many fans of mine have taken time out of their day to welcome me to this wonderful city. I was just on my way to meet with your local superhero Bug Bite, but when I saw so many of my fans here, I had to double back and give everyone a small show for showing up. I know that this wasn't convenient for many of you, so consider this a treat from me to you." "Wow," I said as the crowd broke into spontaneous applause. "He's so humble and nice. Pretty different from what I thought." "I think he's a show-off, myself," said TW, floating next to me. "Those New York superheroes always feel the need to make a spectacle of things. They're almost as bad as the Californian supers, who seem to think they're living in those superhero action flicks everyone's watching these days." "They're not wrong, are they?" I said, glancing at TW. "Look at all of the people in the crowd recording Baron on their phones. I bet this isn't the first time he's been recorded by complete strangers like this." "I know, but there's a difference between doing the right thing and being a show-off just for the heck of it," said TW. "And Baron Glory seems like a show-off to me, whatever good he may have done back in New York." I rolled my eyes. TW may not have been grandfather, but he had inherited a lot of his personality traits over the years of working with him. One such trait was his constantly judging other supers by the harsh standards which grandfather had apparently held himself up to. I didn't see that side of TW's personality too much, but when it did show up, it could be grating even when he was right. "Anyway, I must be going now," said Baron Glory to the cheering and chanting crowd below. "As much as I love to stick around and talk to fans, I have an important meeting to attend to with Bug Bite and I can't be late. I wish I could tell you what we're going to discuss, but rest assured that if all of our plans fall through, then not just the city of Rumsfeld, but the entirety of the United States of America will be safer than they've ever been before." The crowd burst into even louder cheers at that. I was just curious what he and Bug Bite were going to discuss. Was the National Association of Superheroes going to open a branch here in Rumsfeld or something? "But before I leave, I have some gifts I can give to you all for showing up to greet me in such a warm fashion," said Baron Glory. He pulled something out of his pockets and held them out for people to see. Baron Glory branded stickers. Not only can you put them on stuff, but they're also collectible, and, I hear, sell extremely well on the resale market. "Stickers," TW said in disbelief. "He's giving away stickers to the people." I frowned. I wouldn't mind having a few Baron Glory branded stickers, especially if they're as valuable as he says they are. TW shot me a warning look. I held up my hands to show that I wasn't serious, though if I could have gone out into the crowd and picked up a few of those stickers, I probably would have in all honesty. "There's more than enough for everyone," said Baron Glory, waving the stickers back and forth above his head, "so everyone, please just settle down and form orderly lines where I land so everyone can get." A gunshot suddenly went off in street below. It was loud, sounding like it came from right next to me, but I didn't see anyone on the roof of Jerry's pizza place aside from myself and TW. But I had no time to wonder where the gunshot came from, because before the startled eyes of every person in the area, Baron Glory fell to the street below like a rock. The crowd backed away quickly to form a small open circle where Baron Glory fell. He hit the street hard, landing flat on his back on the asphalt road. Even from a distance, I could see that there was no life in his eyes, though I couldn't see much more of him than that due to all of the people standing around him in shock. The sticker sheets he'd been holding fell as well, the sheets scattering in the wind on their way down, but hardly anyone paid attention to the stickers which, moments before, had had the attention of everyone in the street. Then one of the people in the crowd, a man who I recognized as Dr. Joel Gonzalez, the doctor my family went to whenever we got sick, darted forward, and kneeling beside Baron Glory, checked his neck and felt his pulse. Then Dr. Gonzalez looked around and said, in a loud voice, "Baron Glory is dead. He was shot and killed." The crowd broke into a frenzy of screams and terror. People ran this way and that, desperately looking for shelter from the shooter who had taken out Baron Glory. The police officers, on the other hand, began trying to herd people into some kind of order, yelling orders and telling people to calm down, but it was no use. Fear had descended upon the crowd like a ghost, and there was nothing that a handful of police officers could do to keep the crowd of hundreds in order. I, on the other hand, moved away from the billboard and looked around again. If Baron Glory was shot, then his shooter has to be somewhere nearby, right? Right, said TW. And I think I know where he is. You do? I said, looking at TW in surprise. How? I followed the trajectory of the bullet, said TW. He pointed to the building next to this one. I saw it come from the upper windows of that apartment building right there, though I did not see who the shooter himself was. All right, I said, nodding. I'm going after the killer before he can get away. Ignoring the frenzied cries from the crowd, I flew from the roof of Jerry's pizza place down to the alleyways behind it. Landing on the trash-strewn street, I saw the back door of the apartment building open silently and a man step out of it, closing the door behind him on his way out. I had no idea who the man was. He was tall and thin, probably even thinner than me, and wore all black like a sniper. The only thing he wore that wasn't black was the mechanical eyepiece over his right eye, which probably helped him aim his gun. Speaking of gun, he carried a guitar case in his other hand, which I figured was how he was transporting his sniper rifle. Hey you, I shouted, pointing at the man. Stop right there, killer. The shooter, however, just took down the street faster than I expected him to. He rounded a corner and disappeared from my sight. Playing hard to get, huh? I said. I'm not going to give up that easily. I flew across the street and around the corner where I found the sniper already halfway down the alleyway. Drawing a silver disc from the pouch attached to my belt, I threw the disc at the ground. The disc bounced off the street and walls and headed directly toward the shooter's head. But the shooter whirled around and blocked the disc with his guitar case, sending the disc flying harmlessly off to the side. Then the shooter pulled a pistol out of his belt and fired 2 shots at me before I could react. I flew upwards, just barely avoiding the bullets. It forced me to slow down a little, just enough for the shooter to disappear around another corner from my sight. Growling in frustration, I took to the skies and flew above the buildings. I immediately spotted the shooter below, who was running down another alleyway as fast as his long legs could take him. I overtook him and landed directly in front of his path and held up my fist. The shooter, who hadn't even been looking where he was running, ran straight into my fist. He staggered backwards, cursing under his breath and grabbing at his face, while his eyepiece fell to the street, though I ignored it in order to focus on the shooter himself. You're a fast one, I'll give you that, I said, putting my hands on my waist. But you're not fast enough to escape me, murderer of Baron Glory. Since I'm a superhero, I'm going to give you a chance to surrender peacefully. And if you don't give up, I'll do a lot more than just let you run into my fist. The shooter stopped staggering, but he kept rubbing his face. Nonetheless, he looked at me, revealing sharp green eyes that were full of amusement, of all things. Murderer of Baron Glory? Said the shooter. He chuckled. I didn't kill anyone, pal. You've got the wrong guy. I tilted my head to the side. You're dressed in all black, have pretty good aim, and ran away from me as soon as I told you to stop. You even had an advanced eyepiece thing on your eye to help you aim. If you're not guilty, you're doing a great impression of someone who is. And besides, if you didn't kill Baron Glory, then who did? The shooter suddenly pointed at me. You did, of course. Before I could point out the obvious, namely, that I wasn't the one with the gun here, the shooter pulled out a detonator from nowhere and pressed the red button on it. The eyepiece on the street began blinking and beeping loudly until, without warning, a bright light flashed from it. The light was blindingly bright, to the point where I literally couldn't see anything. I threw my hands over my eyes, trying to keep myself from going blind, but even with both hands covering my eyes, I still felt the bright light burning them. Finally, however, the light faded away, and after a couple of seconds I lowered my hands to see what happened. The shooter was gone, and I stood all alone in the alleyway by myself, with the now deactivated eyepiece the only evidence I had that the shooter had even been here. Where did he go? I said, looking this way and that for the shooter. I turned in a complete circle on the spot, trying to find the shooter, but he seemed to have vanished into thin air like a ghost. TW flashed next to me, a worried look on his face. I don't know. The light blinded me, too, and... Wait, the light blinded you? I said, looking at TW in disbelief. How did the light blind you? You're a freaking hologram. Doesn't mean I can't be blinded, said TW. Besides, what really matters is finding the killer. Easier said than done, I said, gesturing at the empty alleyway. "He's nowhere to be seen." Of course, I guess it's possible that he could have turned invisible and might still be here, but that's pretty unlikely. "It appears that he got away," said TW, folding his arms in front of his chest. "You barely kept up with him, even when you knew where he was going. Now that he's disappeared, I doubt you'll have an easy time finding him." I scowled, but had to admit that TW had a point. He seemed like a pretty professional shooter, so I bet he had all sorts of ways to sneak in and out of places without being seen. The thought of letting Baron Glory's murderer get away scot-free like that was beyond frustrating, but at the same time there wasn't anything I could do about it at the moment. Instead, I bent over and picked up the eyepiece and looked it over. Well, he left this behind, so we have at least one lead, though not a big one. "Yes, I've never seen anything quite like it before," said TW as I put the flash bomb in my pocket. "Perhaps it holds a clue as to the identity of the man who killed Baron Glory. Or maybe even the identity of the guy who hired him to kill Baron in the first place," I said, "because that shooter guy didn't look like he was doing this on his own. He has to be an assassin, like Lethal Injection." "He probably is," said TW. "Unfortunately, I don't know who could possibly have hired him to kill Baron Glory. It doesn't help that I barely know a thing about the superhero himself." "Baron Glory does have a ton of enemies," I said thoughtfully. "Titan King wasn't the only supervillain he's defeated. Maybe one of his old enemies hired this assassin guy kill him." "That is likely," said TW. "The only thing I don't understand, though, is why he said you're the killer. You obviously did not shoot Baron Glory with a gun. You don't even have a gun, for Pete's sake." "He was probably just saying that to confuse me," I said, shaking my head. "Probably not worth worrying about, honestly. The main point is that he got away before we could find out anything about him. Jerk." "Perhaps he'll show up again sometime," said TW, assuming, of course, that he doesn't have any other targets in. TW was interrupted by the sounds of footsteps beating against the concrete, followed by shouts from nearby. All of a sudden, half a dozen police officers appeared at the other end of the alley, armed with guns, which they immediately pointed at me as soon as they saw me. TW, of course, vanished as soon as the police appeared, leaving me alone against 6 officers who looked more than ready to shoot me if I did anything. "Hey you," one of the officers shouted. "Hands up. Don't move a muscle." "Yeah, no thanks," I said, taking a step back. "I know you're looking for the shooter who isn't here, but..." The police officers immediately started shooting at me. I flew straight up into the air and away from the alleyway as fast as I could. I heard the officers continuing to shoot at me, as well as ordering me to come back, but I ignored the orders and flew as far away from the alley as I could. While I would have loved to stay and tell the police that they got the wrong guy, I knew that the police were obligated to arrest me on the basis of my illegal superhero status, so I had every reason to run away from them, rather than stay and try to tell them what I knew. But I needed some time to think, so I made a course for the one place in the city I knew I would be safe: target practice. Thanks to the injectors, my old training site, Warehouse 19, was no longer suitable for training and practice. The big hole in the wall, plus the destroyed office, kind of made it hard to train in private, not helped by the fact that its location was no longer really much of a secret, given how the police went there to arrest the injectors I defeated. That wouldn't have been much of a problem, but TW insisted that my training was far from over, so we looked for a new place in Rumsfeld where I would be able to train without being seen. It took us the better part of a week, but we eventually found one place that fit the criteria we were looking for, a place I called Target Practice. Located just outside Rumsfeld, Target Practice was a series of abandoned storage buildings surrounded by very tall barbed wire fence and a faded sign that said "Keep Out." From what I could gather, Target Practice had, at one point, been a storage area back in the 90s, but had been abandoned when the guy running the business got arrested for tax fraud and no one bothered to take care of the place. It may have seemed strange that anyone would just leave so many buildings abandoned, but there were also structural issues with a lot of the buildings themselves, apparently making them unfit for any sort of commercial or private use. But it worked great for me. Although the individual buildings were not as big as Warehouse 19, they nonetheless offered enough privacy that I never worried about people stumbling on me while I trained. The enclosed buildings just meant I had to train a little differently. For example, when I practiced my target skills, I had to take into account all of the ways that my projectiles could ricochet off the walls, floor, and ceiling in order to avoid hurting myself accidentally. Still, it was a good place to train and practice, with plenty of room for me to do whatever I wanted for as long as I wanted. I had spent a lot of time here over the summer break, practicing my skills and learning how to use my powers better, all under the watchful eye of TW. I sometimes wish that we had Warehouse 19 again, because it had been a lot bigger, but this worked well enough for my needs. Landing behind Storage Building 1, I entered the building through its back door, which I closed carefully behind me, because the back door's hinges were rusty, and if I was too rough I might accidentally break it. It was very dark inside, thanks to the electricity in the area being cut off after its owner was arrested, but thanks to the night vision capabilities of my goggles, I managed to see where I was. Storage Building 1 was the building I spent the most amount of time in. It had 2 floors, one with about 25 storage closets, while the upper floor was mostly where the office was. I didn't spend much time up there, because there wasn't enough room to train. Mostly, I spent time on the base floor, where the storage units were, because there was more room to train down here. Today, however, was not a day to train. I walked over to the other side of the receptionist's desk and sat down in the old, creaky office chair which had been abandoned here years ago. As soon as I sat down, TW flashed into existence next to me, a worried look on his face. "This is bad," said TW. "You think?" I said, looking at him incredulously. I pulled the eyepiece out of my pocket. "Of course it's bad. With Baron Glory murdered and his assassin missing, I'm pretty sure that's the definition of bad." "I wasn't exactly thinking about that," said TW. "I was more worried that the police might blame you for Baron Glory's death." "Me?" I said, rolling the eyepiece between my fingers. "Why would they blame me for his death? I didn't kill Baron Glory. I actually tried to capture his assassin. True, I failed, but—" "But the police don't know that," said TW. "Those officers just saw you standing alone in the alleyway holding that eyepiece. And then you ran away rather than comply with their demands, which is exactly what you would expect a criminal, especially a guilty criminal, to do when faced with the police." I scowled. "If they think that, then the police are a lot dumber than I thought." "It's not dumb to make reasonable assumptions based off the evidence you've got," TW pointed out, "especially if the key suspect in a case refuses to cooperate." "If I cooperated with the police, I'd still go to jail even if I proved that I didn't kill Baron," the first said. "Illegal superhero, remember? I'm surprised you've forgotten that already." "I haven't," said TW. "I just wanted to share my theory with you so it won't blindside you if it turns out to be true." Yeah, whatever," I said. "The best way to prove my innocence would be to catch that assassin and bring him to the police. The only question is, how do we track him down?" TW looked at the eyepiece. "Maybe that eyepiece could help us. It might have some kind of tracking technology inside it that will help us find him." "Maybe, but what's the point of tracking the eyepiece when we already know where it is?" I said. "No, I think a better thing to do would be to find out where he bought it. If we could find out the name of the company that created and sold this thing, then we might be able to track down the guy who bought it from them." "Good idea," said TW. "Unfortunately, I am not sure how to do that. Is the company name written anywhere on its exterior?" I turned the eyepiece over in my hands a couple of times before shaking my head. "No. It's possible it could be custom-made, which would explain why it doesn't seem to have the company name on it anywhere." TW folded his arms across his chest. "Or maybe the clue to who built it is inside it. If we take it apart, we might be able to find clues to the identity of its creator that way." I frowned, looking down at the eyepiece again. "But I'm no good at taking things apart and putting them back together. That's what Kyle does." "Kyle?" TW repeated. "You mean Kyle Deniger, your best friend? Yes?" "Yeah," I said, nodding. "What about him?" "What if you asked him to study the eyepiece and find out its origin?" said TW. "You've told me that he's interested in science and engineering, correct? If so, then he might have the tools and know how to take apart the eyepiece without seriously damaging it." I considered TW's proposal. Kyle was indeed my best friend, and I had no doubt that he would jump at a chance to study a piece of tech like this. He even already knew that I was the superhero Trickshot, one of the very, very few people who knew my true identity. It would make a lot of sense to ask him to help. On the other hand, as a general rule, I disliked involving other people in my superhero stuff. It was just too dangerous. Between fighting supervillains and average criminals, I had more than enough problems to deal with that most people would have no idea how to handle. Besides, the more people who knew my identity, the higher chance it became that my real identity would leak out to the world, and I would get arrested for practicing superheroism without a license. It was just better for me and everyone else I knew if I kept my normal life and my superhero life separate. At that moment, however, my cell phone started ringing. Pulling my phone out of my pocket, I saw that it was Kyle calling me, coincidentally enough. It was an odd coincidence, but I decided to answer the phone and catch up with Kyle anyway. Putting the phone against my ear, I said, "Hey, Kyle, what's up?" "Jack, are you there?" said Kyle, whose voice sounded really worried over the phone. "You're not hurt or anything, are you?" "Why would I be?" I said. "What's the matter?" "I just heard the news, but I wasn't sure if it was true or not, so I thought I'd call you up and find out myself," said Kyle. "It's hard to know what to believe nowadays, with all of this fake news stuff floating around, but—" "Kyle, you're rambling," I interrupted. "What are you calling about? What fake news?" Kyle took a deep breath. "I heard that Baron Glory was assassinated in downtown Rumsfeld today, and the police are blaming his assassination on you." The end of the Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 1, A Superhero's Death. The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 2, A Wanted Man. Despite the fact that TW and I had been discussing that very possibility just seconds ago, it was still an unpleasant shock to my system to hear Kyle say that aloud. "What? But Baron Glory hasn't been dead for even an hour. Why are they already blaming me?" "I don't know," said Kyle, "but I like your response because you're not acting like a guilty guy. You're acting like you were falsely accused of a crime you didn't commit." "That's because I was falsely accused of a crime I didn't commit," I said in annoyance. "Where did you hear this?" "Just on the local news station," said Kyle. "Dad turned the TV on because he said there was going to be a news report on Baron Glory's arrival in Rumsfeld, but as soon as he turned it on, there was this news report about Baron Glory being assassinated and Trickshot being the prime suspect in the investigation. This still made no sense to me. How could the police have already decided that I was the prime suspect in the crime? Because I happened to be there at the time, and why was the news reporting on it as if it were fact? Maybe news traveled faster than I thought. "Were you even there when he was killed?" said Kyle. "Because when I heard the news, I wasn't sure if I believed it. The report said the police chased you and you ran away. But—" "Yeah, I was there," I interrupted. "But I didn't kill Baron. The first wanted to catch a glimpse of Baron Glory because I'm such a big fan of his. I was just as surprised at his assassination as anyone else. Trust me on that." "I do, but I wonder who the actual assassin is," said Kyle. "Did you manage to see him?" "I didn't just see the assassin," I said. "I chased him down, which is more than the police did, by the way, and almost caught him too, but he got away at the last minute, and I don't know where he is or what he's doing now." "That's not good," said Kyle. "Who hired him to kill Baron? And why would anyone want to kill Baron? He's one of the greatest supers of all time." "I don't know the answers to any of those questions," I said. I glanced at the eyepiece in my other hand. "But I do have a piece of evidence that might help us find out who killed Baron, and I want to give it to you." "Me?" said Kyle in surprise. "Why me? I'm not a super like you. I'm not much of a help in fighting crime." "You don't need to fight anything," I replied. "All you need to do is study the evidence and tell me what you find. It's a mechanical eyepiece of some sort that seems to help the user focus on long-distance targets. It can also double as a flash bomb, but don't worry, it's already went off once, so it probably won't go off again if you take it apart." "Sounds interesting," said Kyle. "I'll definitely take a look at it if you want me to. If it will help you find the actual killer and prove your innocence, then I'm all for it." "Good," I said. "Let's meet in Rumsfeld City Park later today at lunch. I'll give it to you there. See you later." I ended the call and looked at TW. "Looks like you were right about the police blaming me for Baron's death." TW smirked. "I don't want to say I told you so, but—" "Yeah, I know," I interrupted, rising to my feet and putting my phone back into my pocket. "Anyway, we need to get out of here and head to the park. I don't want to miss my meeting with Kyle, because I have a feeling that this eyepiece is the smoking gun for this entire case." Rumsfeld City Park was located on the west side of Rumsfeld itself. It was almost as old as the city itself, having originally started out as the private garden of Harold Rumsfeld, the founder of Rumsfeld, who donated it to the city after his death for them to develop into a park open to the public. The only reason I knew that was because Dad did some construction work in the park a few years back when they were building a new community center, and one of his coworkers told me about it when I visited the job site once. It was a very beautiful park, too, with plenty of large, shady trees, a large pond full of quacking ducks, and even a small beach area for families to bring their kids. I chose the southwest corner of the park, because it was the most secluded part of the park, which would give me and Kyle the privacy we needed to conduct our transaction without being seen. It kind of felt like a spy movie, I have to admit, but I didn't let myself get carried away with such notions, because the last thing I needed was to mess up at this crucial time and make things harder than they should. Sitting at the lone picnic table, I looked around the area. There weren't too many people here at the moment. There were a couple of kids throwing bread at some ducks in a nearby pond, while a young-looking couple who I didn't recognize were walking along the path and talking to each other like they were on some kind of date. Absolutely no one was paying attention to me, which was fine by me, because I had come here specifically because I didn't want anyone paying attention to me. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the faint noises of power tools being used by the workers who were putting up a new statue of Harold Rumsfeld, the founder of Rumsfeld, though it wouldn't be unveiled for another week or so. That was when I saw Kyle walking down the main pathway. He was dressed in his usual green t-shirt and jeans, but when he saw me, he stepped off the main pathway and made his way over to me, his backpack swinging behind him. He took a seat at the other side of the picnic table and readjusted his glasses, which had slid down his nose slightly when he sat down. "Sorry I'm late," said Kyle. "I had to drop Mom off at the salon first, which took a while because the traffic was really bad for some reason." I nodded. Because Kyle was older than me by a few months, he already had his driver's license, though he hadn't had it for very long. It made me a little jealous, because I really wanted to get my driver's license too, but at the same time I didn't obsess over it. And anyway, given the Trickshot watch gave me the ability to fly, it wasn't like I was hurting for quick, easy transportation anyway. "So where's the, clue?" said Kyle, leaning in, probably to make sure no one overheard us. "Clue? What clue?" "You know?" Kyle looked around conspiratorially as if to make sure no one was eavesdropping on us. "The eyepiece?" "Oh, that," I said. "Why didn't you just say so?" Kyle looked at me as if I was an idiot. I thought we were trying to keep this a secret, so I came up with a code word to describe the eyepiece. That way, if someone was overhearing us, they wouldn't know what we're talking about. I looked around once again. The children who had been feeding the ducks were apparently done, walking away back up the main path, while the young couple I had noticed before were also well outside of our hearing range. By all appearances, Kyle and I were the only people in this part of the park at the moment. "I don't think code words are necessary," I said, looking at Kyle again. "At least not right now." "You're probably right," said Kyle with a sigh. "I just wanted it to be like a spy movie, you know? But whatever. Where is the eyepiece?" I pulled the eyepiece out of my pocket and handed it to Kyle. "Here you go. One eyepiece." Kyle took the device and turned it over in his hands interestedly. "This looks pretty advanced. I've never seen anything like it." "Same here," I said. "Like I said, I think it's supposed to help the user aim better, and also doubles as a flash bomb. Otherwise, I don't know what else it does or how it works." "Wait," said Kyle, looking up at me suddenly. "Doesn't this technically count as evidence? Shouldn't you give it to the police so they can use it to track down the real killer of Baron Glory?" I scratched the back of my head. Well, I don't really trust the police right now, given how they think I'm the killer. If I gave them the eyepiece, I'm not sure if they would even accept it. I figure I can clear my name if I just find the real killer and bring him to the police myself. "Okay," said Kyle, though he seemed a little skeptical about my reasoning. "Well, I'll work on it a bit this afternoon in my workshop and see what I can find. If I find any clues that will help you find the killer, I'll let you know as soon as possible." "Great," I said. "And what are you going to do in the meantime?" said Kyle as he put the eyepiece in his backpack. "Keep a low profile for now, I guess," I said with a shrug. The police were already looking for me, but now that everyone thinks I'm a murderer, I have to spend even more time on the down low. I'll probably just spend more time practicing my skills. "Shouldn't you try to find the killer?" said Kyle. "I know you're not exactly Sherlock Holmes, but looking for the killer seems like a better way to spend your time than training." "Yeah, that's another thing I'll do," I said. I rested my chin in my hands. Unfortunately, I don't know where to begin other than with the eyepiece. I have no other clues for where the killer might be and no clue where to start looking. "Maybe you should try looking in the area where the shooter killed Baron," Kyle suggested. "Go to the scene of the crime and see if you can find any clues, you know." "Good idea," I said. "But the police have probably already scoured the scene of the crime. If the shooter left behind any clues or evidence, I'm sure the police have already gotten it. Maybe, but it's still worth a check, said Kyle. It's better than sitting around doing nothing, right? I nodded. Good point. I'll head back there tomorrow then, to see if I can find any more evidence of the shooter's identity or whereabouts. And I will spend as much time as I can on the eyepiece, said Kyle, patting his backpack. With luck, I'll have some answers for you soon, though I don't know how soon. Just do it as fast as you can, I said, because the longer the real killer remains free, the more people start to believe that I'm the killer. Okay, said Kyle. He rose from his seat, but then paused and said, What's that? I looked over my shoulder, but saw nothing except for trees and bushes. What's what? I thought I saw something, said Kyle. A person watching us. I strained my eyes, but I didn't see anything other than a few bumblebees buzzing around some flowers, perhaps trying to collect the last bit of nectar that they could. Yeah, I don't see anyone there. You must just be seeing things. Kyle pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and said, I don't know, but maybe you're right. Maybe I just saw a shadow under the trees move or something. In any case, I should get going. I don't want to waste any time I could be using to study this thing, especially if it helps you prove your innocence. See you later. With that, Kyle slung his backpack over his shoulder and left, walking back onto and up the path until he rounded a corner and disappeared from view. Kyle saw something, said TW in my head as soon as Kyle disappeared. What? I said under my breath, even though I was alone in this part of the park. Kyle saw something, TW said. His eyes weren't playing tricks on him. He really did see something. I frowned and looked over my shoulder. I don't see anything. I did, said TW. Or rather, my sensors picked up a heat presence that resembles the typical heat presence given off by an adult male. They're not there anymore, but I recommend going over and checking out their hiding place, just in case. Why didn't you mention this before? I said, scowling. I'm sure Kyle would have been glad to know that he wasn't hallucinating. I wasn't sure if the person was an enemy or not, said TW. If it turned out to be a foe, I didn't want to drag Kyle into a possible fight. TW was already starting to sound a lot like me, which I suppose was due to my influence over his personality. Fine. I'll go over there, but I'm not sure you didn't just sense a really big squirrel or something. Seriously, the squirrels around here are strat. I doubt it was a squirrel, even a really big one, said TW. It was a joke, man. Well, I'm not laughing. That's because you don't have a sense of humor. Nonetheless, I rose from the picnic table and walked over to the bushes where Kyle had claimed to have seen something. I half expected a squirrel to pop out of the bushes and run away, but the closer I got to them, nothing happened, except making me feel like this was a big waste of time. Still, TW's sensors were usually reliable, so I told myself I would just check it out really quick and then go home. Crossing through the bushes, I looked around once again, but like I thought, I was alone. I did not see any other human beings here. I didn't even see any squirrels. Well, it looks like there's no one here, I said. Like I said, a squirrel or something probably just tripped your sensors accidentally. Nothing to worry about. TW flashed into existence before me, but he wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the grass with a curious expression on his face. Then where did those footprints come from? I looked down at the grass. A single set of footprints were visible in the grass, and they definitely weren't my footprints, because they were smaller than mine. They looked more like a woman's footprints, though again I didn't see any people nearby. They're very fresh, said TW. Whoever made these footprints must have run away very quickly. They're probably still somewhere in the park. Can you sense them? I said, looking around again, just to make sure we were alone, so I can track them and find out why they were spying on me and Kyle? TW shook his head. Sadly, there are too many people in the park for me to focus on any one heat signature. I couldn't find them even if I tried. I looked around once more, just to see if I could find the person, but then I noticed something hanging off a nearby tree branch. Curious, I plucked the thing off the tree branch and looked it over. It was a torn red scarf. It appeared to have gotten caught on the tree branch when its owner left. It was a pretty nicely made one, too, with the initials MLR stenciled into the material itself with gold lettering. Is that a scarf? Said TW. Yeah, I said, looking up at TW. What does MLR mean? I wish I knew, said TW, but I would recommend keeping that on you. It might belong to the person who was spying on you and Kyle. If it does, then it may prove a valuable clue later on. A good idea, I said as I folded up the remains of the scarf and put it in my pants pocket. Well, I'd say it's time to go back home. Mom said she was making pizza for lunch, and I can't wait to have it. Her homemade pizza is absolutely to die for. Come on. As TW flashed out of existence, I turned and ran out of the bushes and back onto the main path. As I did so, however, I could not help but feel worried, because I wondered how much that spy had overheard and who they were working for. Whoever they were, and whatever reason they were spying on Kyle and me, I just hoped that they didn't overhear anything important like my secret identity. Otherwise, things could get ugly. I could have flown home using my powers, but given how every cop in the city was on the lookout for Trickshot, I decided that it would just be wiser to take the bus. It would be slower maybe, but also safer. As a result, I got home much later than I normally did, about an hour or so after lunch. By the time I walked up to my home's driveway, I was starving, because I'd had a small breakfast earlier and hadn't had lunch at all yet. I was looking forward to Mom's homemade pizza, which she said would have pepperoni and everything on it. As I walked up to the driveway, I noticed that Dad's blue truck was gone, probably because Dad was still at work, but there was another vehicle that I didn't recognize. It was a red convertible, pretty new based on how shiny the plates were, with sleek black stripes running across the doors. It definitely wasn't one of our cars, but I could not tell you who owned it or why they were parked in our driveway. Even though the house looked as safe as ever, I braced myself in case the owner of that car turned out to be a threat. Nice car, TW said as I walked past the convertible. Brand new paint job, practical but stylish spoiler, and even chrome plates. Whoever owns this vehicle must be very rich. I didn't know you were a car enthusiast, TW, I said. Just another thing I picked up from your grandfather, said TW. Hey, he was into cars himself, so he often shared his trivia and knowledge with me even when I didn't ask for it. I can recognize a good car when I see it, and I think Gregory would agree with my assessment of that vehicle. I paused and looked over my shoulder at the car. It's got Texas license plates, so it's not from out of state, but I don't know anyone in Rumsfeld who would own such a vehicle. Me neither, said TW, but you should go inside and find out who it is. That was the plan, I replied as I resumed walking up to the house. Probably not anyone worth worrying about, but just to be sure, be ready to suit up, okay? Okay. Entering the house, I heard two voices coming from the kitchen. One was Mom, who sounded as peppy and chirpy as she ever did. The other, however, was deeper, more like the voice of a man than a woman, although it had a bit of a humorous edge to it as well. Mom, I said, raising my voice as I dropped my backpack on the floor next to the shoe rack. I'm home. Mom poked her head out of the kitchen and waved at me. Hey, Jack! I thought you were having lunch with Kyle. What are you doing back so early? Kyle had an emergency at home, I said without missing a beat. Had to cancel, so I decided to come home early instead of hanging out in the park. Well, I hope that Kyle's emergency isn't too serious, said Mom. But in any case, come in and sit down. We still have some pizza left over, just the way you like it. I raised an eyebrow. We? I thought Dad was at work. He is, but we have a special guest over, said Mom. Special? Came the deep voice from the kitchen. Come on, Mary, just tell the boy who I am. It's not like it's any great mystery. All right, Josh, said Mom, who seemed a little taken aback by the man's response. No, wait, I'll just introduce myself, said the man. A man stepped out of the kitchen. He seemed to be close to Mom in age, maybe a little older based on the gray hairs that stood out against his black hair. He wore a red polo shirt and jeans, making him look like an ordinary middle-aged guy you might see grocery shopping in a supermarket. But it was his face that almost stopped me dead, because it looked almost like Mom's except far more masculine and with brown eyes instead of black. Hi there, kiddo, said the man, waving at me. You're Jack, right? Walter's son. I opened my mouth and then closed it. Yeah, who are you? You mean you don't recognize your Uncle Josh? Said the man. Come on, I know the last time I saw you was when you were just a baby, but I hoped you would remember your own uncle. Truthfully, I hadn't forgotten him. I'd always known that Mom wasn't an only child, unlike Dad, who was. She had had 2 sisters and 1 brother, all 3 of them older than her. The 2 sisters, Jane and Donna, I saw at Thanksgiving and Christmas every year, but the brother, Josh, was not one I could recall ever meeting. I was a little dubious, to be honest, that this man was actually the same Uncle Josh Mom had told me about when I was younger, mostly because I had never seen him before. Well, it's like you said, Josh, Jack was just a baby when he last saw you, said Mom, who seemed a little more polite than usual. You really shouldn't be surprised if he doesn't recognize you right off the bat. Point taken, Josh said. And I must admit that Jack is barely recognizable from the 3-month-old baby I once held in my arms. He's a 16-year-old boy now, or should I say man, seeing how in some cultures a 16-year-old is already considered a man. I didn't really feel like much of a man at the moment. I mostly just felt awkward, because it had been so long since I had last seen him that I didn't quite know what to say. But it doesn't really matter how long it's been since I last saw him, said Uncle Josh, rubbing his hands together. We're family after all, and family always sticks together no matter what. Is that why you haven't seen us in 16 years? Said Mom dryly. Uncle Josh flinched when Mom said that. Come now, Mary. You know I have a perfectly good reason for not seeing you in so long. Besides, I acknowledge my mistakes and have come to make repentance for what I did. It isn't very Christian to be unforgiving toward the penitent, as our dear old dad used to say. What did you do that requires you get forgiveness from Mom? I said, tilting my head to the side. It doesn't matter, said Uncle Josh, waving off my question as though it were irrelevant. All that really matters is catching up with each other. So Jack, do you have a girlfriend yet? No, I said, shaking my head. But I'm more interested in finding out where you've been for all these years and why you've suddenly decided to show up again. I just want to reconnect with my family, said Uncle Josh in a voice that made me even more suspicious than before. I've been traveling for a while and got burned out, so I decided to come back to Rumsfeld to refresh myself and catch up with my family. Traveling? I said. What do you mean by that? I was just talking with your mom about that, said Uncle Josh, scratching the back of his neck. I've been traveling around the world for years, enjoying life and seeing new things and exploring foreign countries. I've climbed the Himalayas, crossed the Great Wall of China, and plunged deep into the Amazon rainforest, all while working whatever odd jobs I could find. It sounds like you lived a pretty interesting life, I said, folding my arms in front of my chest. Why did you come back to Rumsfeld? Unless my eyes were playing tricks on me, I thought I saw Uncle Josh's eyes shift ever so slightly to the right, as if he didn't want to meet my gaze directly. Like I said, partly because of family. Traveling the world can be a lot of fun, but at the same time, it's easy to get burned out if you're not careful. Sometimes you just need to come home, and that's what I decided to do recently, to relax and refresh myself. Where are you staying while you're here? I said. Do you have a hotel room or something? And how long are you going to stay before you leave? About that, said Uncle Josh, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm going to be staying here in this house with all of you, of course. What? I said. I looked at Mom. Is he telling the truth? Mom nodded, albeit reluctantly. Probably. I'll have to talk with Walter about this, of course, but I'm sure good old Walt will be willing to let me stay here for a while. Uncle Josh interrupted. He flashed an overly friendly smile at me. I know Walt and I haven't always been the best of friends, but I'm absolutely certain he'll let me stay, since I'm family and all. I don't know, I said, frowning. Dad doesn't like it when people drop in like this. But I'm not just people here, said Uncle Josh. He patted his chest. I'm his brother-in-law. I'm family. And Sis, you'll convince him to let me stay, right? I suppose, said Mom, still quite reluctantly. As long as you help around the house and don't cause any trouble, I can't see any reason why you shouldn't be allowed to stay. You can even stay in Thomas' old bedroom, which we converted into a guest room exactly for this kind of situation. Thomas? Said Uncle Josh. Last I heard, he graduated from college a few years back. How's he doing? Both Mom and I exchanged quick but significant looks. Though neither of us said a word, the looks conveyed all the thoughts we were trying to communicate to each other very well. Thomas died last year, I said, looking at Uncle Josh again. He injected himself with the power drug and ended up dying when his body reacted badly to the drug. Uncle Josh put a hand over his mouth in horror. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I've been away for so long that I just didn't know. Nah, it's fine, I interrupted, waving a hand at Uncle Josh. Though I'm kind of surprised that you didn't know, to be honest. Mom, didn't you invite him to the funeral? Mom shook her head. No, I didn't. I tried, but because of his traveling, it was impossible to contact him. Well, I would have come if I had known, said Uncle Josh. He shook his head. Power, that's an awful drug, all right, one of the worst out there. When I was in Japan a few years ago, I ran into a Yakuza member who had taken the drug. Damn near killed me too, but then he lost control of his powers and killed himself. Sorry to hear it happened to Thomas. He was a good boy. There was something mechanical in Uncle Josh's apology, almost as if he was reciting a speech he had memorized. Maybe it was just the awkwardness of the situation making Uncle Josh seem stranger than he was, but I wasn't so sure. There was just something off about Uncle Josh in general. I decided I would have to be careful around him for now. Well, what's past is past, said Mom with a shrug. Perhaps you can go visit his grave in the city cemetery at some point during your stay. Sounds like a plan, said Uncle Josh. I'll definitely have to visit at least once before I leave. And when exactly will that be? I said, do you know when you'll be leaving Rumsfeld? Uncle Josh waved off my question like it was irrelevant. I'll tell you later. Right now, I just want to enjoy my time with my sister, her husband, and my favorite nephew. You don't want me to leave right away, do you? I had to admit that I didn't know if I did or not. Uncle Josh seemed friendly enough, but like I said, there was also something off about him that I just couldn't place. The best I could figure was that he probably was not telling us the whole truth, though what he was hiding, I could not say. Anyway, I need to get my stuff from my car and unpack, said Uncle Josh. I usually travel light, so I don't have too many things, just the essentials. Without further ado, Uncle Josh walked past me and out the front door, closing the door behind himself on the way out. I looked at Mom. Is there something wrong with Uncle Josh? Mom sighed. No, he's always been like that. I wouldn't worry too much about him. He's probably still jet-lagged, which can have a strange effect on a person's mood. It's why I don't like flying. Yeah, I suppose you're right, I said. I rubbed my forearm. But what caused the obvious falling out between you and him? He mentioned mistakes and repentance, but... It's nothing, Mom said, shaking her head again. Nothing you need to worry about. That was a long time ago, and I've already forgiven him for it. It doesn't have anything to do with you, so I would suggest that you forget about it and focus on enjoying your summer vacation. It's already June and school will be back in session before you know it. I wished Mom would just tell me what happened, but there wasn't really anything I could do to force her to tell me. Besides, it wasn't like I didn't have a few secrets of my own that I kept from her, like my secret identity as Trickshot. So I just nodded and, picking up my backpack, climbed the stairs up to my room, where I would take a nap and catch up on my sleep. As it turned out, Uncle Josh was correct about his belief that Dad would let him stay. When Dad came home right before dinner and met Josh, I thought for a moment that Dad was going to tell him to get out of the house and go away. To my surprise, however, Dad allowed Uncle Josh to stay, but only on the condition that he get a job somewhere so he didn't stay in the house all day. Uncle Josh agreed, and Dad even offered to get him a job in his construction company, an offer Uncle Josh accepted, which I found even more surprising, because Uncle Josh did not seem like the kind of man who would like construction work. And, of course, our talk over dinner soon turned to the news about the assassination of Baron Glory. The Rumsfeld City Journal claimed that Trickshot had assassinated Baron Glory for unknown reasons, and that the Rumsfeld City Police Department was asking every citizen to keep an eye out for any sign of Trickshot and to report any information about him to the police. They even claimed that one of Trickshot's silver discs had been found in Baron Glory's head, which confused me because Baron Glory had been shot with a gun, not with one of my silver discs. Either the assassin had somehow managed to steal one of my discs while I wasn't looking, or else it was a forgery, though the pictures I saw on social media made it look like a very convincing forgery. Dad and Uncle Josh had sharp disagreements over whether Trickshot actually killed Baron Glory or not. Uncle Josh seemed to think that Trickshot was innocent, while Dad opined that an illegal superhero probably would kill Baron Glory. It was kind of disconcerting to hear my own dad essentially say I was guilty of murder, though given how he didn't know that I was Trickshot, I didn't let myself get too freaked out by it. Uncle Josh, on the other hand, thought that there wasn't much evidence that Trickshot had killed Baron Glory, and that the disc didn't prove anything. He said that he didn't think that Trickshot, who up until now hadn't done much more than operate as a superhero illegally, would kill Baron Glory for no reason. It was a surprisingly reasonable thing to hear from Uncle Josh, who I hadn't thought would come to the defense of my alter ego. He also seemed surprisingly well informed about Trickshot's activities, despite having left Rumsfeld a long time ago. And Mom, of course, had no real opinion on it one way or another, saying that she wanted to wait until the police found more evidence before she jumped to any conclusions. I could tell, however, that Mom took that position because she didn't like Dad and Uncle Josh fighting and just wanted them to get along. As for me, I didn't offer much of an opinion because I was worried that my answer would somehow potentially reveal my identity to them. It helped that I was really hungry by the time dinner rolled around, so I mostly just stuffed my face with food so I wouldn't have to say anything other than the bare minimum, though I participated in other discussions we had around the dinner table. Still, even though the conversation topic changed, I was more than happy to leave the dinner table as soon as I was done eating. While Uncle Josh and Dad talked politics, I went back up to my room and closed the door behind me, making sure to lock it so I would not have any interruptions. Then I sat down on my bed and said, "TW, any progress on the killer?" TW flashed into existence before me, his arms folded in front of his chest. Negative. I've been searching the internet for any sightings of a mysterious sniper, but it appears that no one has seen him. At least no one has reported seeing him anyway. He must be very good at covering his tracks. I lay down on my bed, spreading my arms in frustration. If he's smart, he's probably not walking around in his black ninja getup, walking around with a sniper case. I bet he ditched that outfit as soon as he could. He's probably walking around in normal clothes now, looking more like an ordinary guy than a trained killer who took down a famous and beloved superhero. Undoubtedly, said TW. Still, I'm keeping an eye on the social media accounts of the Rumsfeld City Police Department anyway, just in case they have any reports on an unknown guy with a sniper rifle spotted somewhere. I doubt they're looking for someone like that, I said, turning on my side, a scowl on my face. They think I killed Baron Glory, remember? Even if someone reported a sniper to them, I doubt they would make a big deal about it on social media. Perhaps, but we have no other way to keep an eye out for the sniper, said TW. And until we do, this is our only chance at actually finding him, at least until Kyle takes apart the eyepiece and tells us what he found. I nodded. You're right, but somehow I doubt the eyepiece is going to be of much help. I bet he's not going to find out anything we don't already know. You seem more depressed than usual, TW said. Usually I'm the one who is cynical about our chances of success, while you're generally quite the optimist about our ability to succeed. If you were unfairly blamed for the murder of your favorite superhero, I think you'd be a little depressed, too, I said. I sighed. I still can't believe it. Baron Glory has always been a legendary hero in my eyes and in the eyes of the general public. I can't even imagine him being dead. When I was really young, I thought he was going to live forever, because he just seemed so mythic, TW said. Powerful? Even divine? I raised my head to look at him. Not divine, but mythic is a pretty good way to put it. Every time I saw him on TV, I would stop whatever I was doing to see him. I even sent him a letter once asking for his autograph. Did you ever get it? Said TW. I shook my head. No, but I think Baron probably got lots of fan mail every day. Too much for him to answer individually, so I'm not very offended by that. It was just an honor to be able to write to him at all. Him, said TW. According to the internet, Baron Glory has been active as a superhero for over 30 years, having become internationally famous when he defeated the supervillain Titan King 25 years ago, who had attacked New York City with an army of robots that he intended to rule the world with. There was also a nuclear bomb involved somehow, though the details on that bit are sparse. I know, I said, resting my head on the bed again. I did an essay on it as part of a research project for history class back in 2nd grade. I did so well that I got an A+, which was the first time I ever got an A+ in school in any of my classes. Interesting, said TW. Do you think that this Titan King figure may be related to this somehow? I don't see how he could, I said. Baron Glory killed him by bringing a building down on top of him 20 years ago. His body was recovered from the rubble, and he was confirmed dead. Some news stations even did special reports on Titan King's funeral, though not too many people attended it for obvious reasons. TW held his hand, and a smaller hologram appeared over his palm. It depicted a hulking figure in massive black armor, wearing a wicked-looking crown on his head that appeared to be made out of bones. The figure carried 2 massive broadswords sheathed at his sides, while 2 crazy eyes peered out from within the helmet itself. This is Titan King, correct, said TW, spinning the hologram around in his hand to show off its full form. Yeah, that's him, I said. Ugly guy, isn't he? He's hardly a Lothario, said TW. I seem to remember Gregory telling me about this man once, though since Gregory never actually fought Titan King himself, I never saw him in person. Same here, I said. I only know about him from the research I did on him. If I remember right, Titan King was once a superhero who went rogue at some point. He thought he was destined to rule the world because he was descended from English royalty and was going to make New York City the capital of his new empire, which is why he attacked it. But of course, Baron Glory stopped him, said TW, right? Right, I said. He still caused loads of damage, though, and Baron Glory didn't do it entirely by himself. He had to get help from the National Association of Superheroes, who sent in their members to help him. Even then, Titan King nearly won through sheer brute force alone. He had the power to absorb kinetic energy and could generate metal from his body, which is where the tricked-out armor came from. Wait, he had 2 powers, said TW in astonishment. I thought that the superpower drug only gave its users 1 power. Yeah, the scientists who studied his body afterward weren't sure how he did it, either, I said. Some theorized that Titan King had some kind of genetic anomaly which allowed his body to get 2 powers instead of 1 when injected with superpower, but I don't think anyone will ever really know, and anyway, there's no point in speculating about this because Titan King has been dead for 20 years and everything. True, said TW as the Titan King hologram disappeared back into the palm of his hand. It was worth discussing at any rate. Titan King probably would want to kill Baron Glory if he were still alive today. Probably, I said. I don't see any point in worrying about it, though. Titan King is long dead. All we can do now is wait for Kyle to tell us what he's found, and then, hopefully, we'll be able to move forward from there. True, said TW, but this must be frustrating for you, because now you will have even less freedom to go around as Trickshot than you already do. Yeah, it is, I said with a shrug. But what am I going to do? It's not like I had complete freedom to fly around Rumsfeld before anyway. It's not like I can just go up to Bug, Bite, or the police and say, hey, I know it's illegal to be a superhero without a license, but I'm actually a really cool guy, so you don't need to worry about arresting me. TW raised an eyebrow. Again, true. I suppose that from now on we'll just need to focus on your training, which is what we really need to do anyway. It's what your grandfather would want. Of that, I am sure. I nodded, but deep down, I didn't like the idea of just sitting around not knowing what to do. The assassin was still out there somewhere, and the more time he spent free, the harder it would be to actually catch him and bring him to justice when all was said and done, and that jerk probably knew that too. If only there was some way I could track him down now, some way that didn't require waiting for Kyle to find evidence that might not even exist. But my mind drew a complete blank every time I tried to think of something. All I could think about was that smug look in the assassin's eyes when he told me that I was the killer. That stupid one-liner of his hadn't made a lick of sense to me at the time, but looking back, it was obvious that he had planned to frame me for the assassination the entire time. That was when it hit me. I sat up suddenly and looked at TW. TW, I've got an idea about how we can find the killer. Really? Said TW in surprise. How? We do what every criminal does eventually, I said. We go back to the scene of the crime and try to find the evidence we need to bring him in. The end of The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 2, A Wanted Man. The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 3, Into the Shadows. At midnight that night, when I heard Uncle Josh snoring loudly in the room across the hall, and made sure that Mom and Dad were both sound asleep, I donned my Trickshot costume and flew out to downtown Rumsfeld to the scene of the assassination of Baron Glory. It was dangerous to fly around Rumsfeld at all times of day, even at night due to the presence of so many streetlights, but nighttime was still the best time for me to be active, because most people slept at night, and those few people who remained awake were generally not focused on the sky. Rumsfeld didn't have much of a nightlife, so to speak. In less than an hour, I landed on the rooftop of the apartment building where the assassin had taken his shot and looked around quickly. I was all alone up here, with nary a soul in sight, but I still made sure to move as quietly as I could toward the door, because I didn't want to wake up the people inside the apartment building. Luckily, the roof door was unlocked, so I opened it and slipped inside as carefully as I could, closing the door silently behind me on the way in. I found myself at the top of a spiral staircase that opened out into a hallway below. The hallway lights were on, but as far as I could tell, there was no one down there at the moment. Most likely, all of the inhabitants of the building were sleeping soundly, so I carefully made my way down the stairs one step at a time, pausing every second step to make sure that no one was going to wake up and hear me. But I heard nothing, aside from the humming of the air conditioning, and I soon reached the hallway itself. It wasn't hard to spot the door to the room where the sniper had shot from. It was blocked off with yellow police tape that said crime scene. The door itself was not locked, from what I could tell, and luckily there were no police officers nearby. I could hardly believe my luck. TW had expressed doubts about whether I'd be able to enter the crime scene when I told him the idea earlier. But I had insisted that it would be easy for me to do, and it looked like I was about to be proved right. I quickly made my way down the hallway, listening to the sounds of snoring and loud TVs coming from doors on either side of the hallway. It sounded like some people weren't entirely asleep, but perhaps they just left their TVs on and fell asleep watching them. In any case, I reached the police tape quickly and went under it. As I suspected, the door was not locked. I opened the door, entered the room, and closed it in one swift motion, stopping briefly in order to listen to the hallway outside for any sounds. I did not hear any other doors open, which meant that none of the other apartment dwellers had heard me enter. It was a relief to realize that. "See TW," I muttered under my breath. "I did sneak in without being heard." "I see that," said TW, though he didn't sound very happy to me. "Are you just going to stand around and gloat about it to me, or are you going to start searching the apartment?" Unable to hide my smile, I said, "Of course. Why else do you think I came here?" I looked around the apartment I had just entered. It appeared to be a one-bedroom apartment, and a nice one at that. The living room area had nice carpeted floor, with a comfy black sofa and footstool set in front of a large widescreen TV. A small kitchen area stood off to the right, complete with a fridge and sink, the fridge humming quietly in the darkness of the night. The door to the bathroom stood closed beside the kitchen, while the bedroom door stood off on the opposite end of the room. And, directly before me, were the windows from which the sniper had fired his gun. I made my way over to the windows, because that was where the sniper had fired his gun, so if he had left any evidence, it would have to be there. I stopped before the windows and studied them more closely. They were two tall, nearly full-body windows affording an excellent view of downtown Rumsfeld. I could see the Rumsfeld courthouse from here, as well as the cars that made their way downtown going who knows where. But Rumsfeld was far quieter tonight than usual. I only saw a handful of pedestrians who might have been drug dealers based on the way they furtively moved. I also saw a cat slinking among some trash cans, but other than that, downtown Rumsfeld was very quiet tonight. As for the windows themselves, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, aside from a couple of footprints in the carpet that obviously belonged to the sniper. There was also a little gunpowder, but it was too little for me to use as evidence for anything other than the obvious fact that the sniper had been here, which was a fact I already knew. A cockroach scurried across the windowsill, but I paid it no attention. "It doesn't look like there's much to see in here," said TW. "Assuming the assassin even left any clues behind, they were probably already found and confiscated by the police. So, unless your next brilliant idea is to break into the police headquarters next, we should probably go home before Uncle Josh or your parents find out you're missing." "Come on, TW," I said in a low voice. "Everyone back home is still asleep. And since this apartment is still cordoned off by the police, I doubt anyone will accidentally walk in on us. I'm going to search the bedroom. There might be some clues in there." Turning around, I walked over to the bedroom door and opened it. Poking my head inside, I found a single queen-sized bed, along with a chest of drawers, another TV, and several bookshelves full of books and knickknacks. Like the rest of the apartment, there were no people in here, so I stepped inside and started looking more closely at everything. But like with the windowsill outside, I had little luck. The place was as clean as the day it had been built, maybe even cleaner, with the result being that I had to concede to TW's point about the police doing a clean sweep of the place earlier that day. It made sense. The police always cleaned up a crime scene, taking whatever clues or evidence they could find and taking it away with them back to their headquarters for further examination. This entire idea of breaking into the apartment to search for that one piece of evidence which the police had somehow overlooked was starting to seem more and more absurd even to me. Stepping out of the bedroom, my shoulders slumped. "You know, TW, I think you might be right about this idea. It seems like the Rumsfeld City Police Department did a good job of cleaning this place up. Which is precisely why we should go home now," said TW. "I know you want to prove your innocence, but returning to the scene of the crime, even at night like this, is a risky way to do it." "Okay," I said, "but first, I want to check the bathroom. Maybe the killer forgot to flush and I can use his crap to identify him or something." "I don't find toilet humor particularly humorous, Jack. I ignored TW's comment. I walked across the apartment to the bathroom door, which, like every other door I'd tried in here, was unlocked. Pushing the door open, I stepped inside the bathroom and looked around. It was a pretty small bathroom, with a small walk-in shower off to one side and a toilet and sink on the other. Fluffy white towels were stacked neatly on a shelf above the toilet, while an array of women's beauty products stood on the sink countertop like soldiers ready for marching orders. "Looks like this must be a girl's apartment," I muttered. "Wonder if she's hot." "She's probably staying somewhere else right now, given how her apartment is being treated as a crime scene," said TW. "You always know how to suck the fun out of things, don't you?" I said. "Anyway, let me check this place out. It's not very big, so it shouldn't take me long to find any clues." I yanked open the mirror, only to find another set of women's beauty products, which made me wonder just how much money this woman had spent on beauty products. I knew my mom loved to use all sorts of beauty products to make herself more beautiful, but in comparison to this woman, Mom looked stingy. Closing the mirror, I walked over to the shower and pushed the shower curtain aside. As I did so, another cockroach crawled past me out the door. What was up with this place and cockroaches? Did this woman have an infestation or something? Shaking my head, I looked closely at the shower and suddenly saw something behind one of the shampoo bottles on the shelf next to the shower head. Pushing the shampoo bottle aside, I found a small piece of black fabric which looked like the same fabric as the sniper's suit. "What do you think?" I said. "A clue?" "Possibly, though I don't see how this piece of fabric could have gotten here," said TW. "Unless, that is, the sniper took a nice shower before he killed Baron." "Always a possibility," I said jokingly. "In any case, this looks like the only piece of evidence I can find. Guess it's time to leave." "Good idea," said TW. "I'll scan the fabric when we get back home and see if I can find any DNA strands on it that might be able to point us to the killer's real identity." "You can do that?" "I can do a lot of things," said TW. "Or, at least, the Trickshot watch can. I still haven't shown you all of its abilities yet, but yes, DNA scanning is one of them, though one of its more mundane powers, if I say so myself." I found myself wondering how a DNA scanning watch that could connect to the internet and match a DNA profile with the DNA database could be described as mundane, but decided that I had more important things to do than wonder about that. I put the fabric in the pocket of my suit, did a last cursory check of the bathroom again to make sure I didn't overlook anything, and then walked over to the door, which I opened and walked out of. Just as I stepped out of the bathroom, my foot caught something and I found myself suddenly hanging upside down from the ceiling from what felt like a spider web. I didn't know what happened. One moment, I was standing on my own 2 feet on the carpeted flooring of the apartment. The next, I was hanging upside down from the ceiling due to what felt like a spider web around my ankles, the piece of fabric I picked up falling out of my pocket onto the ground below. Looking upwards, I realized that I was hanging upside down by a giant spider web, which was wrapped tightly around my ankles. Due to its strength, however, it felt more like a steel chain than a spider web. "What the hell?" I said. "Where did this webbing come from?" "It came from me, murderer," said a sharp voice with a slight buzz to it. "Your days of assassinating superheroes in broad daylight is over." I looked over in the direction from which the voice came. At first, it was hard to see due to the low light conditions of the apartment, but then a figure stepped out of the bedroom on the other side of the apartment and closed the door behind him. I almost gasped when I saw him, because I knew who this figure was all too well, Bugbite, the official superhero of the city of Rumsfeld. He wore an insect-like helmet over his face and a green bodysuit that reminded me of grasshoppers. He was tall, and, though a bit on the thin side, powerfully built, with a utility belt around his waist which held all sorts of gadgets inside. He also had 2 wrist knives attached to his wrists, though they were currently retracted where I couldn't see them at the moment. "Bugbite?" I said in surprise. "Were you waiting for me this entire time?" Bugbite nodded as he walked over to me. "Correct, murderer. I suspected that you would return to the scene of the crime at some point, so I left a couple of cockroaches here to keep an eye on the place while I was away. As soon as you appeared, the cockroaches contacted me and let me know you were here, no doubt for nefarious reasons." All of Bugbite's talk about cockroach spies would have sounded crazy to anyone else, but it didn't sound crazy to me. It was common knowledge that Bugbite had the ability to communicate with and control insects and bugs of all sorts, ranging from tiny ants to large beetles and everything in between, even from a distance. It wasn't as flashy as super strength or cool as perfect aiming, But there was a reason why Bug Bite was Rumsfeld's official superhero. "Where did this webbing come from?" I said, glancing up at the ceiling. "I didn't know you could produce web." "I can't," said Bug Bite, stopping several feet away from me. "It's a special concoction I made based on my studies of webbing. Prior to becoming a superhero, I studied entomology, with a special focus on spiders. I used my knowledge of spider webbing to make artificial webbing, though it is still very much a prototype, which is why I haven't used it out in the field just yet. This is the first time I've tested it against a real enemy." "For a prototype, it's pretty good," I said, tugging at the webbing again. "Feels like steel." "That's because it doesn't just mimic spider webbing but improves upon it," said Bug Bite. He raised a fist. "It's what separates us from the animals, our ability to improve upon nature. It is why natural selection made us the dominant species on Earth, and why we will continue to rule over the Earth well into the future." I had forgotten that Bug Bite was a science nerd, kind of like Kyle, except his interests were mostly focused on nature and insects. But I really wasn't in any position to mock him for his nerdy interest in insects, given how it was that same nerdy interest which had allowed him to synthesize a fake webbing that was as strong as a steel cable. That was why Bug Bite was such an effective superhero. Though he lacked super strength or speed, he had a brilliant mind, which was a dangerous weapon in its own right. "Yeah, that's cool and all, but you've got the wrong guy," I said. "I didn't kill Baron Glory. It was a sniper dressed in all black." "Liar," said Bug Bite. "I saw Baron's body. I saw the small disc embedded in the back of his skull, the same discs you're known to use. And given how I have 3 PhDs in 3 separate but demanding scientific fields, you would be unwise to try to fool me with your obvious lies." "Obvious lies?" I repeated. "Look, man, I'm not lying about anything. I'm innocent, even if I can't prove it." "Only a court of law can prove your innocence," said Bug Bite. "Or, far more likely, your guilt." I gulped. "Listen, Bug Bite, I know you don't like me that much because I've been stepping on your turf, but you've got to realize that I'm not a killer. I've never killed anyone. I'm just trying to do the right thing." Bug Bite regarded me with cold eyes. "When you first appeared in Rumsfeld, I was unsure what to make of you. You obviously weren't the original Trickshot, Gregory McDonald, but you did seem like a criminal or supervillain. I thought you might be a decent guy, but it is now as obvious as daylight to me that you are no different from the Injectors or any other criminal scum I've fought." It was clear to me that I wasn't going to be able to convince Bug Bite that I was innocent, which meant I had no choice but to fight. I pulled a disc out of my pouch and threw it at the webbing. The disc cut through the webbing with ease, but instead of falling to the floor, I flew toward Bug Bite and swung a fist at his face. But Bug Bite dodged the punch and, grabbing my outstretched arm, threw me over his shoulder across the apartment. I crashed into the wall, almost through it, but I just left a big hole shaped like myself. Shaking my head, I looked up in time to see Bug Bite running toward me with his wrist knives out. He slashed at my face, but I dodged at the last second, rolling to the side. As soon as I got back to my feet, I pulled 2 discs out of my pouch and hurled them at him, but Bug Bite deflected them both with his wrist knives and leaped toward me with his blades flashing. I flew forward, narrowly avoiding his blades, and made my way to the window. I didn't need to fight Bug Bite. I just needed to get out of here before the police got here. I could probably beat Bug Bite in a fight, but I didn't hate him and didn't want to hurt him, because Bug Bite was not the real enemy here. But I didn't get very far before Bug Bite leaped through the air toward me and tackled me out of the air. We crashed on top of the coffee table in the middle of the apartment, which fell apart under our collective weight, and immediately began struggling with each other. Bug Bite kept trying to stab me in the face, while I held back his hands as much as I could, though Bug Bite was so vicious that I had to work harder than usual to keep my face from being torn apart. "I don't want to fight you," I said through gritted teeth. "You've got the wrong guy." "That's what every murderer says when he's confronted about his crimes," said Bug Bite. "I've heard that excuse 1,000,000 times. Do you really think I'm going to believe you now?" That was it. I activated my super strength and crushed Bug Bite's wrists, my fingers crunching the wrist knives. Bug Bite cried out in pain, but I didn't care. I just threw him off me at the couch, which he crashed into hard enough to knock over. I jumped to my feet and ran toward the windows, but then I tripped over something and fell onto the floor. I broke my fall with my hands, but the fall jarred me nonetheless. Shaking my head, I looked over my shoulder and saw that I had tripped over some house shoes I had not noticed. It was embarrassing, but I didn't care. I just got back to my feet. But before I could do anything, I heard a very faint buzzing sound coming from the nearby fireplace. At first, I thought it was just a fly or something, but the sound was growing louder and louder very quickly, as though there was an entire swarm of insects coming down the fireplace. I heard a laugh behind me and looked over my shoulder to see Bug Bite. He was rising to his feet, though his wrists looked almost broken, and he held his hands in an awkward way. Despite his injuries, Bug Bite was chuckling under his breath, like he had just heard a great joke. "What are you laughing about?" I said. "And what is making that buzzing sound?" Bug Bite tilted his head to the side. "My bees, of course." Before I could respond to that, an entire swarm of bees exploded from the fireplace and surrounded me like a cloud. There had to be millions and millions of the bastards, enough that I couldn't see anything. They surrounded me on all sides, swooping in and stinging me on every part of my skin. My costume, thankfully, protected most of my body from their stingers, but the constant buzzing and thick swarming around me was still disorienting. I swung my fists back and forth, but it was like trying to punch air. For every bee I managed to hit, a million more would take its place. Eventually, I stopped trying to hit the bees at all and just brought my arms around my head to protect my face from their stingers. All that did was make their assault on me even worse. The buzzing was so loud that I couldn't even hear my own thoughts anymore. I staggered around, trying to make my way to the window, but the swarm of bees was so thick that I had no idea where I was anymore. It was like I was caught in a storm in the middle of the ocean, only this storm hurt. All of a sudden, Bug Bite appeared within the swarm of bees and slashed at my chest. His knife cut deeply through my costume and my chest, making me cry out in pain and fall to the floor. As soon as I fell, the bees ceased swarming around me, instead hovering up to the ceiling, where they buzzed loudly, though their buzzing was a lot more muted than it had been just moments before. Bug Bite stood over me, his chest heaving in and out with every breath. He raised his knife above his head and said, "This is the end, Trickshot. In another time, perhaps you and I could have been allies, but here and now we are enemies, and I never show mercy to my enemies." Bug Bite brought his knife down on me. Right before it hit me, however, I raised my arm and caught the knife directly in my forearm. I had never been stabbed with a knife before. The worst I'd ever experienced was accidentally cutting my finger when I was chopping up carrots for Mom when I was helping her make dinner once back when I was 10. Even then, the cut had been pretty shallow and healed after being bandaged for a week. So when the sharp knife plunged into my forearm, I was unprepared for the pain that shot through my body. I screamed louder than I'd ever screamed in my life. I yanked my arm away, pulling the knife out of my arm at the same time, while Bug Bite looked at me in surprise, as if he had not expected me to respond that way. But even in my pain state, I saw an opportunity. I slammed my other fist directly in Bug Bite's gut. Bug Bite doubled over, gasping in surprise before I delivered another uppercut that knocked him flat on his back. He hit the floor hard and lay there, clearly unconscious. I rose to my feet, grasping my bleeding arm and cursing foully under my breath. Even just rising to my feet was a Herculean task because the pain in my bleeding arm was so great that I could think of little else. I suppose I should have been happy that I managed to knock out Bug Bite, but it was hard to be happy when I was suffering from some of the worst pain I'd ever experienced in my life. It was even worse than when I broke my collarbone when I was 6, which had been so bad that I practically cried myself dry. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the buzzing bee swarm above. Looking at the ceiling, I saw that the bees were starting to lose their cohesion. It occurred to me that without Bug Bite to control them, the bees would soon stop being a collective. And once they did, they might be a big problem. At the very least, they might try to sting me again. Breathing hard, I walked over to the window, though each step was painful due to my arm. I pulled back my other arm, and gathering all of my strength, smashed the window out. Without waiting to see if the bees would follow, I jumped out the window and flew away as fast as I could, going up high into the sky to avoid being spotted by pedestrians on the street. But I couldn't stay up in the sky very long. My bleeding arm was practically dumping blood, and the sharp, cold wind made it hard for me to focus. I was forced to land on the roof of the Rumsfeld First National Bank, which was not very far from the apartment building I had just been in, though there were a couple of buildings between the bank and the apartment, so I wasn't afraid that one of the apartment dwellers might see me. Gripping my forearm, I sat down on the rough roof and groaned. TW flashed into existence before me, a concerned look on his face. "TW, is there anything you can do about my arm?" I said, my voice tighter than usual due to the pain. "Well, it's like I told you when you first put the suit on. Your costume doesn't have healing capabilities," said TW apologetically. "If it were just a small, surface-level wound or something like that, your suit would heal it up by itself. Unfortunately, that knife went very deep in your forearm, so you will need to see an actual doctor to fix it. I winced. I wished you wouldn't say that. Can the suit dull the pain until I can get to an actual doctor? At least. Yes, and staunch the bleeding as well, said TW. Look. Before my startled eyes, the part of my suit which had been torn apart by Bug Bite's knife slowly, but surely began to cover my arm. Soon the suit had repaired itself and was even applying pressure to the wound, causing the bleeding to pretty much stop, though it still hurt a lot. Ha, I said, twisting my arm around. Interesting. I didn't know it could do that. It's useful, but not actual healing, said TW. As I said, you will need to find an actual doctor if you want your arm fixed. The suit can't heal a wound that deep, unfortunately. But I don't know who I could go to, I said. I can't go home like this. If I did, Mom and Dad would want to know where I got this wound from, and the last thing I need them to know is that I'm Trickshot, especially since the police still think I'm the guy who killed Baron Glory. Don't you have a family doctor you could go to for surgery? Said TW. Surely there must be a doctor you and your family go to regularly for checkups, at least. There is, I said, Dr. Gonzalez, who works at the Jones-Gonzalez Health Clinic. But if I go to him, he'll just tell my parents, which will result in them finding out my identity, which will put us right back where we started. This is a troubling problem indeed, said TW, stroking his chin. I'm not quite sure what to do. Whenever Gregory suffered any serious injuries like this, he would always go to his local doctor to get fixed up. Of course, Gregory was a legally licensed superhero, so he didn't have a secret identity to keep hidden like you do. Your situation is more complex. Tell me something I don't know, I said. The pain in my arm flared and I grabbed it again. Stupid Bug Bite. Stabbing me in the arm, dang it, that hurt. Now I know why so many criminals are afraid of him. I'd be scared of him, too, if I was a criminal. Technically, you are a criminal, said TW, since you operate as a superhero without a license, which is against the law in this country. Whose side are you on, TW? I said in annoyance. TW shrugged, just pointing out the obvious. I wasn't much in the mood to hear about the obvious right now, but I decided it was fruitless to argue with TW about this. Okay, fine, whatever. Just help me find a doctor or something, will you? I'm not going home until I do. As I said, I don't know where to look for one, said TW. Of course, I could do an internet search of all the available hospitals and health clinics in the city, but given your desire to keep this particular wound a secret, I don't think that would be very helpful. Yeah, it wouldn't, I said. I gripped my forearm in a failed attempt to dull the pain, but I can't go home until I get this fixed. I just can't. TW stroked his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Clearly, this is a terrible dilemma for you. On one hand, you can't just spend all night out here on the roof of the bank, but on the other hand, you also cannot go home in this condition without revealing your secret identity to your parents. Furthermore, you cannot go to any of the hospitals or health clinics in the city for the same reason. Thanks for the recap, TW, I said sarcastically. It isn't like we just went over all of that like 2 seconds ago. I'm merely recapping the information for my own benefit, said TW. It is useful to summarize a situation for oneself in order to make sure one understands exactly what is going on. Failure to do so can mean acting hastily, and acting hastily is never a good thing. A little haste certainly wouldn't hurt me right now, I said. I sighed. All right. It looks like my only real chance is to go home and tell my parents about my secret identity. Maybe, once they get over the shock of me being a superhero, they'll agree to take me to the hospital. It's not perfect, but... Actually, I don't think you'll need to do that at all, said TW. There is another option, a way to get your arm healed without having to reveal your secret identity to anyone. There is, I said, but didn't you just say that the suit can't heal this injury? I did, but I'm not saying we should use the suit, said TW. I'm saying I know someone who can help. But you also said that you didn't know of any doctors who could help me. The person I am thinking of isn't a doctor, said TW. At least not officially. But she is good with medicine and healing, and she's right here in Rumsfeld, Texas. Really? I said. I rose to my feet slowly. Then why don't we leave and find her right away? Because I am not entirely sure if she's still around or not, said TW. She was a friend of Gregory back during his superhero days, but I don't know if she's even still alive. She was a very old woman back then, even older than Gregory. The reason I didn't bring her up right away was because of her age, which may have rendered her useless. Then that just gives us even more reason to hurry, I said. The only way to know if she can help us is if we go and find her. Tell me where she is, and I'll fly there as fast as I can. I suppose you have a point, said TW. Very well. Let us take to the skies. I'll give you directions as we go. The end of the Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 3, Into the Shadows. The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 4, A Cryptic Warning. Luckily, it didn't take me long to reach the location to which TW directed me. It was about 3 miles outside of Rumsfeld, closer to the country than to the city. According to TW, the person who could help me lived in a small bungalow far off the main highway because she liked to live alone and didn't care much for visitors. He said that Gregory had been one of her only friends and that she might be willing to help me because I was his grandson if she was still alive. It was somewhat risky for me to leave Rumsfeld on what might have seemed to anyone else like a flimsy memory of an AI, but it was the only option I had that would allow me to preserve my secret identity. As a result, I was willing to fly wherever I needed to go in order to get myself healed. About 10 minutes of flying later, I landed on a lonely country road twisting through the hills and trees outside of Rumsfeld. Though this road was off the main highway, I was far enough up it that no one on the main highway would be able to see me. TW had told me that I should land somewhere on the road to the person's house, rather than on their property, because Gregory's old friend didn't take well to intruders and would likely shoot anyone who suddenly landed on her property without warning. When I landed on the dirt road, I looked around at my surroundings. It was even darker out here than it was in Rumsfeld. At least Rumsfeld had street lamps to light its streets. Out here in the country, there were no lights, save for a single glowing green light at the end of the road, which I assumed was the light for the person's property. It wasn't a very powerful light, however, and it flickered on and off every now and then, which made me think that it must have been old as well. Here we are, said TW. Marge's house should be just beyond that light. I wouldn't rush if I were you, however, because that might set off her alarms. Alarms? Marge cares about her security, said TW, or cared at least. If she's not alive anymore, then it may not matter so much. As I walked along the country road, I said, Okay, who is this Marge lady and how come this is the first time you've told me about her? I might as well tell you now that you're going to see her, said TW. Her full name is Margaret Lois Rumsfeld. She's a distant descendant of Harold Rumsfeld, the founder of the city of Rumsfeld, and one of his last known descendants. Ha, I said. I thought Harold Rumsfeld died childless. That's what I was taught in school. I'm just repeating what she told Gregory, said TW. In truth, I think she may not be entirely sane, but she's still a good woman at heart. I stopped suddenly. You mean you're telling me to knock on the front door of a crazy woman in the middle of the night? A crazy woman who values her security and privacy above all else, and is willing to shoot anyone who trespasses on her property. What other choice do you have? Said TW. And besides, she's not that crazy. Or wasn't when I last saw her. Anyway, she's just eccentric. I frowned, but continued walking anyway. How did Grandfather meet her? The exact story is too long to get into right now, said TW. But it was not long after he started his superhero career that he suffered an injury that would have ended his career prematurely. None of the doctors he went to could heal him, and it was thought that he would be a cripple for the rest of his life. But then he heard rumors about Marge's healing abilities and went to see her for help. I assumed she managed to heal him? That she did, said TW. It was supposed to be a one-time thing, but Gregory kept coming back to her for healing the various injuries he accumulated over his superhero career. As you know, superheroes tend to suffer a variety of injuries that most doctors are not equipped to deal with, so finding someone who can deal with them is one of the hardest, but most important, parts about this profession. Aha, I said, nodding. And when you say she healed Grandfather, what do you mean by that exactly? Is she a retired superhero with the power to heal people or something? Perhaps, said TW. I don't know for sure, because Marge didn't like talking about her past. But yes, with a touch she can heal almost any injury, no matter how serious it is. I once even saw her reconnect a person's torn limb just by touching the spot where the shoulder connects to the torso. It was quite remarkable. Sounds like the work of superpower to me. It most likely is, but again, I don't know, said TW. And Gregory never asked. Either, I think because using superpowers without a license is illegal, and he did not want her to go to jail for using her powers. I guess I'm following in grandfather's footsteps here, like with everything else I've done so far. Quite true, but I would still be cautious if I were you. Marge can be a kind woman, but also very independent and unyielding. I would recommend treating her as civilly as possible, no matter how much she insults you. Did she insult grandfather a lot or something? At first, though eventually he got good enough at making comebacks that she dropped it. Still, her remarks can be disarming, so don't let your guard down around her. Don't worry, I won't. Soon I arrived at the gate to Marge's house, which was illuminated by the light on top of the post above me. Through the gaps in the gate's bars, I peered, trying to see Marge's house. There it was. As TW had described it, it was a small bungalow that looked quite old, based on how rusted the metal roof was. An old rocking chair stood out on the front porch, which wrapped around the house in half like a snake. A small flower garden stood in front of the house, while off to the side was a garage with an ancient-looking truck and tool shed. There were no lights on in any of the windows. Indeed, the entire property had the sensation of being abandoned, as if no one had lived here in a very long time. Looks abandoned, I said. Do you think she's still here? I haven't found any obituaries about her on the internet, said TW, so she might still be here, though it's also possible she died in her sleep at some point, and no one has found out yet. It isn't like she had many visitors during Gregory's day, and I doubt she has become more social since his disappearance. I frowned, but decided that the only way to find out the truth was to enter her house. So I flew over the gate and slowly touched the ground on the other side. As soon as my feet touched the ground, however, I heard a loud woof, followed by a set of heavy paws beating against the ground. Looking to my right, I saw a massive dog leap out of the darkness toward me, its teeth bared and saliva flying out of its mouth. Alarmed, I dropped to the ground, causing the dog to go flying over me. The dog landed awkwardly on its paws and immediately tried to turn around and bite me, but I jumped out of the reach of its gaping maw and took several steps away. It was a huge Saint Bernard. I always liked those kind of dogs because of how big and friendly they were. But this Saint Bernard did not look like it wanted to play. It was baring all of its teeth, a deep, monstrous growl emitting from the bottom of its throat. It was big even for a dog of its breed, and would have been a real threat to me if I hadn't been wearing the Trickshot costume. But even with my super strength, I still felt a little afraid facing it by myself. "Oh, look," said TW. "It's Sammy." "Sammy?" The dog seemed to react when I said its name. It briefly stopped growling, as if surprised I knew its name, before it resumed growling at me as angrily as ever. "Correct," said TW. Marge had a large Saint Bernard named Sammy as her guard dog when Gregory was around. He was quite the friendly dog, though he could also be quite mean when he needed to be. "I can tell," I said. "But this dog seems much younger than the Sammy I knew," said TW. "Look at its fur. Not a single gray hair. Either Sammy aged very well for a dog, or this is a new dog that Marge got since I last saw her. Either way, it means Marge is still around, right?" I said. "It certainly doesn't look like it's been starving. It's built like a tank." The dog suddenly barked and then rushed toward me. It snapped at me with its powerful jaws, but I flew into the air and dodged its attack. But I didn't get very high before the dog sank its teeth into my cape and pulled me back down to earth with surprising strength. As soon as I landed on the ground again, the dog began pulling at the cape, whipping its head back and forth in a frenzied attempt to rip the cape off from my costume. I grabbed my end of the cape and soon found myself in a tug of war with the dog, which growled violently the entire time. "Let go, you stupid dog," I muttered, tightly gripping my cape. "You're ruining my cape." Unfortunately, the dog didn't listen. It just pulled and tugged, its jaws locked tightly on the fabric of my cape. So the dog wanted to play. Did it? Activating my super strength, I yanked as hard as I could on the cape. My cape ripped out of the dog's jaws, nearly making the dog stumble forwards in surprise. I glanced at my cape, which was now torn along the edges, and then looked at the dog again. "Stupid dog," I said. "You ruined my cape." "That's not cool." But the dog obviously didn't care about my ruined cape. It just growled and leaped at me again, this time tackling me to the ground. It tried to snap my face off, but I held back its jaws with my hands. Unfortunately, This just inflamed my wounded forearm, but I ignored the pain in order to focus on keeping the dog from tearing my face off. "Dumb dog," I said. "Get off me." I shoved the dog off me. The dog tumbled backwards, and before it could get up, I grabbed its back and lifted the dog above my head. The dog howled and wriggled in my grasp, but I didn't let go. I was about to throw it over the fence, where it would not be able to get me, until a bright light suddenly came on just then, shining directly in my face. "Put the dog down," came a sharp female voice from the other side of the light, "or I swear to God I will shoot." The female voice didn't sound nearly as old as it should have, which made me think that it probably didn't belong to Marge. But since holding the dog above my head was hurting my forearm like crazy, I dropped him onto the ground unceremoniously. The dog fell on his stomach, but quickly got to his feet and backed away from me. Though he was still growling with the hairs on his back standing up, I could tell that I had spooked the dog with my impressive feat of strength, and it was now trying to figure out whether it was wise to keep fighting me or not. As soon as I dropped the dog, the light dimmed, allowing me to see again. Rubbing my eyes, I looked over in the direction from which the light had come. A girl stood not too far from me. She was a teenage girl, probably not much older than me, and she carried an old-fashioned lamp in one hand and a rifle in the other. She wore a plain white t-shirt and floral-printed pajama pants, her blonde hair done in a quick ponytail. She looked like she must have just gotten up, which she probably did, because it was freaking midnight, and anyone with any sense would be in bed right now. "Hi there," I said, waving at her. "Sorry for waking you, but..." "Who are you?" the girl said. Her voice was fairly high-pitched, but the rifle helped make her question more threatening. "You look like a freak." "She's a blunt one," said TW dryly in my head. Ignoring TW, I said, "I'm Trickshot. I'm here to see Marge Rumsfeld." The girl eyed me suspiciously. "You can't be Trickshot. He's been missing for 10 years. That's because I shook my head. "Listen, whether you believe me or not, I need to see Marge." "Is she here?" "Grandma is asleep," said the girl. "She doesn't like being woken up for anything. Come back in the morning. That is, if you really are Trickshot." I scowled. "No, I need to see her now. My arm needs to be healed and she's the only one who can do it." "Go see a doctor, then." "I can't." Then why should we help you?" said the girl. Her eyes narrowed. "You don't look very wounded to me." I was growing increasingly frustrated with the girl, but I thrust out my right arm and said, "Look, see the wound and the watch. That's the Trickshot watch. What more proof do you need that I'm the real Trickshot?" As I extended my arm, the portion of my costume covering my forearm briefly retracted, revealing my wounded, still bleeding arm. The girl looked down at it briefly, made a disgusted face, and looked at me again and said, "That does look pretty bad. You should see a doctor about it." "A doc?" I shook my head. "Look, I really need to see your grandmother. I need to see her now." "You're pretty entitled," the girl said, leaning back and looking at me with amused eyes. "You're technically breaking and trespassing on private property, you know. If I want, I could shoot you and I would be well within my rights to do so. Or I could call the police. I heard they don't like illegal superheroes very much." I froze. The girl was right. While I probably could overwhelm her pretty easily with my powers, that would make me no different from the criminals I fought. Yet I couldn't just turn and leave because I had nowhere else to go, and if I didn't get my arm healed quickly, then I didn't even want to think about what would happen to it. All of a sudden, TW flashed into existence next to me. The girl started and aimed her gun at him, but TW held up a hand and said, "Wait, Ashley, don't shoot me. I'm just a hologram. I can't hurt you." The girl, however, did not lower her gun or turn it away from TW. "How do you know my name? I haven't mentioned it." "Because I remember you," said TW. "The last time I saw you was 10 years ago, when Gregory McDonald, the original Trickshot, disappeared. You were just 6 years old then, so I imagine you probably don't remember me, but I did see you whenever Gregory came by to see Marge." The girl, Ashley, hesitated. She lowered her gun, a look of dawning realization on her face. "Now that I think about it, I do remember the original Trickshot letting me play with a hologram when I was really young. Whenever Trickshot came to Grandma's house, his hologram would play with me while the adults talked." TW nodded. "I'm glad to see you remember. We had a lot of good times together, didn't we?" "Hold on," I said, holding up a hand. "TW, if you knew this girl all this time, why didn't you speak up sooner?" I didn't recognize her, said TW. She was just a cute 6-year-old girl the last time I saw her. Now she's nearly a full-grown woman. I only realize who she should be when I noticed that her hair color is the same color as it had been of the 6-year-old girl I played with so many years ago. Now. You mean you're the same hologram? Said Ashley, staring at TW uncertainly. Yes, said TW. He gestured at me. This isn't Gregory, but he did receive the Trickshot watch from Gregory, so you and Marge can trust him. I know this is inconvenient for you, but if you could please heal Trickshot, we would appreciate it. I would appreciate it. Ashley still looked doubtful, and I thought she was going to say no anyway when she nodded and said, All right, you can come in. I'm sure Grandma won't mind seeing an old friend. With that, Ashley turned and walked away toward the house. I started walking after her, though I kept my distance because I still wasn't entirely convinced that she wouldn't try to shoot me if I let my guard down. And TW floated behind me like a ghost on the wind. Marge's house was nice and comfortable on the inside, if dark, until Ashley turned on the lights. The front door opened directly into the living room, which was much bigger and nicer than the living room of my own house. 2 large white sofas stood opposite each other with a shiny glass coffee table in the middle. A large flat-screen TV stood against the wall, while the fireplace next to the TV was dark and cold, which made sense given how it was summer and there wasn't much point in using a fireplace in the summer. A well-stocked kitchen was visible just beneath an archway on the other side of the room, while a hallway and stairs branched off to our right into more rooms that I couldn't see. I'll go wake up Grandma, said Ashley, glancing over her shoulder at me. You can stay here, but don't sit down on any of the furniture. I just cleaned everything, and the last thing I need is your grimy, dirty behind mucking up the seats. Before I could respond to that, Ashley disappeared up the stairs, moving fairly quickly despite carrying her gun in her hands. I looked at TW, who floated next to me quietly. Was Ashley this way when you last saw her, or has she changed? She was sweeter as a girl, said TW, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It was her mother who could be blunt. So could Marge, for that matter. It appears to be a trait that women in this family have. Must be a lot of fun to be married to, I said, shaking my head. I frowned. How I've never seen Ashley at school if she's around my age. I think I'd remember a girl like her if I saw her in my school. She was being homeschooled when she was young, if I remember correctly, said TW. That is probably why you've never seen her until today. I guess she must still be homeschooled, though I wonder why she's living with Marge when I know for a fact that she has parents. Maybe she's just visiting for the summer, I said, putting my hands on my waist, but I quickly removed my right arm due to the pain of my injury. Ow. I wish there was more I could do for your arm, said TW. I know how painful such wounds can be and… Nah, it's fine, I said, waving off TW's concerns. The less we talk about it, the less I have to focus on it, which means the less I pay attention to the pain, and besides the suit is dulling the pain enough, though I do wish she'd let me sit down on one of these sofas. They look comfortable. All right, said TW. He floated away toward the fireplace, where a variety of framed photos stood on the mantelpiece. I don't remember seeing these here the last time I was here. I suppose they must have been added at some point during the last 10 years. I didn't care much for family photos myself, but I was curious to learn more about this Marge lady and her family. I glanced at the staircase, but I did not hear Ashley coming down, so I walked over to the photos and stopped beside TW, getting on my tiptoes to get a good look at the photos. They were indeed family photos, arranged, as far as I could tell, chronologically. The oldest was a black and white wedding picture of a smiling young couple, a man in a military outfit, and a woman who looked surprisingly like Ashley, except a few years older and in a wedding dress. I realized that that woman had to be Marge herself when she was in her late teens or early 20s. The family resemblance between young Marge and Ashley was scary, almost like they were really clones or something. The other family photos were pretty ordinary. There was one of Marge and her husband holding their first baby, then another one with all of their children as teenagers, and still another one with the entire family as adults. Marge aged pretty rapidly between each photo. The latest photo, one with a 6-year-old Ashley and elderly Marge, made Marge look like she was in her 60s at least. That's how I remember Ashley, said TW, pointing at the last picture. She was a cute little girl back then. I stared at the picture, but then I noticed something and said, Hey, TW, why aren't there any pictures of Ashley's parents? Said TW, looking at me. I gestured at the pictures. Look closely. Ashley is here and she's in the family photo with her parents. But there aren't any pictures of her and her parents together by themselves. Is that unusual? Said TW. Yeah, I said, nodding. In my family, my mom's parents have a picture of me, Thomas, and my parents together when I was like a year old. Most grandparents have a picture like that in their houses, but I don't see one here. Why? TW scratched his chin. I'm not sure. I seem to recall that Marge had good relationships with all of her children growing up, but the absence of a picture of them is very disconcerting now that you mention it. Perhaps something happened within the last 10 years that we are unaware of. I was about to say that TW was just stating the obvious when I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. A second later, Ashley appeared at the top of the stairs, her rifle no longer in her hands, and said, "Lucky you. Grandma was having trouble sleeping anyway. Said she'd been expecting a visitor and thinks you're the visitor." Why was she expecting a visitor tonight? I said. I didn't even call ahead of time to let her know that I was coming. How should I know? Said Ashley. It's not like I can read her mind or anything like you can. I can't read minds. Whatever, said Ashley, throwing up her hands. Just come up here and follow me to her room, okay? It's not my job to know what your every last little power is. Ashley turned and stomped up the stairs, grumbling under her breath the entire time some very not nice things about me. Hey, I would have returned the favor if she didn't just leave like that. I think she likes you, said TW. I shot TW an irritated glare. Don't. TW shrugged. I'm just an innocent AI program designed to aid its user in perilous situations. Ashley seems quite perilous to me. Only because you don't know how to take care of girls, I said as I made my way to the stairs. And you do? Said TW. I didn't answer that question because I didn't need to. TW was just trying to pull my leg. I mean, Ashley was kind of pretty, I guess, but I already had eyes for Debbie Ackerman back at school, and I wasn't interested in picking up some chick who clearly hated my guts anyway, especially one who had just threatened to shoot me with a gun. When I got to the hallway, I found Ashley standing about halfway down the hall in front of a door with the words Marge's room emblazoned on its wooden surface in gold lettering. Here it is, said Ashley, gesturing at the door. Grandma's room. She opened the door just wide enough for me to enter, but before I could go inside, she said, Wait a minute. I need to let Grandma know you're coming in. She doesn't like it when strangers just enter her room by themselves. Ashley stuck her head inside the room and said, in a softer, sweeter voice than she ever used when talking to me, Grandma, the guy who trespassed on our property in the middle of the night and abused our dog is here. Would you like me to let him in now? I rolled my eyes at her sarcasm, but I said nothing, because I was more interested in meeting Marge than in arguing with Ashley about her interpretation of my actions tonight. I heard a weak, feminine voice on the other side of the door say something, but it wasn't very loud. But Ashley nodded once and pulled her head out of the room and looked at me. All right, you may enter, but please show her some respect. She's quite older than you. I rolled my eyes, but said nothing. I just walked past Ashley through the door, which I closed behind me on my way in. TW floated through the door and stood beside me, a slightly worried expression on his face, though I didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, I focused on Marge's room. It was a nice, homey room. The wallpaper had beautiful floral designs on it, while the floorboards were solid wood that felt like they would last centuries. A small chandelier hung from the ceiling, though the only source of light came from a small lamp on the desk next to the bed. Even the lamp looked beautiful, with an intricate string pattern that reminded me of the quilts that belonged to my own grandmother before she passed away 5 years ago. The whole room smelled vaguely of roses, which I figured was probably due to some kind of air spray or something. And lying on the bed next to the lamp was an extremely old-looking woman. She had pale, crinkly skin that was pulled tightly over her skull, making it almost look like she was wearing a flesh mask over her face. Her white hair was wispy and thin, so wispy and thin that she nearly looked bald. She was lying underneath a thick-looking floral-patterned blanket, so I didn't know what she was wearing. But I could tell that she was as thin as a rail, to the point where I wondered if she was dying of hunger. She also had a very stale smell about her, like she hadn't taken a bath in ages. Her frail body was what made her eyes stand out. Although they weren't quite as young as Ashley's eyes, they nonetheless showed a lot more vigor and alertness than you would have expected to see in the eyes of such an old woman, especially in the middle of the night. She looked at me with a mixture of surprise and suspicion, as if she didn't know if she could trust me or not. I wasn't sure why she let me into her room if she thought that, but perhaps she was more curious than suspicious. Marge Rumsfeld? I said. I put a hand on my chest. I'm Trickshot, Marge interrupted. Though her voice was as frail as her body, it was also crisp and clear. But you're not Greg. I was taken aback by how quickly Marge spoke. Clearly, her eyes weren't the only part of her body that worked better than the rest. Yeah, I'm not. But don't worry, you can trust me. Greg sent me the Trickshot watch himself. I know, said Marge. Greg would never give the Trickshot watch to anyone without good reason. Is TW with you? TW suddenly flashed into existence next to me and said, Here I am, Marge. Long time no see. Marge cracked a slight smile, revealing her crooked teeth. TW, you don't seem to have aged a day. Oh, I'm getting old too, Marge, said T-Wo. He gestured at the fuzziness on the edges of his holographic body. I may be a computer program, but I'm just as susceptible to aging as anyone else. You still look much better than me, said Marge with a chuckle. By the way, how is Greg? Is he still alive? He is, said TW, nodding, but he's been captured by an organization known as Icon, and we have no idea where he is. Oddly, Marge did not look very surprised by that. I see. I thought something like that must have happened to him, because Greg was not the kind of man to just up and disappear like that. This is nice and all, but can you two catch up later? I said. I held up my arm, which still hurt from where Bug Bite had stabbed me. I need this healed. That's why I came here in the first place. You're a bit ruder than Greg, Marge said, but very well. I figured you would want your arm healed as quickly as possible. Great, I said. I held out my arm toward her, and the portion of my costume which covered my arm went away, revealing my wound. Here's my arm. Please heal it. Marge pulled her thin, spindly arms out from under her blanket and touched my arm. Her fingers were so thin that her touch felt more like a light breeze brushing against my skin than the touch of actual human fingers. Nonetheless, when her fingers touched my wound, I felt some kind of energy transfer from her fingertips to my arm, and before my startled eyes, my wound quickly closed up and the pain went away. Wow, I said, pulling my arm back and looking it over curiously. You healed it fast, much faster than my suit could have. You're really something. It is no problem, young man, said Marge, who sounded very tired all of a sudden. Her arms rested on her stomach. There's a reason Greg came to me for healing all the time, and it isn't because he thought I was good looking. I frowned as I lowered my arm. You look awfully tired. Do you need to go back to sleep? It's just my powers, said Marge in a casual voice. In my old age, they take more energy out of me than they used to. Back when I was a pretty young thing, I could spend all day healing the most severe injuries. But nowadays, even healing a wound as simple as that takes more effort than it used to. Sorry, I said. I didn't mean to make you overexert yourself. I don't apologize, boy, said Marge, waving off my apology. Truthfully, I like using my powers. It reminds me of my old days as a superheroine, when I used to help people. Besides, I was expecting you. You were expecting me, I said. I snapped my fingers. Oh, yeah. I remember Ashley said you had been expecting a visitor tonight, but why would you expect me in particular? Marge smiled slightly. Because I saw you in a dream about a week ago. I blinked. You saw me in a dream? Marge nodded. Yes, in the dream I saw you come to my house out here in the country seeking help. I thought I was just dreaming of Greg, even though you looked far too young to be him in that dream. But then a voice in my dream told me that you were going to come to me and I would need to help you in your time of need. I tilted my head to the side. So you also have the ability to see visions of the future now or something? I don't know, said Marge with a shrug. It is not an inherent power of mine, I think. I believe that God himself gave me that vision to prepare me for your arrival. Do you believe in God, young man? I bit my lip. I'm agnostic, to be honest. My parents took me to Sunday school when I was a kid, but we stopped going to church when I turned like 6 or 7. Ah, said Marge. Well, it doesn't really matter whether you believe in God or not. What matters is that I received that vision of you coming for help. If you don't believe me, then ask Ashley. She can confirm it. She was there when I first received it. Sure, I said. I was starting to think that Marge must be losing it in her old age, but I was too polite to say that aloud. Besides, she healed my forearm perfectly. It seemed like poor manners to call the woman who healed me crazy just because I didn't believe everything she said. Well then, I said. I raised my arm and turned it back and forth a couple of times to test for pain. You did an amazing job, Marge, and I can't thank you enough for helping me in my time of need. You saved me in a way you might not understand. Marge smiled. Oh, I think I understand quite well, boy. You don't want your parents to know about your superhero activities, do you? How did you know? I may be old, but I'm still observant, said Marge. You're obviously not an officially licensed superhero, nor are you an adult. If it wasn't summer vacation, you would have school tomorrow, I bet. You figured out a lot just by looking. Observation is one of the best ways of learning, said Marge. The original Trickshot before you understood that. It is a lesson, I think, that you should also learn. I nodded slowly. All right. Well, I need to leave because it's very late and I don't want my parents to worry about me. I turned to leave, but Marge suddenly wrapped an old hand around my forearm and said, Wait, I didn't tell you everything that happened in the vision yet. I looked at Marge reluctantly. I was getting tired now and worried that Mom or Dad might find my bed unoccupied before I could get back home. I would have just blown Marge off, but she did help me when she didn't have to, so the least I could do was listen to her story. Okay, what else happened in your, vision? I said. Marge looked me straight in the eyes with her own seemingly ageless eyes and said, You died. I paused, staring at Marge with confusion. Did you say I died? Marge nodded, her grip on my forearm as strong as ever. Yes. But I'm still alive, I said, gesturing at myself. Unless Ashley decides to shoot me with that shotgun of hers. Ashley won't kill you, Marge interrupted. Someone else will, though, and I am not sure you can avoid it. What do you mean? I said. Who is going to kill me, and why? Marge let go of my forearm and rested her hands on her belly again. A man I did not recognize. He will come to Rumsfeld, searching for you, and the two of you will fight. He'll kill you in cold blood, and there's nothing you can do about it. An ominous chill ran down my spine. Who is this man? Where is he from? I don't know, said Marge in an apologetic voice. He was tall and strapping with a face like a demon. I don't know where he came from. All I know is that he is after you. I didn't like how Marge switched from past to present tense in her last sentence. It implied that the guy who was going to kill me was already here, already looking for me for reasons I did not know. When will he get here? Do you know? I don't, said Marge, but I think he's the enemy Greg mentioned the last time I saw him. That caught my attention. I turned to face Marge, unable to hide my curiosity. What enemy Greg mentioned? Can you elaborate? It was 10 years ago, the day before Greg disappeared, said Marge. She pursed her lips. He came to this house to have lunch with me and Ashley. He seemed unusually serious when I saw him, as if he knew something I didn't. While Ashley played with TW, I asked Greg what was bothering him so much. And what did he say? I said. Marge hesitated, like she was about to share a deep, dark secret with me that she wasn't sure she had the right to share, before finally saying, Greg told me that Rumsfeld was not safe. He said that there were people out there who sought to use Rumsfeld for their own purposes. He said that it was only a matter of time before they attacked, and the first sign that anyone knew that their assault began was if he disappeared abruptly. TW and I exchanged quick glances, but I could tell he was thinking the same thing I was. Grandfather had warned Marge about Icon. It fit with what Marge was saying, though of course neither of us said that aloud just yet. Looking at Marge again, I said, Did he tell you what this new enemy is trying to do? Marge shook her head. No. I pressed him for details, but he told me that he had told me too much already, and he was afraid for my safety. He said he hadn't even told his family about the threat. He only told me because I kept pestering him about it. I think I pushed him too far, though, because he left earlier than usual, taking TW with him, and didn't even say goodbye. Marge sighed and looked at the ceiling. And of course, as you know, Greg disappeared the very next day. I remembered the warning he shared with me that the assault would begin when he vanished, but Rumsfeld was never attacked by anyone, so I never gave his warning that much thought, until recently. I didn't quite agree with that. After all, the injectors started appearing in Rumsfeld not long after Grandfather disappeared, and given how the injectors had been funded by Icon, it was possible that the assault was not what Marge thought it was. Again, however, I didn't say that aloud because I wasn't sure Marge was actually interested in learning about Icon. She seemed more depressed about the fact that her last encounter with Grandfather had ended on a negative note. I felt bad for her, but there was nothing I could really do about it right now. Interesting information, I said. I'll definitely think about it while I'm gone. If there is some kind of threat or enemy to Rumsfeld, it's my job to stop it. I suppose you're right, said Marge. Just be careful, young man. I know what the Trickshot suit can do, and I am always willing to heal you when the suit's powers fail, but you are not invincible. No one is. Not even a superhero like yourself. Thanks for the warning, I said. I patted my chest. I'll be extra careful from now on. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty much always careful, right, TW? Depends on how you define careful, said TW, but sure, you can call yourself whatever you want. I rolled my eyes but said to Marge, can I come back whenever I need quick healing? I know my costume can heal most minor injuries, but every now and then I might get a really serious injury like this one and need your help. Sure, said Marge. Like I said, I'm always willing to heal you when you need it. You may not be Greg, but if Greg gave you the Trickshot costume, then it means he must trust you. And if Greg trusts you, then I can trust you too. That statement took me by surprise. I hadn't realized just how much Marge trusted grandfather until she said that. It made me wonder if she had deeper feelings for him than she let on. But it didn't matter at the moment. I just nodded and said, great to hear. Now I have to leave. I hope you don't have any trouble getting back to sleep. Don't worry, I won't, Marge said. I'm a heavy sleeper, even in my old age. Besides, it isn't like I have anything to do in the morning or anywhere to go. I retired years ago. It's all about living the high life now, or what I like to call the high life, anyway. I smiled at her remark, but said nothing else. TW flashed back into my watch and I walked over to the door. But just as I laid my hand on the doorknob, Marge said behind me, wait, Trickshot, I have one last thing to ask you. Pausing, I looked over my shoulder at Marge. She had not changed her position in her bed, but she was looking at me with earnest eyes, like she was trying to keep me in place through sheer looks alone. What is it, Marge? I don't want to impose upon you, but I would like to make one request of you before you leave, said Marge. It's not exactly tit for tat, but given how I healed you free of charge, this is one way you could pay me back. I tilted my head to the side. Sure, what's your request? Marge hesitated, like she was a little sheepish about her request, but then she gulped and said, if you ever find any clues to Greg's location, anything at all, could you show it to me? Please? I blinked, but said, okay, I don't really have any news for you right now, but you will share anything you find with me, right? Said Marge, rubbing her hands together anxiously. It's just an old lady's simple request, but I hope it isn't too much of a burden for you to fulfill. No, it isn't too much at all, I said, shaking my head. It's perfectly understandable, actually. I know you and Greg were good friends, so I understand why you want me to keep you up to date on our search for him. Thank you, young man, said Marge. She coughed. Ever since Greg disappeared, I've wondered whether he is still alive or not. It is good to know that he's still out there somewhere, even if he's being held hostage by some criminals. I hope that someday soon you free him and bring him home where he belongs. I nodded. I do too, Marge. I do too. The end of The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 4, A Cryptic Warning. The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 5, Close Encounters. The next morning, I was awakened by my phone ringing loudly on my nightstand. Yawning, I groped in the darkness for a few seconds before I grabbed my phone and looked at the screen, wondering who could possibly be calling me so early in the morning. To my surprise, the phone showed Kyle's phone number on the screen, along with his picture looking at me rather impatiently. Rubbing the sleep out of my eyes, I answered the call and said, Hi, Kyle. Any reason you're calling me at 6 in the morning? It's not 6, said Kyle in a puzzled voice. It's 8. I blinked several times before looking at my phone's clock and seeing that Kyle was correct. Oh, sorry about that. I must have slept in and I have all of the curtains in my room drawn, so it's practically pitch black in here at the moment. Yeah, whatever, said Kyle, who spoke as if he had just drunk 10 cups of coffee. Anyway, I was calling to update you on that eyepiece you gave me. Remember, the one that Baron Glory's assassin dropped. My drowsiness instantly vanished. I sat up, tossing my blankets off me and said, What have you found? Did you find out who made it? Yeah, said Kyle, who sounded even more excited than me. According to the documentation in its files, the eyepiece was designed, manufactured, and distributed by Rector Tech, Inc. Rector Tech? I repeated. I yawned and rubbed my eyes again. Never heard of them. I hadn't, either, until I did some research, said Kyle. According to what I found, Rector Tech, Inc. is a weapons tech company. They design, manufacture, distribute, and sell highly advanced technological weapons to governments all over the world. They're based in Washington, D.C., but they have offices all over the country, including 3 in Texas. I couldn't find the eyepiece itself on their website, but I did find a video where this Rector Tech engineer shows off a prototype of the eyepiece at some tech show back in 2011. If they sell weapons to governments, then I doubt you can just go to their website and order their weapons directly from them with 2-day free shipping, I said. Still, this is a very good find, though I'm not sure how this will help me find the assassin. It's another lead you didn't have before, at least, said Kyle. But that internet video wasn't all that I found. I also found this article written 4 years ago in the Rumsfeld Journal talking about a deal Rector Tech made with the Rumsfeld Police Department to supply them with weapons they could use against supervillains. So, I said, scratching my back, I bet Rector Tech probably provides weapons to police departments all over the country for that same reason. That doesn't seem very notorious to me. That's not the big part, though, said Kyle. The actual big part is that this deal includes weapons for bug bite, too. I sat up a little straighter when Kyle said that. Bug bite. Yeah, said Kyle. According to the article, Rector Tech also supplies Bug Bite with all of his high-tech gadgetry, like his wrist knives and stuff. It does say that he works personally with Rector Tech's weapon designers to make sure they design weapons that work for him, but it's still a really interesting find. I don't get it, I said. I thought that superheroes provided their own equipment. Actually, because superheroes are technically government employees, the city or state they work for is what provides them with weapons and equipment, said Kyle. And according to the article I read, Rector Tech provides weaponry and equipment for other superheroes, too, including Baron Glory, apparently. I nodded and yawned again. I'm not sure what to make of that. It seems like an awfully big coincidence that the assassin used the same tech that Bug Bite and Baron Glory do. It is weird, but there's only one way to find out for sure, said Kyle. Though you can't buy weapons from Rector Tech's website, you can do a search for individual parts by typing the serial code into their search bar. It shows you who owns the weapon that the part belonged to. Did you type in the eyepiece's serial number? I said. No, said Kyle. I didn't. Then do it, I said, almost snapped, and tell me what it shows you. Sorry, Jack, but I can't do that right now, said Kyle. Mom and I are going to the doctor this morning because Mom's been feeling sick and we're leaving in a few minutes. I just thought I'd call you and give you a quick update before we left because I'm not sure when we're getting back. Can you at least text me the eyepiece's serial number and Rector Tech's website URL so I can check it out for myself? I said, because this lead is too big to just ignore for a couple of hours. Okay, I'll do that, said Kyle. I'm sending it to you now. Tell me if you got it. I looked at my phone and saw an unopened text message from Kyle titled Rector Tech. Yeah, I got it. Great, said Kyle. Anyway, Mom is yelling at me to get out of my room, so I've got to go. But let me know if you find anything juicy, okay? Sure, I said. See you later and hope your mom feels better. I ended the call and opened the text message. I copied the serial number in the text and, opening Rector Tech's website, where I was greeted by a large banner at the top that read Weapons for the 21st Century, pasted the serial number into the search box. I clicked the search button, but their search engine must have been really slow, because it took forever before the screen refreshed and showed me the website's results. Only one result showed up on the search, which I clicked to see more information. It opened onto a new page and my eyes immediately fell on the name of the owner of this particular eyepiece at the very top of the page. I couldn't believe it. There was no way this could be true, but unless Kyle gave me the wrong serial number, I couldn't deny the accuracy of the information displayed before me. Registered user, Daniel Bugbite Adams, Rumsfeld, Texas. I put a hand over my mouth to keep myself from gasping too loudly, but I didn't tear my eyes off the page, which had more information than just the name of the device's registered user. Activation date, 05/12/18. Last reported usage, 06/25/18. More info. I clicked more info, but the page suddenly put a please log into your account for more information box on my screen. Because I didn't know what Bug Bite's email address and password were, I closed the page and lowered my phone, though I didn't stop staring at the blank screen or thinking about the horrific implications of what I just found out. All of a sudden, TW flashed into existence next to my bed, a grim look on his face. I overheard your conversation with Kyle. What did you find? I found out that the eyepiece belongs to Bug Bite, I said, without looking at TW. He activated it in May, and the last time it was used was on the date of Baron Glory's assassination. You mean that eyepiece actually belonged to Bug Bite himself, said TW. Then how did the assassin get his hands on it? I looked at TW, unwilling to say what I was going to say next, but I couldn't keep my mouth shut forever. Bug Bite gave it to him. TW's eyes widened. Hold on, are you implying that Bug Bite killed Baron Glory? Not Bug Bite, I said, shaking my head, but I think he hired the assassin to do the dirty deed in his place. What? Why would Bug Bite do that? Said TW. Admittedly, I am not very familiar with Bug Bite, but he always seemed like a genuine superhero to me. There's no way a superhero would ever hire an assassin to kill another superhero. That doesn't make sense, especially because Bug Bite and Baron Glory were best friends. I don't know, I said. Bug Bite started the rumors about me being the killer, right? What if he killed Baron Glory in order to smear my reputation and make the people of Rumsfeld distrust me even more than they already do? That seems far-fetched to me, especially given how Baron Glory and Bug Bite were close friends, said TW. Surely there are other ways Bug Bite could have ruined your reputation that didn't require murder. Maybe, I said. We don't have proof that Bug Bite was involved one way or another, but this evidence is damning. And besides, you saw how much Bug Bite hated me last night. He probably would have killed me himself if I hadn't beaten him. Bug Bite just struck me as a man who cares deeply about the rule of law, said TW. I thought he just thought you were another criminal to put behind bars. And isn't it suspicious how he was waiting in the apartment there for me? I said. I know he said something about criminals returning to the scene of the crime, but what if Bug Bite was the criminal returning? Perhaps he returned to clean up any evidence the police may have overlooked that might point to him being the bad guy. I could tell that my idea was starting to make sense to TW, but he said, I'm still not sure. There could be many other explanations for all of this. Perhaps the assassin stole the eyepiece from Bug Bite in an attempt to frame him. Perhaps, I said doubtfully, but we won't know one way or another until we can find more proof, now will we? You are right, said TW, but where could we possibly find proof? We can't go back to the scene of the crime, because that would just risk another confrontation with Bug Bite, but I don't know where else we can go. Isn't it obvious? I said. I gestured at the window above my bed. We go straight to the source, Bug Bite himself. TW's eyes widened in surprise. You mean go to his headquarters? Now? Not now, I said with a yawn. I just got up and haven't had breakfast yet. But yes, we should go sometime soon and poke around for a bit, see if we can find any clues that might help us figure out what is going on. TW frowned. I've never been to Bug Bite's headquarters, but I assume it must be heavily defended. How do you plan to break in? I lay back down in my bed, stretching my limbs and yawning once more. How do I plan to break in? I'm not sure. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Come on now, said TW. This isn't something you can do by half. Bug Bite is an officially licensed government superhero. If you break into his headquarters and get caught, you could go to jail. It's not like breaking into that car factory where you fought lethal injection a month ago. I know, I said. So why don't you spend a bit more time analyzing Bug Bite's headquarters and let me know what you find? You can find anything on the internet if you look hard enough. TW scowled. Why do I have to do it? You're the one who came up with this harebrained scheme. Perhaps you should do it. Don't you want to find out for sure whether Bug Bite framed me? I said. I waved my phone at TW. This is our only real clue. I mean, I could do the research myself, but I thought Grandfather sent you to help me train for the coming threat to Rumsfeld. I can't train to save Rumsfeld if you refuse to help me clear my name, after all. TW folded his arms across his chest, but then he sighed and said, You're right. This is truly our only lead, and it would be foolish of us not to follow it on the basis that it seems to lead to absurd conclusions. Even so, I think this is a dangerous idea, and I will continue to believe that no matter what happens. Right, I said. Why don't you just go and start analyzing Bug Bite's base? You can get back to me with your analysis on it after lunch, which should be plenty of time to learn everything you need to know about it. TW nodded curtly once, and then flashed back into the watch. For being an artificial intelligence, TW sure could be more emotional than even my own mom. Perhaps it was due to the fact that his program was starting to decay, and it was messing with his emotions or something like that. Regardless, I was glad that this investigation was finally going somewhere, even though I didn't like where it was going. The idea that Bug Bite of all people was behind the assassination of Baron Glory made me sick to my stomach, but all of the evidence pointed to that very conclusion at the moment. Perhaps more evidence would point in a different direction, but somehow I doubted it. I had entered the eyepiece's serial number and found Bug Bite's name. The evidence was impossible to ignore. Of course I agreed with TW that it didn't make sense. However much Bug-Bite might hate me, I knew that he wasn't a bad guy. At heart, Bug-Bite was a real hero. He'd spent the last 10 years defending Rumsfeld from all sorts of criminal and supervillain threats after grandfather's disappearance. He could be cold and ruthless, true, but I knew from experience that Bug-Bite always directed his energies toward fighting for what was right and protecting the innocent. But perhaps Bug-Bite really did want to kill me. Maybe he was so frustrated with the idea of another superhero operating in Rumsfeld that he was willing to do anything, even break the law, to take me out. I couldn't imagine what kind of stress he was under from the government to do something about me. Illegal superheroes were considered a big deal to the government, local, state, and federal, and I was sure that they were putting all kinds of pressure on Bug-Bite to capture me. Thinking about this brought my mind back to Marge and her mysterious vision. What did it mean? She surely couldn't have been telling me the truth. People didn't get visions of the future in real life like that. It was probably just a really weird dream, that was all. But maybe not. I thought about how grandfather had warned Marge about the upcoming threat to Rumsfeld before he disappeared. That was 10 years ago, meaning grandfather was well aware of a threat to the city even before he sent me TW. After we left Marge's house, I asked Tiwa if he remembered grandfather telling him about any threat to the city. But TW admitted that he did not remember grandfather ever mentioning any sort of threat to him, and that he was just as surprised as I was to hear that grandfather had already been aware of a particular threat to Rumsfeld back then. What? I had said. But you spent all your time with him. Couldn't you read his thoughts like you could mine? I could, but Gregory was very good at hiding his thoughts from me when he wanted, TW had said. It's possible he kept his knowledge of this threat a secret even from me, though I don't know for sure. My theory was that grandfather had become aware of Icon much sooner than we originally believed, which was the threat he had mentioned to Marge. I didn't know why grandfather did not stop Icon ahead of time, but maybe they got him before he could do anything. It fit with Icon's modus operandi, though it didn't tell me what Icon was trying to do. Somehow I doubted that their plans had been foiled with the disbanding of the injectors last month. Shaking my head, I tossed my blankets off my legs and was just about to get out of bed when I heard several loud, clear knocks against the door to my room, followed by Uncle Josh's voice saying, "Hey Jack, are you awake? Can I come in?" Startled by Uncle Josh's knocking, I nonetheless said, in a slightly tired voice, "Yeah, I'm awake. You can come in." The door opened and Uncle Josh stepped in. He was still in his own pajamas, a white t-shirt and blue shorts that went down to his knees, but he also held a large cup of steaming coffee in his hands, which probably explained why he was so energetic so early. "Hey champ," said Uncle Josh, waving at me with his other hand. "I was just walking down the hallway back to my room and thought I heard you talking to someone in here." "Oh, I was just on the phone with my friend Kyle," I said quickly. "He was calling me to figure out when we can hang out later today." "Kyle, eh?" said Uncle Josh as he sipped his coffee. "I thought it might be your girlfriend, but—" "I don't have a girlfriend." "You should," said Uncle Josh, nodding at me. "Girls are fun. Well, as long as you don't get on their bad side, anyway. And watch out for Mexican girls. They're the worst. Ask me how I know." I honestly didn't want to, so I changed the subject. "How's your construction job going? Do you like it?" It's okay," said Uncle Josh with a shrug. "Physical labor isn't my favorite, but it's better than sitting around in the house all day playing video games like a lot of kids your age." "Sure," I said. "I need to get a summer job myself, actually, but I haven't had much luck, unfortunately." "Well, you should just ask Walter for a job at the company," said Uncle Josh. "I'm sure he can have you pick up nails or something like that." "Dad told me that the company isn't hiring at the moment," I said with a sigh. "At this rate, I'm probably not going to get a job this summer." Uncle Josh nodded. "Sure sucks. When I was a kid, I never had any trouble finding summer jobs between school semesters. Wish I could say the same for you." "I know," I said. "But it's not all bad. I've got lots of free time, more free time than if I had a job." "Right," said Uncle Josh. "Anyway, today's my day off work. I was wondering if you wanted to go fishing with me later today." "Fishing?" I said. "Why?" "Just a way to catch up," said Uncle Josh with a smile. "The last time I saw you, you were just a baby. Fishing will be a good way for the two of us to catch up." I frowned. Uncle Josh's offer seemed to come out of nowhere, which was why I was hesitant to accept it. On the other hand, Uncle Josh seemed to genuinely want to get to know me better. I still didn't quite know why Uncle Josh had become estranged from Mom in the first place, but maybe this fishing trip would be my best chance to learn. Besides, it would take TW a while to come up with any information on Bug Bite's hideout, so why not take some time off from superhero stuff to hang out with my long-lost uncle? So I nodded and said, "All right, just let me get dressed and have breakfast and we can head out." I'll admit it, the main reason I accepted Uncle Josh's offer to go fishing was so I could ride in his cool red convertible. That would probably seem really shallow to most people, but if you saw how awesome his car was, then you would completely understand why I thought that. Sitting in Uncle Josh's convertible, I couldn't get over how comfortable the leather seating was. It was better than the seating of Dad's blue truck or Mom's old yellow sedan. It conformed to my body shape for extra comfort and even had vents in the seat for cooling down or heating up the seat, depending on what you wanted. Uncle Josh spent 5 minutes alone showing me all the cool extra features it had, and that was before he turned on the engine and sent us zipping through the streets of Rumsfeld to Lake Don, where we would go fishing. Houses passed by us quickly as Uncle Josh's convertible zipped down the street. When we first took off, I'll admit to holding onto my seat with both hands out of fear, but as we drove through the streets of Rumsfeld and it became clear that Uncle Josh had complete control over his vehicle, I relaxed my grip and sat back in my seat, watching the houses as we passed them by one after another. "Having fun, Jack?" said Uncle Josh, flashing a smile at me as we drove. "Yeah," I said. "Fastest car I've ever driven in. How fast can it go?" "That's my secret," said Uncle Josh with a mischievous smile. "Knowledge is power, after all." "What does that mean?" "It means I'm not going over the speed limit," said Uncle Josh. He nodded at the barometer. "We're already cutting it pretty close. Last thing I want is to get pulled over by the cops and risk running late for our fishing trip. We really should have left a lot sooner than we did, but it doesn't matter. We'll still get a good spot no matter how many people are there." I nodded. I had to admit that my previous suspicions of Uncle Josh were starting to seem pretty silly to me. Uncle Josh was actually really cool, much cooler than I expected. Whatever happened between him and Mom that drove them apart 16 years ago wasn't any of my business anyway. I should just enjoy this time with him and not worry so much. As we drove, Uncle Josh glanced at me and said, "So Jack, did you hear the news about Trickshot?" I tried to look as relaxed as I could, though I found it hard to do. "What news?" "According to the Rumsfeld Journal, Trickshot was nearly captured by Bug Bite at the scene of Baron Glory's assassination," said Uncle Josh, turning his gaze back to the road. "Supposedly, Trickshot was poking around the apartment in which the assassin hid and was taken by surprise by Bug Bite, who tried to arrest him. Unfortunately, Trickshot got away and Bug Bite is currently in the hospital recovering from the fight, though he's expected to heal quickly and be back on the streets within the next day or so." It hadn't occurred to me that the news would report on my fight with Bug Bite so quickly. It just made me grateful that I had managed to escape the apartment before Bug Bite could catch me. Otherwise, Uncle Josh would have read about his nephew being the illegal superhero Trickshot this morning, rather than about how Trickshot narrowly escaped capture. "No, I didn't hear about that," I said as casually as I could. "Does anyone know where Trickshot ran off to?" "Nope," said Uncle Josh, shaking his head. "If they did, the police probably would have arrested him by now. All they know is that, after beating up Bug Bite, he escaped through one of the windows and hasn't been seen since." Internally, I sighed in relief. I had been slightly worried that someone might have seen me leaving the place, but it sounded to me like Bug Bite had probably been the only person who actually saw me in that apartment. Perhaps one of the other apartment dwellers had overheard our fighting, but Bug was apparently the only actual witness to the fight. "I'm not sure what to make of it," said Uncle Josh. "I always thought Trickshot was innocent and that someone else had assassinated Baron. But why would he come back to the scene of the crime like that? It doesn't make sense to me, unless Trickshot actually is the assassin, that is." "I dunno," I said, again trying to appear as casual as I could. Maybe he was trying to prove his innocence. Uncle Josh chuckled. "Pretty tone-deaf way to go about doing that, wouldn't you say? Even if Trickshot is innocent, he's not making himself look innocent by breaking into a closed-off crime scene like that and sending Bug Bite to the hospital. I bet the papers are going to have a field day with that." I shifted in my seat uncomfortably. "I'm sure he has a good reason for it. I think we can trust Trickshot. He took down the injectors after all. That makes him a good guy in my book, even if he isn't a legal superhero yet." "Yet?" Uncle Josh repeated, looking at me as we stopped at a red light. "You think they'll ever legalize him?" I hadn't even realized I said that word, so I quickly said, Oh no, I mean sure they could, but I was just... Doubt it will ever happen, Uncle Josh said as the stoplight turned green and we started driving again. I've never heard of any superhero being legalized after they started their career. Anyone who wants to become a superhero has to go through the superhero exam first. Otherwise, they're just considered a vigilante at best or a supervillain at worst. I know, I said, rubbing the back of my head in embarrassment. Still doesn't mean Trickshot is a bad guy, though. It doesn't really matter if he's good or bad, said Uncle Josh. The law's the law, after all, and there's no changing it. Well, unless you happen to be a member of Congress, but given how absurdly useless those guys are, even that doesn't guarantee anything. I nodded, but I still felt a bit embarrassed over my Freudian slip. Deep down, I wanted to be a legal superhero like Bug Bite, recognized by the government and beloved by the populace. I rarely angsted about it, but now that I thought about it, I wondered why grandfather did not encourage me to sign up for the superhero exam when I turned 18 so I could get my license. Surely that would have made it easier to handle whatever threat to Rumsfeld was going to attack the city, right? But I pushed such thoughts out of my mind for now in order to focus on my conversation with Uncle Josh. Yeah, you're probably right. Guess Trickshot will always be illegal, huh? Probably, said Uncle Josh. And, Jack, I'm not saying this because I like it any better than you. I think Trickshot is probably a good guy too, but I'm just being realistic. Especially if it turns out that Trickshot actually is the assassin. I can't imagine the government would ever legalize a superhero who killed another superhero. Not happening, especially now. I nodded and slumped back in my seat. I shouldn't have been so down, but it was hard not to be, given how difficult everything seemed to be for me. Everyone in Rumsfeld thought that my alter ego was a killer now, and I still didn't have the proof I needed to clear my name. I could only hope that TW would return with his research on Bug Bite's hideout quickly, because I figured that the only way I could prove my innocence was by finding whatever was inside Bug Bite's headquarters. One way or another, I suspected that the truth lay in Bug Bite's headquarters, whatever that truth might be. We arrived at Lake Dawn just a few minutes later. We were not the first ones there by any stretch, but most of the people who were out on the lake this morning seemed to be families and tourists enjoying the weather, rather than fishermen seeking their next big catch. It meant, according to Uncle Josh, that we would have more freedom to fish where we wanted, especially because most of the people here weren't even on the lake at all, but rather on the beach or close to the surf enjoying the cool water. Grab the fishing poles, said Uncle Josh as we got out of his convertible. I'm going to go and buy some bait. I forgot to bring some and it's too late to go back home and hope that Walter has some lying around. As Uncle Josh walked over to a booth at the end of the parking lot that sold bait and other fishing accessories, I walked around to the back of the convertible and popped the trunk where the fishing poles were. I pulled the fishing poles out of the trunk, but as I did so, I noticed something in one of the corners. The upper right corner of the trunk was pulled up slightly, as if someone had taken the flooring off and hastily put it back on before anyone could see. Ordinarily, I would have just ignored it, but I was still very curious about Uncle Josh and his reasons for coming home. I looked at the end of the parking lot, where Uncle Josh seemed to be having a very animated chat with the bait dealer. Uncle Josh wasn't even looking in my direction, though with his back to me, of course, there was no way that he could. Placing the fishing poles against the back of the car, I leaned in and tugged at the upturned corner. It gave surprisingly easily, allowing me to see a strange suitcase under the floor with the label self-defense in big gold lettering. The suitcase itself looked incredibly fancy, like something you'd find in an exotic store. It might have even been European, because Dad had a similar suitcase that he bought when he and Mom went to France for their honeymoon after they got married. I reached toward the suitcase, but before I could grab it, I heard footsteps walking rapidly toward me. Letting go of the upturned corner, I immediately pulled my head out of the trunk and looked over to see Uncle Josh rapidly walking toward me. He no longer looked as jolly and carefree as he did before. He walked like he was trying to get away from some kind of dangerous animal, though everything around us seemed pretty peaceful. Uncle Josh, I said. I got the fishing poles and I don't care, Uncle Josh interrupted me. We're going home. Now. What? I said. I gestured at Lake Dawn. But we just got here. Sorry, but we'll have to do this some other day, said Uncle Josh. Just put the fishing poles back in the trunk and hop back in. I was about to ask Uncle Josh what he meant until I noticed a slim black sedan enter the parking lot. It came to a stop several spots down from ours, but despite the distance, I had a bad feeling about it. That was when a man stepped out of the black car, drew a gun out of his pocket, and fired at us. The end of the Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 5, Close Encounters. The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 6, family ties and lies. Uncle Josh tackled me to the ground, narrowly saving me from the bullet. I gasped underneath Uncle Josh's weight and scraped my hands and knees against the gravel pavement. "Get in the car, kid," Uncle Josh snapped. "Those guys will kill us both if we don't get out of here now." Uncle Josh jumped off me and ran over to the driver's seat. Confused, but not sure what else to do, I rolled to my feet and rushed over to the passenger's seat. I was vaguely aware of the people on the beach crying out in surprise when they heard the gunshots, but I paid no attention to them. I just tore open the passenger's door, hopped into my seat, and barely secured my seatbelt before Uncle Josh backed out of the parking space and took us roaring down the parking lot toward the open road. But the black sedan also started to back out, trying to block our only way out. "We're going to crash into that car," I screamed. Uncle Josh didn't say anything. He just yanked the steering wheel to the left. We barely passed between another parked car and the sedan, so close that the sides of Uncle Josh's convertible actually scrapped against both vehicles. But somehow we made it through the gap and were roaring down the highway again, heading home. "What was that?" I said. I looked at Uncle Josh. "Who were those people and why did they start shooting at us?" Uncle Josh grimaced. "Just my past catching up to me. Are they following us?" I looked over my shoulder and saw with alarm that the black sedan was back on our tail. It hadn't quite caught up to us, but it was gaining fast and would probably be upon us in a few minutes at most. The front window was too tinted for me to make out who was driving it, which just made me all the more anxious to get the heck out of here. "They're following us," I said, looking at Uncle Josh again, "and they're gaining fast." Uncle Josh cursed under his breath before saying, "Then we'll try to lose them. Trust me, you do not want to end up in their hands." Uncle Josh took a sudden sharp turn down a random street and floored the accelerator. Unfortunately, the sedan made the same turn without any problem and was closer than ever. "They're still on us," I said, grabbing my seat tightly. "Yeah, I know," said Uncle Josh. "We'll just have to find a smaller mouse hole to hide in. Hold on tight." Uncle Josh made another turn, this time into an alleyway between two buildings. It was a tight fit. As we drove by, we slammed into a trash can, sending it flying through the air, as well as causing a feral cat to jump on top of a dumpster that the car scraped against. I winced at the sound of the car scraping against the dumpster. Uncle's convertible was going to need a new paint job once all of this was said and done. "Check to see if they're still following," said Uncle Josh. "I can't take my eyes off the road." I once again looked over my shoulder out the back window and saw no one behind us. Looking at Uncle Josh again, I said, "I don't see them. I don't think they entered the alley after us." Uncle Josh cracked a grin. Figured as much. That car was too wide to fit in this alley. Now we just need to take a few more back streets and we should be home. A loud roar of an engine interrupted Uncle Josh. Ahead, the black sedan burst out of a side alley, completely blocking off the path ahead of us. The sedan came to an abrupt stop smack dab in the middle of the alleyway, making it impossible for us to go around it. And there weren't any side streets we could take to go around it, either. Uncle Josh slammed on the brakes. The tires of his convertible skidded loudly against the pavement, but luckily came to a stop before we crashed into the sedan. Uncle Josh immediately set the convertible into reverse and started going back the way we came, but there were a couple of gunshots followed by the sounds of rubber popping and the car came to a stop. "Wait, what was that?" I said. Uncle Josh cursed again, this time more foully than before. "Must have shot out the tires. Look." Uncle Josh gestured out the windshield. The same man who had shot at us at Lake Dawn now stood out of his car, his gun aimed at us. Now that we weren't running away, I could see that the guy was tall and lithe, but clearly muscular, based on the way his muscles stood out in his black t-shirt. He looked Arabic and was very clean-shaved. Either way, he was dangerous, aiming his gun at us and scowling fiercely at us. "Joshua," the man shouted in a light Arabic accent. "Get out of the car or else I'll shoot you and the kid up." "Who is that guy, Uncle?" I said, looking at Josh. "And how does he know your name?" Uncle Josh looked as if his worst nightmares had come true. "That's a long story which I'm afraid we don't have time for. All you need to know is that I will probably need to leave the car and meet him face to face." "But he's got a gun," I said in alarm. "He'll kill you." "Probably," said Uncle Josh, "but if I don't, he'll still kill me. And you, too, because he's not the kind of guy who's known for his kindness." "I'm coming out with you," I said, reaching for my seatbelt. "No way you're going by yourself." Uncle Josh grabbed my arm, making me look up at him. The expression he wore now was more serious than I'd ever seen on his face before. It would have been enough to make me freeze all by itself even if Uncle Josh hadn't grabbed my arm. "No," said Uncle Josh firmly. "You have no idea who this guy is or what he's capable of. You need to stay in the car." "But—" "Stay here," said Uncle Josh, his grip on my arm tightening. "I'll try to distract him. And meanwhile, you can try to escape through the trunk. Pull down the back seats and you will be able to get into the trunk, which can be opened from within. Then get the hell out of here and find or call the police. Can you do that for me?" Uncle Josh's seriousness was such a drastic change from his previous laid-back behavior that all I could do was nod dumbly in response. "Joshua," the Arabic man shouted. "I tire of waiting. My trigger finger is starting to slip." Uncle Josh immediately let go of my arm and hopped out of the car, holding up his palms to show that he was unarmed. "Hey, Mohammed, old buddy, old pal. There's no need to scream. I heard you just fine. I was just speaking with my nephew here, giving him some last advice as his uncle. You have a nephew, so you understand, right?" "I killed my nephew," said the Arabic man, who was apparently named Mohammed, after he betrayed my family and dishonored our family name. "Ah," said Uncle Josh, who seemed completely taken aback by Mohammed's frank admission. "Well, the point still stands. We can talk over our differences like real adults. You know we have crossed the threshold where we can just talk our problems over." "Joshua Daniels," said Mohammed, "I have spent a lot of time and money searching for you with one purpose only, to kill you in cold blood for your crimes against my organization." His organization? What the heck was this Mohammed guy talking about? I was tempted to activate the Trickshot watch here and now and take down the guy, but that would require revealing my secret identity to Josh and Mohammed, which would just make the situation harder. "You should do what your uncle says," said TW. "Perhaps you can find some place private to change into Trickshot so you can come back and help him." "But I'm afraid that if I leave, Uncle Josh will get killed," I said. "It's still the best shot you've got," said TW. "It isn't like you can help him in your current circumstances, after all." "You have a point," I said. While Josh and Mohammed continued talking to each other, I climbed over to the back seats as discreetly as I could. I pulled down the back seats, which went down just like Uncle Josh described, and crawled into the trunk, which was very dark and cramped, especially with the fishing poles lying on the floor. But I saw the tag I could pull to open the trunk from the inside, which glowed in the dark, but I didn't reach for it just yet because I remembered the suitcase I found underneath the floor of the trunk earlier. Peeling back the upturned corner again, I found the suitcase exactly where I left it, complete with the word self-defense written on it in gold lettering. I glanced over my shoulder, but as far as I could tell, Josh and Mohammed were still talking to each other, not fighting or shooting yet. "What are you doing?" said TW. "What is that?" "I don't know," I said under my breath, "but if it says self-defense, I figure it must be a weapon of some kind, a weapon that might help Uncle Josh." "I wouldn't use your uncle's weapons without his permission like this," said TW. "You have no idea what is in there. It could be dangerous." "It's probably just a gun," I said. "I can't imagine what else Uncle might carrying around in a suitcase labeled self-defense. Only one way to find out." I popped open the suitcase and was puzzled by what I found. It wasn't a gun like I thought it would be. It wasn't even a knife. It was some kind of metal glove, which was made out of black and gold metal, shining dully against the few sun rays that managed to filter in through the car windows from outside. Beneath the glove was a label which read Atlas Glove, dangerous, DO not use. Atlas Glove, I repeated in a low voice. "Ever heard of it, TW?" "Can't say I have," said TW, "but I would advise against using it as per the label. It's probably some kind of dangerous prototype weapon." "If it's dangerous, that will just make it even more useful for helping Uncle," I said. "I'm going to take it and see what it does. You never know, it might be useful." "I wouldn't." "Well, I'm not you, now am I?" I said. "Besides, if things go south, I can still use the watch. It's not like it's the end of the world if I mess up." I pulled the Alice glove out of its packaging and turned it over. It seemed to be about the right size for my hand, so I slipped it on, feeling the glove's inner padding that made it soft on my hand. I flexed the fingers of the glove a few times, but I didn't feel anything particularly strange about it. It felt just like a normal glove. A second later, however, the glove suddenly tightened around my arm. I gasped in surprise and tried to remove the glove, but it wouldn't come off. "That doesn't look good," said TW in my head, "if you cannot remove it." "I'll worry about that later," I said. "For now, let's see what this bad boy does." I pulled the tag of the trunk, causing it to pop open silently. I opened the trunk just wide enough for me to slip out, and I crouched behind the vehicle, making sure to close the trunk on my way out. I moved to the left side of the convertible and peered around the corner to see if the situation had changed. It had not. Uncle Josh still stood across from Muhammad, who was aiming his gun at him still. Only now there was another guy, who, unlike Muhammad, looked more white than anything and a good deal younger than his partner. I assumed he had to be the driver of the vehicle because from what I could tell, Muhammad hadn't been driving the car. "I know how hard you guys have been looking for me, but you're wasting your time," said Uncle Josh. "I don't have anything you want, and killing me won't get you anything." "The superior thinks otherwise," said Muhammad. He cocked his gun. "Now, give us the glove or else we will kill you right where you stand." The glove. I looked down at the glove on my hand. This must have been what they were talking about. I didn't know why they wanted it, but it must have been important if they were willing to go on a car chase for it. Time to find out what it did. I tapped a button on the glove's surface and immediately felt its temperature start to rise. Though my hand on the inside felt just fine, the exterior was getting hotter and hotter. It even began to glow at the tips, and somehow I sensed that these lights weren't just for show. "I don't have it," said Uncle Josh. "I sold the Atlas glove to someone else a while ago. You're out of luck, my Middle Eastern friend." "Your lies don't impress us," said Muhammad with a sneer. "We know that you would never sell such an important object for any amount of money. You're an awful liar." Uncle Josh shrugged. "It was worth a shot. You almost believed me. I saw it in your eyes." "The only thing I am going to believe is your death," said Muhammad. This was my chance. If I didn't move now, Muhammad would shoot Uncle Josh. Time to find out just what the Atlas glove really did. "Standing up," I shouted. "Uncle Josh, get down." Luckily, Uncle Josh didn't even wait. He just fell down to the ground, covering his head with both hands, while Muhammad and the driver looked at me in confusion. "Who are you?" said Muhammad. His eyes widened when he saw me aiming the Atlas glove at him. "The Atlas glove. Put it down now or—" I didn't even let him finish his sentence. I just tapped a button on the Atlas glove. Even I wasn't prepared for what happened next. The Atlas glove suddenly exploded with black energy that shot out from the tips of its fingers directly toward Muhammad and the driver. The two attackers tried to move out of the way, but though they managed to avoid the bulk of the blast, they were nonetheless caught by stray blasts of energy that knocked them both out. The rest of the blast, meanwhile, struck their black sedan, which actually sent it flying through the air head over heels until it crashed into the wall on the opposite side of the alley. It fell to the ground with a loud crunch, smoking rising from the twisted remains of its engine as I stared at it in shock. "Jack." Uncle Josh's voice suddenly pierced the air. "What the hell are you doing with the Atlas glove?" Snapping out of my shock, I saw Uncle Josh walking toward me, his hands balled into fists. Even though he was completely uninjured from the attack, he nonetheless looked as if I had just fired a loaded gun in his face. "I just wanted to help," I said, lowering the Atlas glove to my side, smoke rising from the fingertips. "I saw this suitcase in the trunk, and—" Uncle Josh stopped in front of me and tore the Atlas glove off my hand immediately. He looked over the glove briefly, perhaps to make sure it was still in one piece, and then looked at me with a disapproving scowl. "You could have killed yourself. The recoil alone is enough to break a person's arm. It's a miracle that you're not writhing on the street screaming for your mommy from the pain of your broken arm." I winced at Uncle Josh's harsh tone. "Well, my arm does hurt a little, but—" "I don't care," Uncle Josh interrupted. "I don't understand why you didn't run when I told you to, but I guess you thought you'd play the hero, or something. You could have gotten both of us killed or caused all kinds of collateral damage that I wouldn't be able to explain to the police." "It's not my fault I didn't know what it was," I said. "As a matter of fact, I still don't know what it is." "It's a weapon," said Uncle Josh as he looked around, perhaps to make sure that no one had heard the blast from the Atlas glove. "And a dangerous one, at that. Like I said, you got lucky." I looked around Uncle Josh toward the back of the alley where the smoking car lay. Muhammad and the driver both still lay unconscious on the ground, though they could have been dead for all I knew. And who are these guys, and who is this superior they kept talking about? Uncle Josh rubbed the back of his head, an exasperated look on his face. "I'll explain on the way home. For now, we need to get out of here. It's possible that Muhammad and his friend might be the only two in Rumsfeld. But—" "Only two what?" I said. But Uncle Josh apparently didn't hear me. He looked around again as he continued to speak. Regardless, someone probably overheard the explosion and has no doubt called the police, which means we don't have much time to get out of here. "Get out of here," I repeated. "Why do we need to get out of here? Shouldn't we stay so we can tell the police what happened?" Uncle Josh looked at me in annoyance. The last thing I need is for the police to know that I have the Atlas glove, or to start asking me about my connections to these guys. Even you're not supposed to know about the glove, but it's too late now for you, I guess. Well, why shouldn't the police know you have the Atlas glove? I said. Are you afraid they'll confiscate it from you or something? Something like that, said Uncle Josh. In any case, this is a bad place to sit and chat. Let's go home. I'll explain everything to you on the way back. I had to admit that I was curious enough about Uncle Josh's secrets that I didn't bother to argue. Besides, it wasn't like I was very eager to meet the police myself, given how they were currently looking for me in connection to the murder of Baron Glory. Or at least they were looking for Trickshot, though of course it amounted to searching for me just the same. Uncle Josh and I climbed back into his convertible, which he backed out of the alleyway, and then went zooming down the streets, taking the long way back home, probably to give us more time to talk. Uncle Josh had put the Atlas glove on the floor of the back seats, but I couldn't help but feel nervous just the same, because I wasn't sure what Uncle Josh was about to tell me. I scratched the face of the Trickshot watch on my right hand, just in case I needed to use it. What about Mohammed and his driver? I said, glancing over my shoulder out the back window of the car. Are we just leaving them there, or? Yes, said Uncle Josh. They'll probably wake up soon and get away before the police get here. But if we're lucky, they won't have any idea where you or I went. What if the police arrest them? I said, looking at Uncle Josh again. Would that be a problem, or? Nah, said Uncle Josh, shaking his head, though it wouldn't be very useful for the police, I think, because all Icon agents carry cyanide pills on them for exactly that reason. I started. Did you say those guys are Icon agents? Yeah, said Uncle Josh. He glanced at me as we passed the post office. Have you heard of that organization before? I'd be surprised if you have, because they're incredibly secretive and not too many people know about them. I thought through my next words quickly but carefully. I still couldn't let Uncle Josh know that I was Trickshot yet. Therefore, I'd need a good excuse to explain how I knew about Icon, something that he wouldn't think twice about. Yeah, I have, I said casually. I like to read conspiracy theories on the internet for fun, and Icon pops up in a lot of them, though I don't know very much about the organization, to be frank. I thought it was just something a bunch of conspiracy theorists made up. Oh, Icon is real. All right, said Uncle Josh. Real and deadly. I wish I didn't have to drag you into this at all, but those jerks just had to interrupt our day at the lake. Typical Icon behavior. Attack the target when they least expect it. Usually works, but not this time, thankfully. Why is Icon after you? I said. What did you do to earn their ire? It's sitting on the floor of the back seats behind us, said Uncle Josh, jerking a thumb over his shoulder at the Atlas glove. Why do you think Muhammad was asking for it? I looked at the Atlas glove, which sat quietly on the floor of the car, and then back at Uncle Josh. Did you actually steal that from them? Please tell me you didn't. I did, said Uncle Josh, scratching the back of his neck. But it was for a good reason. A very good reason, although Icon obviously disagrees. And what is this good reason? I said. And it better be good, because I'm not sure I want Icon gunning for me now that they know I'm related to you. Of course, Icon already knew that I was Trickshot, but I didn't need to give them yet another reason to try to take me down. Ah well, such was the life of a superhero. Let me start from the beginning, said Uncle Josh. I work for another organization like Icon, but whereas Icon is the bad guys, my organization is the good guys. We call ourselves Pinnacle. I'm going to assume you haven't heard of us. You're right, I said. I haven't. What is Pinnacle? It's another secretive organization much like Icon, said Uncle Josh. But unlike Icon, we're trying to do the right thing. We oppose them at every turn, though that doesn't always mean we beat them, of course. I wasn't sure whether to believe Uncle Josh's claims about being part of yet another super-secret spy organization, but I will admit I was really interested in finding out more about it. How long have you worked for them? 16 years, said Uncle Josh, so roughly about as long as you've been alive. It's the main reason I had to go away and haven't seen the family in forever. My work as an agent of Pinnacle means that I don't get too many off days or too many days to go and visit friends and family the way I would at a normal job. If that's the case, then why did you and Mom act like you had a falling out? I said, if it was just work. Ah, well, it wasn't just work, said Uncle Josh. You see, when I first started working for Pinnacle, I had to leave right away. I didn't have time to say goodbye, so I left without saying goodbye to anyone in the family. Mary thought I'd just up and abandoned everyone to go travel the world. I wanted to tell her that she was wrong, but I never got the chance because, like I said, I was really busy. Does Mom know you work for Pinnacle now, or? No, said Uncle Josh, shaking his head. She doesn't know where I've been or what I've been doing over the last 16 years, except what I've told her. Technically, I'm supposed to keep my membership in Pinnacle a secret from everyone. I shouldn't even be telling you, but given the circumstances, I don't have much of a choice in that matter right now. So why did you join Pinnacle in the first place? I said. And what is Pinnacle, exactly? Who runs it? Those are all questions I either can't answer right now or don't have time to, said Uncle Josh as we made a sharp turn on a corner. All you need to know is that we're the good guys and Icon are the bad guys. It's a bit more complicated than that, I guess. But that's a good way to break it down. Aha, I said. I glanced over my shoulder at the Atlas glove again and said, And why did you steal the Atlas glove and take it here to Rumsfeld? Heck, what are you doing in Rumsfeld in the first place? I'm waiting for another Pinnacle agent to pick me up, said Uncle Josh. Without revealing too many details, I managed to break into Icon's island headquarters. They have an island headquarters. Uncle Josh nodded and said, Yeah, located in the Gulf of Mexico, but due to its cloaking tech, it's very hard to find. Took Pinnacle years just to figure out its general location. I wouldn't recommend going there for a vacation if I were you. I nodded, but deep down, I was giddy with excitement. TW had told me that he didn't know where Icon's headquarters were, but Uncle Josh just gave me the general area I could look in. That meant there was a strong possibility that I could save Grandfather, assuming I could find Icon's cloaked island headquarters. Anyway, that's irrelevant, said Uncle Josh. So I broke into their headquarters, stole the Atlas glove, and broke out. Unfortunately, I was spotted by a couple of Icon agents, which forced me to leave the island earlier than intended. I missed the helicopter that would have taken me back to Pinnacle HQ, but remembered that I had family here in Rumsfeld, so I came by to hang out until Pinnacle sent someone to pick me up. That sounds like something straight out of a spy movie, I said, like James Bond or something. Unlike James Bond, it's 100% real, said Uncle Josh. He shook his head. But it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. As you can tell, Icon is not going to let me get away with the Atlas glove that easily. I figured they would send more agents than that, but given how deadly Mohammed is alone, maybe they thought he would be enough by himself to take me out. You acted like you've met him before, I said, glancing over my shoulder again, just to make sure we weren't being followed. Mohammed, that is. Uncle Josh nodded with a dark grin on his face. You can say that. The two of us have clashed more than a few times over the years on various missions. Last time I saw Mohammed was in China last year when I was trying to stop a load of power from being delivered to a bunch of Uyghur terrorists. He thought for sure I killed the bastard, but I guess he must be tougher than he looks. I found it interesting that Icon was shipping power to other countries in addition to America, but it also made me wonder just what the heck they were trying to accomplish. Were they trying to make money, or did they have deeper motives than that? Shaking my head, I said, Who is this superior Mohammed mentioned? It sounded like you know him. Uncle Josh grimaced. Ah, yes, the superior of Icon, Roland Chaser. He's the head honcho, the big cheese, the king of the hill. Easily the most dangerous member of Icon, probably worth at least half of Icon's most elite agents, and that's just his brain. I knew who Chaser was. Last month I'd heard that name bandied about by a certain Icon agent more than a few times, and had, after my fight with the injectors, attempted to learn more about Chaser. Unfortunately, my internet searches had turned up nothing on who this Chaser figure was, but it seemed like Uncle Josh knew. Who exactly is Chaser? I said. Aside from being the head of Icon, that is. Heck if I know, said Uncle Josh. If Icon is secretive, Chaser is practically an enigma. All we know is that Chaser founded Icon about 20 years ago and began using it to manufacture, sell, and distribute power drugs to anyone with more money than sense. The best we've been able to figure out is that Chaser is very intelligent, very rich, and very, very dangerous. We don't even know what he looks like. Pinnacle doesn't sound like a very good secret spy agency to me if you don't even know what your main enemy looks like. Uncle Josh huffed. You've got it backwards, kid. Pinnacle is one of the best spy agencies in the world, with detailed information on nearly every world leader, gang and cartel leaders, business executives, and every other kind of important leader in the world. The fact that we don't have at least an encyclopedia-length file on Chaser means that he's extremely good at covering his tracks. That sure sounded like an excuse to me, but I didn't push the point. All right, now what is the Atlas glove and why is it so important that you needed to steal it? The Atlas glove by itself isn't very important, said Uncle Josh. It's part of a much larger weapon that Icon has been working on, which they call Project Atlas. Project Atlas, I repeated. That doesn't sound good. It isn't, said Uncle Josh, shaking his head. While there is still much we don't know about Project Atlas, we do know that it is a dangerous weapon that Icon is trying to create. We don't quite know the full extent of the weapon's power, but from what I saw of it in Icon's HQ, let's just say that even Trickshot probably couldn't beat it. That was debatable, but I didn't say anything in order to make sure Uncle Josh didn't suspect me of being Trickshot. Does Icon need the Atlas glove to complete the weapon? Yep, said Uncle Josh. Without the glove, the weapon is not useless, but not as effective as it normally is. They could always make another one, I guess. But maybe Chaser decided it was cheaper to have one of his agents crack my skull open than waste time and money building another. I looked at the Atlas glove again, thinking about how powerful it had been earlier. No wonder Icon wanted it back. With a weapon like that, you could probably destroy a skyscraper, maybe multiple skyscrapers if you really tried. I almost wanted to keep it for myself, but I knew better than to try to steal it from my uncle. What are you going to do when we get home? I said, leaning back in my seat. Pack my bags and leave, said Uncle Josh without looking at me. Now that Icon knows I'm here and that we're related, they'll probably send someone to the house to attack us when we least expect it. I don't want to put either your or your parents' lives at risk. But you just got here, I said in surprise. You can't leave already. I would have stayed longer, but it isn't safe, said Uncle Josh. Sorry, Jack, but sometimes you've got to do what's right rather than what's easy, and right now it is right for me to leave Rumsfeld and draw Icon away from you guys. I would have argued with him, but I knew that Uncle Josh was right. So I just sat back in my seat, wondering what I would say to Mom and Dad when they found out that Uncle Josh left. When we got home, neither Mom nor Dad were there. As a result, Uncle Josh wasted no time in packing his bags or bag, as it was, because Uncle Josh always traveled light and tossing them into the trunk of his convertible along with the suitcase containing the Atlas glove. I helped him a little, but because Uncle Josh had so few traveling possessions, I didn't need to do much. Before Uncle Josh left, however, he did give me a cover story that I could give Mom and Dad about where he went. He did not want Mom or Dad to know that he was an agent of Pinnacle for security reasons, so we came up with the idea that an old friend of his just died in Britain and that he was going to be at the funeral that was being held on short notice. It was hardly the most elegant or foolproof excuse, but Uncle Josh assured me that it would work just fine for reassuring Mom and Dad that his sudden disappearance was not due to any nefarious reasons. At the very least, they probably wouldn't ask me any more questions about it, which was the real goal, because the more questions they asked me, the more likely I was to accidentally tell them the truth. As soon as Uncle Josh was sure that I had the story down, he hopped into his convertible, waved goodbye, and backed out of the driveway and went zooming down the street to the east. I stood on the front porch, watching his car rapidly make its way down the street until it turned a corner and disappeared from view entirely. I continued to stand there for a few seconds, half hoping Uncle Josh would turn around and come back, but his red convertible did not reappear again. Sighing, I went back into the house and climbed the stairs up to my room, where I closed the door behind me and sat down on my bed. As soon as I sat down, TW flashed before me, a mystified expression on his face. That was quite the experience, wasn't it? I looked at him in surprise. Experience? That's an understatement. It was more like a mini-adventure. Regardless of what you call it, you have to admit that it was unusual, said TW. One of the strangest stories I've ever heard, but I can't say I doubt it. Why not? I said. Have you heard of Pinnacle before? Yes, said TW. Let's see, yes. I believe Gregory teamed up with a Pinnacle agent back sometime in the 90s to take down a notorious international criminal who came to Rumsfeld to rob the city blind. But the Pinnacle agent back then didn't tell us much about his organization, and that was the last we ever heard of it, so much of the information Josh gave you was new to me as well. I leaned forward and rested my forehead on my open palm. Man, this is crazy. I never thought my own uncle was a super-secret spy who traveled around the world battling another evil spy organization. It really is just like James Bond, except with superpowers. Yes, it is surprising, but look on the bright side, said TW. We know more about Chaser and Icon now, at least including a possible location of Icon's headquarters. Somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico, if what Uncle Josh said was true, I said. That gives us a place to look for Grandfather, once we decide to search for him. Agreed, said TW, nodding. It seems like an odd place for an island base to be, But perhaps that's precisely why they chose it. It doesn't matter why they chose it, I said. I stood up. I'm going to go save grandfather and bring our family back together again. This is great. While I'm just as eager to rescue Gregory as you, I think you have more pressing issues at the moment, said TW, namely, the entire Baron Glory assassination fiasco. You should probably deal with that before you go running off to the Gulf of Mexico, looking for cloaked island bases belonging to criminal spy organizations. My shoulders slumped. Yeah, you've got a point. Besides, the Gulf is a pretty big place. Even if I fly off to there right this very instant, it's not like I would be able to find Icon's base. Exactly, said TW. It's something worth looking into at some point, but for now I think it would be wiser for you to focus on clearing your name. Right? I said, though I still couldn't help but feel at least a little disappointed, because it meant I would have to put off the search for grandfather yet again. How am I supposed to do that? Don't you remember? Said TW. I suppose it must have slipped your mind. You asked me to do some research on Bug Bites HQ, remember? Oh, right, I said, nodding. I almost forgot about that entirely. What did you find? Enough that we could launch an assault on the HQ if you wanted, said TW. Or at least, stage a break-in to find the proof we need that Bug Bite framed you for the murder of Baron Glory. Really? I said. Man, TW, you work fast. TW shrugged. I may be an old program, but I'm still good at what I do. Perhaps you might even say the best. Regardless, this is good news, I said. I folded my arms in front of my chest. I still don't like the idea of Bug Bite being behind the assassination, though. It just doesn't settle well with me. I understand, but the evidence seems to point that way, does it not? Said TW. And the only way to know for sure is to break into his base and find as much proof as we can. I nodded, but deep down, I was troubled by the idea of breaking into Bug Bite's base. It wasn't the breaking in part that really bothered me so much. It was the thought that I might fight Bug Bite again that troubled me. Bug Bite was not as strong or as fast as me, true, but he came very close to beating me in our last confrontation, and I guessed that he was not going to go any easier on me in round 2. Given Bug Bite's vindictive nature, he was probably going to fight me even harder than he did before. Maybe he would unleash a horde of killer wasps on me or something. When do you think we should stage the break-in? I said. I'm thinking we should put off the break-in for a couple more days at least, said TW. I'll need some time to sort all of the data I've collected. Plus, it may behoove you to do some in-person scouting yourself. I sat back down on the bed and frowned. Why do I need to go anywhere when you've already gotten all of the info I'll need from the internet? Because there is some information that you can't get from the internet, said TW. That's another lesson Gregory taught me. While Gregory used technology extensively in his superhero days, he didn't rely upon it exclusively. He liked having real physical experience, especially during these types of missions. Makes sense, I said. All right, tonight I'll scout his headquarters a bit, see if I can find anything useful. We'll probably focus on the exterior of the building, because I'm not sure Bug Bite is keen on letting visitors into his base, especially visitors like me. Good idea, said TW. That is exactly what Gregory would do whenever he needed to break into some place. You should probably also spend the next couple of days getting some rest and training in. That way, you will be in top shape for whatever may await us inside Bug Bite's headquarters. Sure, I said. I yawned. Speaking of rest, I'd like to take a nap right now. All of this spy stuff has tired me out. Go ahead, said TW. I'll continue to do research on Bug Bite's headquarters and see if I can find anything else that might be helpful for the plan. I nodded one more time. TW disappeared in another flash of light, while I lay down on my bed and closed my eyes. It was hard to go to sleep knowing what I would have to soon do, but as Dad always said, you can't do a full day's work without a full night's sleep. Besides, I had motivation to get this done. The quicker I did it, the quicker I could save grandfather. The only question now was whether Bug Bite would be ready for me or not, or whether I was ready for him. The end of the Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 6, Family Ties and Lies. The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 7, Strike on the Hive. A few days later, I crouched low in the bushes surrounding the hive, as still and quiet as I could, my eyes and ears alert for any dangers. The darkness of the night meant that I was hidden under the cover of shadow, but the hive did have several lampposts set around it that provided sufficient illumination for the security cameras and guards who patrolled the exterior of the building at night. Right now, the guards were between shifts, but that didn't mean it was safe to cross over to the hive itself, because the security cameras were active day and night, and if I was seen on any of them, the plan would be completely ruined and we'd have to start over. The hive was one of the most unusual buildings in Rumsfeld, not in the least because it was actually closer to the outskirts of Rumsfeld than the interior. It had been constructed about 10 years ago when Bug Bite became Rumsfeld's official superhero after Grandfather disappeared. I even remembered the opening ceremony they had for it on TV, showing Bug Bite and Mayor Adams standing side by side at a huge press conference. My 6th grade history teacher, Mrs. Janet, had also shown my class a documentary about it during one class, which was one of the reasons I liked 6th grade history so much. The hive was shaped like a glass dome, rising from the ground like some kind of insect hive, hence the name. Its glass panels were reflective during the day, but they were obscured to the point where you couldn't see through them from the outside. It gave the hive an uncanny appearance because it made you think there was a giant bug hiding somewhere inside, waiting for the right opportunity to attack anyone who got too close to its lair. Some rumors even stated that Bug Bite used the hive as a laboratory where he performed all sorts of horrifying experiments on insect life, including a so-called bug man, a half-human, half-insect monstrosity who was said to stalk the outskirts of Rumsfeld at night, attacking unwary people and eating anything it could set its giant jaws around. Whether there were any truth to the bug man rumors or not, the hive was still not an easy building to break into. Being Bug Bite's base, it contained most of Bug Bite's equipment and weapons, as well as doubling as Bug Bite's place of residence for whenever he needed to do 247 missions. It even had a crime lab, according to the documentary I watched, where Bug Bite could perform DNA analysis to help solve particularly difficult crimes. It was also well protected. As I said, it had security cameras on the outside above every entrance and exit, meaning it was impossible to sneak in without being seen. There were also the guards who patrolled the hive at all times of day in 4 6-hour shifts. Very few people had ever managed to break into the hive, and of those few who had, they were usually apprehended by the guards on the inside, if not by Bug Bite himself. As a result, Bug Bite probably didn't expect me to try to break in, especially because he didn't even know I suspected him of being the assassin's employer. Normally, there was no way I would be able to enter without being seen. I mean, sure, I could just eschew subtlety entirely and smash my way in through sheer force of will, but that wouldn't help me find the proof I needed to clear my name. Stealth was the name of the game tonight. Just like James Bond, I couldn't solve all of my problems with my fists. The plan was simple. While I waited out here in the bushes, TW would hack into the hive's security systems and take them down from the inside. With luck, TW would be able to turn off or redirect the security cameras, as well as any other security features keeping the hive safe. Then I would enter and search the hive itself for any proof or evidence I needed. We picked tonight to do the mission for the very good reason that Bug Bite was not here tonight. Bug Bite was instead back at his apartment in downtown Rumsfeld, where he lived by himself. The only people present in the hive tonight were the guards, but they would be easy to take care of if they tried to get in my way. TW, I said in my mind, is the hive's security down yet? Not yet, said TW, but I am working at it. Bug Bite has some of the most advanced, state-of-the-art security systems around, but I'm making progress and should get in within the next few minutes. Just be patient. You know, patience isn't one of my virtues, TW. Then you know what else you need to work on. I rolled my eyes but said nothing in response. I just stayed as still as I could on the ground, waiting for the right moment to strike. It was hard to wait, but the alternative was being spotted by the cameras and ruining my plans, so I stayed where I was without making a sound. Finally, TW said, "Got it. I shut down the security camera on the east side of the hive, where you are, and also unlocked the door. But you should hurry and get in, because I had to make its turning off look like a glitch, which the security guard who was watching the cameras is trying to fix." I didn't hesitate. I rushed across the open space between the bushes and the hive and opened the door and entered quickly. Closing the door behind me, I said in my mind, "All right, TW, I'm in." "Good," said TW. I turned the exterior security camera back on, so the guard thinks it was just a temporary glitch. "What about the interior security cameras?" I said. Surprisingly, there aren't very many of those, said TW. Just a handful here and there, mostly in rooms of importance to bug bite. I'll let you know if there are any along the path you take, and we'll make sure to turn them off or redirect them in some way. Thanks, I said. Guess I'll start looking for clues then. I looked around the hallway into which I had emerged. It was long and stretched down quite a ways before curving off to the left deeper into the hive. On either side of the hallway were 3 office doors, each one unmarked. The air was cool and fresh, a much welcome relief from the humidity of the night air outside. I did not see any security cameras or guards, meaning that I was safe for the time being. Unfortunately, now that I was actually inside the building, I did not know where to go next. TW had unable to find blueprints of the hive online, so he'd had to rely on pictures and videos of the hive's interior in order to build a semi-coherent map for me to follow. Even then, the map he provided me wasn't very useful, because it did not tell me where to look for evidence. It didn't help that I didn't have much time to search. The more time I spent looking for the evidence I needed, the more likely I would be caught by a guard or security camera, and the game would be over. I needed to find the room where Bug Bite kept all of his equipment. If I could find that room, then I might be able to find the gun used by the assassin. Better yet, I might be able to find any documents relating to the assassin. I kind of doubted that the assassin sent Bug Bite a PayPal invoice for his services, but I might find something else that might incriminate Bug Bite. Walking down the hallway, I checked behind each door briefly, but most of them were locked. I could have tried to break the locks, but that would just attract unnecessary attention from the guards, so whenever I found a locked door, I would just move on to the next door and hope that that door would be unlocked. Sadly, it turned out that all of the doors, save for one at the very end of the hall, were locked. This last door, as it turned out, opened easily, allowing me to step inside and turn on the lights to see what was in here. This looked promising. 9 filing cabinets stood in rows of 3, each one tall enough to almost brush against the ceiling. The filing cabinets appeared to be alphabetized, which was all the confirmation I needed that Bug Bite was an even bigger dork than I thought. Still, I had to admit that that would make it easier to look through them for the information I needed. Moving over to the filing cabinets, I was unsure which ones to check first. I needed to find documents relating to the assassin, so it seemed like a logical place to start, but somehow I doubted that it would be that simple. Perhaps B for Bug Bite would be a better place to. Someone is coming down the hall toward your room, Jack, said TW, in my head suddenly. Find some place to hide. Quickly, before she comes inside. Startled, I looked around for a place to hide, but the room wasn't very large and didn't offer much space in which to hide. So I ran around to the back of the last row of filing cabinets, where I crouched low with my cape drawn around myself to keep myself as small as possible. It was the best hiding spot I could find in here, though I was well aware of how inadequate it was, because all it would take was for the person who was about to enter the room to walk over here, and she'd see me as clear as day. Then I heard the door open, followed by the clicking of high heels across the floor, and then a low female voice said, "That's strange. Who left the lights on? Must have been Derek. How many times do I need to tell him to turn off the lights when he's done in a room?" The clicking and clacking of high heels came closer and closer, making me think that the woman was going to come to the back of the room after all. I readied myself to take her out, but then I heard her footsteps stop, and then what sounded like the woman opening one of the filing cabinets. Peering around the corner of the filing cabinets, I saw a woman standing with her back to me, looking through the filing cabinet labeled P. She seemed completely unaware of her surroundings, perhaps because she was so deeply focused on the file she was looking for that she didn't notice anything else. I couldn't believe my luck. TW and I had gone through all the trouble of making sure that I got inside without being seen, knowing I wouldn't have all the time in the world in which to look for the evidence I needed, only for me to now be delayed by this woman who seemed to think her coworker was a kid she needed to scold. I hoped that she would find the file she was looking for quickly and would leave the room, but something told me that she was going to take her sweet time looking for what she wanted. But maybe I was looking at this the wrong way. Perhaps I could turn this time-wasting situation around into a time-saving situation. This woman obviously worked here as an employee of some sort. She probably didn't know if Bug Bite had anything to do with the assassin, but she might be able to point me in the right direction to search for the evidence I need. She didn't seem very tough, so I could probably make her talk if I wanted. Slowly rising from a crouch, I tiptoed toward the woman, who was still noisily combing through the filing cabinet, muttering under her breath about how Bug Bite needed to seriously rethink his filing system for something that made more sense. She didn't notice me coming up behind her until I grabbed her left arm and put my hand over her mouth before she could scream. "Don't," I said, before the woman could say anything. "Scream, even once, and I'll make sure you get a good night's sleep tonight." The woman didn't even struggle to break free. She became putty in my hands, which surprised me because I figured she would at least fight against me. Maybe she was weaker than I thought. "Now," I said, leaning in close to her ear to make sure she could hear me, "I'm looking for some information about a particular matter I'm investigating, which I think Bug Bite has a good chance of being connected to. If you help me, I won't hurt you, but if you try to get away from me, I will. Got that?" The woman nodded. I wished I could see her face, because that would make it easier to tell what she was thinking, but I would just have to rely on her body language for now. Her body language, stiff yet loose, made it clear that she was completely terrified of me and was willing to do almost anything I asked her to do. I felt kind of bad for doing this to her, but I told myself it was for the greater good, and besides, it wasn't like I was going to kill her or anything. "All right," I said. "If I was looking for important files that Bug Bite might keep somewhere, say, files regarding the private details of his business, where do you think he would keep them?" I removed a few of my fingers from her mouth, just enough to let her talk, and she immediately said, in a hasty voice, "Bug Bite's laptop. He keeps all of his business correspondence and most important files on there." "Excellent," I said. "Where's Bug Bite's laptop?" "With him," said the woman, "so probably in his apartment in town." I scowled. I didn't break in here just to break out again and have to break into somewhere else. "But he always keeps backups of all his most important files and correspondence in his lab," said the woman quickly. "He has a USB drive specifically designed for backing up his files. He doesn't keep them on the cloud. Bug Bite doesn't trust the cloud. Thinks it's unsafe." I nodded. "Right, so where is the lab? How can I get to it from here?" "Keep going down the hall," said the woman, who sounded very close to tears now. "When you reach a fork, turn right. This will take you down another hall, and then you'll find a set of double doors labeled at a leg." "And where, exactly, inside the lab is the USB drive?" I said. Surely Bug Bite doesn't just leave such an important object lying on a desk in plain view. "It's in a safe," said the woman. "Underneath the main desk. You can't miss it. I don't have the combination, so don't ask me for it." I sensed that the woman was telling the truth about not having the combination for the safe. That was inconvenient, but I would figure a way around that when I got there. "All right," I said. "Well, thanks for your help. I know you're really scared now, but trust me, I'm not the bad guy here, though your boss might be." "What are you talking about?" said the woman. "Bug Bite is a hero." "We'll see about that," I said. "Anyway, thanks for your help. Take a nap. You deserved it." I slammed my fist against her head. The woman slumped in my arms, but I gradually let her down on the floor, where she lay in a half-fetal position. I hated knocking out an innocent civilian like that, but I couldn't risk leaving her conscious because she might tell the guards about me, which would ruin my plans for sure. Anyway, I put such thoughts out of my mind for now and made my way to the door, intending to get to the lab as quickly as possible. Luckily for me, it turned out that the woman's directions were accurate. After a couple more minutes of walking along the hallway, turning at each point the lady had told me to, I found myself standing in front of a set of double doors with the word LA painted across them in red paint. The lights on the other side were off, which told me that no one was currently using the lab at the moment. I looked both ways, just to make sure no one was around to see me, and then carefully pushed open the doors and entered. The lab was pitch black. That would have been a problem normally, but luckily my goggles night vision feature kicked in just then, allowing me to see my surroundings. I almost immediately wished I didn't. Bug Bite's laboratory was huge, much bigger than I expected. Rows upon rows of tall test tubes stood arrayed before me, each one carrying a different kind of insect, or bug. And they weren't just normal bugs either, but oversized ones like they had been shot with a growth ray or something. One of the test tubes, for example, contained a wasp that was about the same size as me, with a stinger that looked as sharp as a knife. Another test tube had a strange two-headed bee, while yet another test tube had an ant. Each insect appeared to be in suspended animation, though that hardly made me feel very comfortable. "Holy crud," I said. "Bug Bite really is a mad scientist. And he's supposed to be the city's superhero?" "Perhaps he just really likes bugs," said TW. In any case, I disabled the lab's security cameras, though oddly they were already off when I did that. It appears that Bug Bite prefers his privacy. Regardless, I still don't suggest spending more time here than necessary. Just get the flash drive and go. Hey, no need to tell me that twice, I said. I shuddered at the sight of the giant insects. I'm not going to linger. That's for sure. I walked among the test tubes, glancing this way and that for the desk which the woman had told me about. Unfortunately, all I saw were large test tubes in every direction, each one filled with another scary-looking overgrown insect. I felt like the giant insects were watching my every move, even though they weren't even conscious at the moment. Once, I thought I saw a giant praying mantis eyes move, but when I looked at it again, they were still. It didn't help that the lab was oddly cold. It wasn't quite freezing, but it was a lot colder than it was outside or in the rest of the building. I wished I'd turned on the lights before I went in any deeper, but if I'd done that, the guards likely would have noticed. It would have made me feel safer, though, and I was seriously contemplating doing that when I looked up at the ceiling and noticed a platform hovering over the test tubes. The platform was suspended from the ceiling by several large beams, but it was also supported by 2 stairways on either side. Because I stood directly underneath the platform, I could not see what was on top of it, but I could fly up there and find out. Perhaps the USB drive and the safe in which it was kept were both up there. I flew up and around the platform, coming to a landing right in the middle of it. As I suspected, this was the part of the lab where most of the work was done. Over to one side was a worktable with small test tubes, a microscope, and various notes and papers that appeared to relate to the experiments that Bug Bite was doing. I did not see the safe underneath that desk, but I did spot another desk over on the other side of the platform. Sitting upon it was a lone wireless keyboard. Walking around the desk, I found a large safe sitting directly underneath it. It looked pretty old-fashioned, but I suspected that was more due to its aesthetics than anything. Hey, TW, I said, I found the safe, but I don't know the combination. Can you crack it? Negative, said TW. It's not connected to any of the Hive's systems. As far as I can tell, it's just an ordinary safe with a normal mechanical lock. So Bug Bite is a mad scientist with all kinds of funky equipment to do all kinds of bizarre scientific experiments, but he just uses an old-fashioned safe to keep his information a secret. It's more logical than it appears. Smart technology isn't necessarily always, well, smart. A safe connected to the internet can always be hacked, no matter how good its security systems may be. A safe that cannot connect to the internet at all, on the other hand, can't be cracked nearly as easily. You'd either have to know the combination or be a master thief to pull it off. Or you could just have super strength like me, I said. I balled my hand into a fist. One good blow should knock the door off its hinges and let me get whatever is inside. Punching the door off might be too noisy, said Bug Bite. I suggest breaking the lock. It will be a lot less noisy that way. I frowned, but nodded and said, good point. Not that it makes much of a difference either way, of course. I knelt in front of the safe and grabbed the lock. I turned the dial a couple of times to test its strength before ripping it straight off the door and carefully resting it on the floor. Then I opened the door and peered inside at the safe's contents. The safe didn't have much in it. There was a couple $1,000s in cash, a few documents with the words top secret stamped over them, and a couple of glass vials with yellow and purple liquids that I could not identify. And there, sitting in the very middle of the safe, was none other than the flash drive I sought. Grinning wildly, I reached into the safe and picked up the flash drive. I turned it over and saw a couple of words written in Sharpie on its surface. Backup. TW, I found it. I whispered excitedly, though I wasn't sure why I was whispering when I was the only person in the lab. The flash drive. Good job, Jack, said TYU. Time for us to leave, I think. I suggest heading back the way you came. It's the safest path. Right, I said as I slipped the flash drive into the pouch on my suit. Time to vamoose. I closed the safe and stood up, but as soon as I did, the lights turned on and a fist came flying at my face and smashed into my nose. The blow sent me staggering backwards into the railing along the platform, which I held onto as tightly as I could. My eyes watered in pain as my nose burned, forcing me to cover it with one of my hands in an attempt to keep the swelling down. Dang it, I said, not even bothering to hide the pain in my voice. Where did that come from? I heard movement on the other side of the desk and raised my head to see the last person I wanted to see right now, Bug Bite himself, and he did not look happy. Bug Bite looked pretty much the same as he did back in the scene of the crime, except he was visibly angrier than before. His mask still hid his facial expressions, of course, but his body language told me everything I needed to know about how he felt, and then some. His hands were balled tightly into fists, and he stood as rigid as a beam, facing me without even one trace of fear in his form. Bug Bite, I said, wincing at the pain that flared in my nose when I said his name. What are you doing here? I thought today was your day off. Shouldn't you be in your apartment in Rumsfeld? That was a lie, said Bugbite. I knew you would attempt to break into the hive at some point, so I spread the rumor that I would be away tonight. That way you would get cocky and be easier to take by surprise, though I will admit that I wasn't entirely sure you would fall for the bait. I thought you might be smarter than you look, but luckily for me, you're actually dumber than you look. I scowled. Why did you think I would try to break into the hive? Did you think I would try to steal something from you? Truthfully, I thought you might try to destroy my base as revenge for our little scuffle earlier this week, said Bugbite. Or perhaps you would try to destroy my costume and equipment so you would be the only superhero in Rumsfeld. I'll admit I didn't think you would try to steal the flash drive with all of my most important files and documents on it. Well, you should feel really stupid now, I said. I patted my pouch. 'Cause I've got your flash drive and every last file on it. Once I get out of here, all your secrets will be revealed to the world, and everyone in Rumsfeld will know what you actually are. Bugbite tilted his head to the side. Just because I didn't think you were likely to steal the flash drive doesn't mean I thought it was impossible. The flash drive you stole from my safe is a blank. What? I said. A blank? Correct, said Bugbite. He gestured at the safe. Do you really think I would be so stupid as to hide the most important flash drive I own in a safe anyone could break into? No, the actual flash drive is in a safe deposit box at Rumsfeld First National Bank, where it is far safer than it would be here. The flash drive you just stole is a decoy meant to frustrate would-be thieves. He's right, said TW in my head. I just scanned the flash drive's contents. It's completely empty. It doesn't even have one bit of information in it. Crap, I said. Don't feel so bad, said Bugbite. I'm not quite sure how you managed to sneak past all of my security systems, but credit where credit's due. Even many master thieves would have a hard time sneaking past all of that. Then Bugbite shook his head. Of course, in the end, it doesn't matter, because you were going to jail tonight no matter what. I cracked a grin. Maybe tonight was a wash for me, but if I remember correctly, you said the same thing to me the last time we met, and yet I managed to escape you anyway. You might want to avoid counting your chickens before they hatch. You did get the best of me back then, I'll admit, said Bugbite. But this time, I'm not going to let you get away that easily. Bugbite held up a button and pressed it with his thumb. I thought it was a detonator at first, and that he was going to blow us and the hive to bits, which seemed entirely out of character for Bugbite. But there was no explosion. Instead, I heard hissing sounds below and looked over my shoulder to see a sight out of my worst nightmares. The lids of the test tubes were opening via hinges. As they opened, a disgusting, slimy stink like swamp water wafted out of them, driving away the previously sterile air of the lab and making me gasp slightly. Yet that wasn't the worst of it. The worst part was that the liquid in the tubes was draining through the bottom of the tubes, leaving the giant insects and bugs shining under the lights from the ceiling. And then the bugs started to move. They began to climb or fly out of the tubes, surrounding the platform on all sides. Above, the flying bugs formed a loose circle around the platform. Below, the ones that couldn't fly formed an equally loose circle underneath us. The buzzing of wasp and bee wings, the clicking and clacking of mandibles, and the titters and tatters of claws filled the air, while a terrible stench, like bleach mixed with swamp water, filled my nostrils and made me wince. Bugbite didn't look even remotely afraid of all of the giant bugs that swarmed around us. He merely stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest, looking as if I had just fallen right into his trap. Considering what he just told me, that wasn't entirely inaccurate. I'm going to give you one last chance to surrender. Trickshot, said Bugbite. If you agree to come quietly, I'll send all of my bugs back into their tubes. But if you refuse to surrender or even resist, well, I think you're smart enough to know what will happen. I was. I had a hard time taking my eyes off the giant wasp floating just behind Bugbite. If it had looked scary frozen in stasis in the tubes, then it looked absolutely terrifying actually moving about. I had no doubt in my mind that the wasp stinger could skewer me as easily as any sword. Bugbite probably wouldn't kill me, but he could easily cripple me for life. Therefore, I had only two choices. I could either surrender, as Bugbite said, and not only go to jail for being an illegal superhero, but also go down in history as the murderer of Baron Glory, or I could fight back against Bugbite's horde of monster bugs. I can't say I was exactly thrilled about my choices, but I did go into this knowing that I might find myself on the receiving end of a beatdown from Bugbite. Jack, you should try to get out of here, said TW in my head. Getting arrested by bug bite would be the worst possible thing that could happen to you. Or getting skewered by that giant wasp, I responded in my mind. I agree, but it's not that easy. Look at all of these bugs. Look at the wasp. I'll see if I can make a distraction for you, said TW. I still have access to the hive's security systems, so there may be something I can do to distract bug bite or his horde. But I'll need you to delay bug bite as much as you can. I was about to tell TW that bug bite was not in the mood to be delayed, but of course TW cut off our connection right then. Very well. I just have to do my best and hope that it would be enough. What are you afraid of happening if I escape bug bite? I said. Afraid of the truth getting out. I'm more afraid of a criminal like you getting out onto the streets where you can harm more innocent people, said bug bite. If that's the truth that I should be afraid of getting out, then let it. You know what I'm talking about, I said. I pointed at bug bite. You framed me for killing Baron Glory, and you're afraid that the longer I'm free and on the streets of Rumsfeld, the more likely it becomes that I'll find all the proof I need to prove my innocence. Bug bite actually stepped back when I said that. What? You think I framed you for the murder of one of my best friends? Where in the world did you get that idea? Stop playing dumb, I said. You know the truth. There's no need to act like you have no idea what I'm talking about. It's just you and me here, after all, so you don't have to worry about any of your employees overhearing your confession. Bug bite shook his head. I have no idea what you're talking about. Baron Glory was a treasured friend, an ally of mine. I would never murder him, not even to frame you. Bug bite sounded sincere, but I knew from experience how tricky he could be. So I said, that's not what the evidence I've collected suggests. Really, you don't have to keep denying it. It's not like it will change my mind. Evidence? Eh? Said bug bite. Well, I also have plenty of evidence that suggests that you are the actual murderer of Baron Glory. I don't know what your game is by accusing me of being the real murderer or whatever, but it doesn't matter. Once you are in prison, it won't matter one whit what you accuse me of. I frowned. I guess I had expected bug bite to admit to killing Baron Glory, what with us being alone and all, but maybe not. Then again, perhaps bug bite really was innocent and I had just falsely accused him of a terrible crime. Given how sincere he seemed in his denials, that was always a possibility. Regardless, I had no intention whatsoever of letting him arrest me. I didn't know what TW was planning, but given how I was rapidly running out of time, I decided it was time to take action. Taking a step back, I said, Denny, the truth all you like, bug bite, but the truth always wins out in the end. Someday soon I'll reveal to the whole world what you really did. Until then, I'm out. I launched into the air, heading straight for the ceiling, but the giant wasp suddenly shot toward me with surprising speed. It jabbed at me with its stinger, forcing me to curve to the side to avoid getting stabbed. I nearly flew into the giant bee, which also tried to sting me and which I also dodged by ducking underneath its massive stinger. Flying to the left, I made my way toward one of the windows as fast as I could, but then another wasp appeared in my path. I swerved to the side, but then a huge praying mantis standing on top of one of the tubes swiped at me with its forelegs. The foreleg glanced off me, but it was enough to send me crashing to the floor below. Dazed, I shook my head and looked up in time to see a giant scorpion standing over me. I couldn't tell you what its species was, but I could tell that it was getting ready to stab me with its stinger tail. The scorpion jabbed its stinger at me, but I rolled out of the way at the last second, causing the stinger to strike against the floor harmlessly. Rolling to my feet, I pulled 2 discs out of my pouch and hurled them at the scorpion's face. The discs hit the scorpion dead on, making it stagger away from me as it hissed angrily, waving its tail and claws helplessly. I turned around to fly away, but then found myself face to face with a huge spider, which slammed one of its legs into my abdomen and sent me flying to the side. I crashed through one of the test tubes, sending glass and fluid flying everywhere. The impact of the crash left me briefly dazed, but I shook my head again and tried to sit up, only to feel a sharp pain in my lower back. Feeling my back, I found that I had a bad cut, probably from the glass cutting through my skin. It was bleeding, but I didn't have time to worry about it. Rising to my feet, I looked around and realized that Bug Bite's army of bugs had surrounded me on all sides. The scorpion, the spider, and the praying mantis were converging on my position from the floor, while the bee, the fly, and the wasp had the air above me covered. Even worse, Bug Bite rode the wasp like some kind of horse, looking down at me with his featureless mask like a god about to pronounce judgment on a mortal. "One last chance, Trickshot," said Bug Bite, "before my bugs tear you apart piece by piece." My hands balled into fists. I was starting to understand just why bug bite was considered such an effective superhero. I also shuddered to think about what would happen if bug bite ever decided to unleash his army of genetically modified insects on the world. It made me feel sorry for the criminals who were unlucky enough to end up on the wrong end of his bugs. But enough of that. If I didn't act quickly, I would end up as insect food. But how could I beat all of these bugs at once? "Jack," said TW in my head suddenly. "I've got the hive's fire alarm set to go off in a few seconds. It should distract bug bite long enough for you to escape." "Really? That's convenient," I said. "Right, but once the fire alarm starts, you can't waste any time getting out," said TW. "I don't know how long it will distract him, but it won't be long enough." "Gotcha," I said. I looked up at bug bite and smirked. "Gotta admit, Buggy, your big creepy crawlies are pretty cool, but it's going to take more than a few insects to take me down." Bug bite shook his head. "Exactly the kind of answer I'd expect from you, but no matter. Justice shall be served today, whether you come with me willingly or not." "Justice," I said. "There's nothing just about falsely accusing someone of murder, Buggy." Bug bite glared at me. "You would know a thing or two about false accusations, wouldn't you, Trickshot?" "Jack, the fire alarm is about to go off," said TW, just a heads up. "Thanks," I said. "Think I've got another plan that should work in conjunction with yours?" I pulled a disc out of my pouch and threw them at Bug Bite and his flying insects. Bug Bite pulled his wasp up out of the way of the disc, but the disc still cut through the wasp's wing, sending it falling to the floor below. At the same time, a loud alarm suddenly started blaring, and the sprinklers on the ceiling started dumping buckets of water down on us. The sudden alarms and water coming down from the ceiling caused the other insects to start staggering about in confusion, but I didn't even hesitate. I jumped into the air and flew straight toward the nearest window as fast as I possibly could. I smashed straight through the window and rocketed out into the night sky, leaving the hive far behind as I flew as hard and fast as I could. And though I couldn't be sure of it, I thought I heard Bug Bite cursing my name above the alarms and sprinklers back in the hive. The end of the Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 7, Strike on the Hive. The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 8, Unmasking the Enemy. Rather than head back to my family's house, I went straight to target practice because it was closer and I didn't want to accidentally lead Bug Bite to my home in case he was following me. I mean, I didn't think that he was following me, what with crashing to the floor on the back of his giant wasp and all, but I still didn't want to risk it. I entered Storage Building 1 via the back entrance and stumbled toward the abandoned receptionist's desk, where I sat on the old office chair that creaked under my weight, though it held me nonetheless. I grimaced and felt the wound on my lower back where the glass had cut. It didn't feel very deep, so my suit would probably be able to heal it, but it hurt a lot and I still wished the pain would go away. TW flashed into existence on the other side of the desk, a concerned look on his face. "Are you all right, Jack? That wound looked bad?" "I'll be all right," I said with a slightly strained voice. "The costume, I think, will be able to heal it. Don't worry about it." "Very well," said TW. "I just wanted to make sure we were not going to need to make another trip to Marge. I don't want to test her patience by coming to her for a healing session at midnight all the time." "Nah, we won't need to go to her," I said. I winced at the pain, but I might need to lay low for a couple days or so. Once news gets out that I broke into the hive and beat Bug Guy again, I have a feeling that the police are going to pull out the big guns to deal with me. "Perhaps," said TW, "but that probably won't be until tomorrow. For now, we have other things to discuss." "Yeah," I said, my shoulders slumping, like how this mission was a complete failure for starters. I pulled out the blank flash drive and tossed it on the desk between us. Went to all of that trouble to get that flash drive, only for it to turn out to be a complete and utter dud. It would be funny if I wasn't so exhausted and pissed off. "We probably should have seen it coming, in all honesty," said TW, folding his arms in front of his chest. "Bug Bite is a very intelligent person, regardless of what you think about him. It makes sense that he would do something like this. It's our own fault for not considering it a real possibility." "Maybe," I said listlessly, "but now we're no closer to proving my innocence than we were before. If anything, we're even worse off than before, because of my injury and stuff." "I wouldn't call our mission a complete failure," said TW. "After all, we learned that Bug Bite does not know anything about the assassin." "What do you mean?" "You saw how he acted when you accused him of murdering Baron Glory," said TW. "He was absolutely furious. He was deeply offended by the suggestion that he was the one who killed his own friend. That didn't seem like the reaction of a murderer or someone who ordered an assassination to me. But the eyepiece, I said. Doesn't that count for more evidence than Bug Bite's own denials? Perhaps, said TW. But we were never really sure about the eyepiece in the first place, were we? Isn't it possible that the eyepiece might have been stolen by the assassin in an effort to frame Bug Bite? I guess so, I said. But it still seems pretty far-fetched to me. If Bug Bite isn't behind the assassination, then who is? TW shrugged. To that question, I have no answer. Whoever it is, they clearly are out to ruin your life. Ruin it? I said. I laughed. They're trying to destroy it. The only way this could get any worse is if they somehow find out my secret identity and kill my parents. I don't think that's likely to happen, though. TW shrugged again. I can't think of anyone who would try to do this. The injectors would have been my first guess, but Michael Jones is in jail, and the rest of the injectors are either scattered to the winds or in jail with him. I don't know who else might hate you enough to want to ruin your life this way. The only other group who might be willing to do this sort of thing to me is Icon, I said, leaning back in the chair. It could be they want revenge for what I did to the injectors, which I'm sure ruined whatever they were trying to do here in Rumsfeld. Possibly, but we haven't heard anything from Icon since you defeated the injectors last month, said TW. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. You did run into that Muhammad fellow who was trying to kill your uncle. Yeah, but that's my uncle, I said. As far as I can tell, my uncle's adventures and my being framed for murder are entirely unrelated. Icon probably isn't behind it this time. Then I am at a loss for who it could be, said TW. If it's not Bug Bite or the injectors or Icon, then who could be trying to frame you? I sat there, thinking hard about TW's question. It was a difficult one, because all of the obvious suspects had been more or less cleared. I still wasn't entirely certain of Bug Bite's innocence, but the more I thought about it, the more sense it made, because Bug Bite was not known to do this sort of thing. And anyway, even if he was inclined to order an assassin to kill someone he doesn't like, he would never do it to one of his friends like Baron Glory. My mind kept drawing a blank. No matter how hard I thought, I didn't have any answers. It didn't help that I was still tired from my fight with Bug Bite and his insects, and getting rather sleepy, because it was very late and was way past my bedtime. Yawning, I said, You know what, TW? I think it's about time I go home. Whoever is behind Baron Glory's murder, and whoever framed me are questions I will think about tomorrow, when I have a clearer head after a good night's sleep. A wise decision, I think, said Tiwu. Humans require a lot of rest in order to function correctly. It makes me glad that I'm not human. I could not imagine sleeping for 8 hours straight. With me, it's probably going to be more like 6, I said. I slowly rose from the chair. Come on, let's go home, before Bug Bite has every cop in the city searching for me. You really need to stop picking fights with Bug Bite, said Kyle the next morning, slapping a physical copy of the Rumsfeld Journal on the table between us. Look at this picture. Poor guy's losing his mind. Still not entirely awake, I hadn't slept very well last night. Thanks to the fact that my back injury kept me up for most of it. I started when the newspaper was slapped down in front of me, nearly spilling my coffee in the process. But I caught myself before I could fall out of my chair and looked down at the headline on the front page, which read, Alleged murderer Trickshot strikes again. Bug Bite vows to bring him in before he kills again. Below the headline was an image of the hive, showing the broken window where I had flown out of, with police cars surrounding the building. Bug Bite himself was seen in the picture talking with a guy who looked like the police chief, raising one fist above his head like he was about to punch the police chief in the face. I didn't bother to read the rest of the article, however. I just looked at Kyle, who sat down on the other side of the table and took a long sip of his own coffee, which he had dumped liberal amounts of sugar into, for taste before he put it down, and looked at me with a grim look. What? I said. Did I accidentally steal your favorite chair or something? No, said Kyle, shaking his head. I just find it weird that you're not reacting to the article. It's been shared over 1,000 times on Facebook alone, which is pretty good considering how small the Rumsfeld Journal's readership is. I shrugged. What is there to read? It's not like I didn't witness this event myself. I know, said Kyle, but the tide of public opinion is turning against you even more than before. I bet it won't be long before you end up on the FBI's most wanted list, though probably not at the very top. Probably somewhere in the top 10, though, or top 20 at least. Come on, I said. I'm not that bad. I'd have to do something really bad to get on the FBI's list. Regardless, things are still not going well for you, said Kyle. I'm not even sure how much of the article I'm supposed to believe, especially the part about bug bites giant insects. Nah, that's real, I said, leaning back in my seat casually. Nearly got stabbed by a big wasp. Kyle's eyes widened in shock. Do you think that means that Bugman is real too? I didn't see him, but who knows? I said. Bug Bite seems more like a mad scientist than a superhero, in my opinion. Why can't he be both? Said Kyle. Lots of superheroes have scientific credentials like Dr. Black of Houston. Never mind, I said. Point is, last night's mission was a failure, and I didn't learn anything from it. I sipped my coffee, and then glanced around the cafe to make sure no one was listening to us, but I didn't need to worry. Rumsfeld Coffee was always full at breakfast. Almost every table or booth was taken and everyone was busily talking to each other. The loud cacophony of conversation, clinking glasses, silverware against plates and bowls, and waitresses calling out order numbers or names meant that Kyle and I were very unlikely to be eavesdropped here. It helped that we managed to pick a booth in the back corner of the cafe, which made it easy for us to talk freely without being overheard. When I got up this morning, I still didn't have any ideas about who could have framed me. So I called up Kyle and asked him if he wanted to have coffee with me this morning, because I was getting tired of talking to TW about this, and I figured that Kyle might be able to offer a different perspective I hadn't considered yet. I thought that Kyle deserved to know what was going on anyway, given how he had already helped me with the eyepiece. Kyle also looked around briefly before leaning in and whispering, "So you broke into the hive to find the dirt on Bug Bite, only to discover it was all a trap." "Yeah," I said. I always knew Bug Bite was clever, but I underestimated him this time. "People always do," said Kyle. "Lots of criminals think that because Bug Bite is kind of silly looking, that means he's not smart. But he's probably one of the most intelligent superheroes in the world, or at least in America, anyway." I looked at Kyle oddly. "How do you know so much about him?" "What can I say?" said Kyle. "I want to be a superpower scientist, which Bug Bite used to be before he became a superhero. I've done a lot of research on him and even read his autobiography he released last year. He's pretty interesting." "Only if he doesn't deem you a threat," I said, "and if he doesn't decide to feed you to his bugs." "Yeah, that sucks," said Kyle. "It sucks even more that you didn't get any proof from it." "I know," I said. I rubbed my forehead. "It's been very stressful, being blamed for murdering Baron Glory and all. I thought I would find the answers I sought in the hive, but it looks like I'm back to square one. Only this time I might stay on square one, because I can't go anywhere else." Kyle readjusted his glasses thoughtfully. "You sure stuck, huh? I hate feeling that way. It's so frustrating." "Isn't it?" I said. I sighed. "But maybe this is just the new normal now. Everyone is going to continue to believe that Trickshot is the murderer, and I'll have to be even more careful about my public acts of superheroism than before. If it gets really bad, I might have to stop being a superhero entirely." "Hey, maybe that's for the best," said Kyle. "Not that I want you to stop being a superhero or whatever, but sometimes you just got to roll with life, you know?" I nodded glumly, but deep down, I couldn't stand the thought that I would be known to the public as a superhero murderer. Granted, it was technically Trickshot, not Jack McDonald, who would be hated and feared by the public, but there really wasn't much of a difference between me and Trickshot. The only silver living I could see from this was that I could still train myself for the day when Rumsfeld was attacked, but that day was so ephemeral that it was hardly reassuring. So Kyle hesitated, like he was about to ask a very personal question he wasn't sure he had the right to ask. "You said you fought Bug Bite once before, right?" I nodded slowly. "Yep, back in the apartment where the assassin shot Baron Glory from. Bug Bite nearly got me there, but I managed to get away, though not uninjured." "Not uninjured?" said Kyle. "You make it sound like you got beaten up." "That wasn't the worst of it," I said. I raised my right forearm. He stabbed my forearm. Blade nearly went straight through the flesh and bone. It hurt. "Really?" said Kyle. "How did you heal up so quickly?" I sipped my coffee again and said, "Went to this old woman named Marge Rumsfeld. She was a friend of grandfather and has healing abilities from her own superhero days. She healed my arm because I'm related to grandfather." "Marge Rumsfeld?" Kyle repeated. "Is she related to Harold Rumsfeld, the founder of the city?" "I think so," I said. "She's a distant descendant of him. Why do you ask?" "Oh, just curious," said Kyle. "I didn't know Harold Rumsfeld had any living descendants. They never mentioned any in history class, and none of the adults I know have ever told me about any." Marge lives by herself in a bungalow out in the country, I said, gesturing in a random direction. Well, not entirely by herself. Her granddaughter Ashley also lives with her, but other than her, the two of them are by themselves. Ashley, huh? Said Kyle. I'm not much of a history nerd, but it would be kind of neat to meet her. I bet old Marge has all kinds of stories about her ancestor that would be really interesting to listen to. Maybe I can introduce you to her sometime, I said, but not anytime soon. I'm only supposed to go to her house when I need healing. I don't think she'd take well to me bringing random visitors to her home without her permission. A shame. But oh well, said Kyle. We have more important things to worry about at the moment, like trying to clear your name. Yeah, because that's so simple, I said. What I need more than anything is evidence that will prove my innocence or at least make people doubt the official narrative. Like something you could DNA test, right? Said Kyle. If you had some kind of physical belonging which the real killer had, then you could scan it for DNA and prove that it wasn't you. Yeah, but where am I going to get something that belonged to the sniper? I trailed off as I suddenly realized that I had exactly what I needed. Jack, said Kyle, what's the matter? You look like you just had a brilliant idea? Because I did just have a brilliant idea, I said. Back when I gave you the eyepiece in the park, I found a scarf with the letters MLR on it in the trees nearby. I completely forgot about it because of everything that happened afterward, but I still have it and think it might have something to do with the sniper. I stuck my hands into my pockets. Actually, I should have it right here. I pulled the remains of the torn scarf from my pocket and put it on the table between Kyle and me. The letters MLR shone under the cafe lights, though it looked rather ordinary despite that. Nonetheless, to me, it looked like the key to this entire case and possibly the one thing I needed to clear my name once and for all. Are you sure it belongs to the sniper? Said Kyle, looking at the torn fabric doubtfully. It doesn't look like much. It doesn't have to be, I said, and I can test it for DNA right now, as a matter of fact. Here, let me show you. I looked around again one more time, just to make sure that no one was paying attention to us, but luckily the cafe was as busy as ever, if not even busier than when I last checked. Looking at the scarf again, I pointed the Trickshot watch at it. A blue light scanned the scarf, and then I heard TW's voice in my head say, I can't believe I also forgot about this. I feel so sheepish. It doesn't matter, I said. Just scan the darn thing and tell me the results. And do it fast, because this might be just what I need to prove my innocence. Hold on, said TW. It takes a few seconds for the watch to finish scanning the DNA, and then running matches against online databases. But yes, we're done. Awesome, I said. What are the results? Who is the sniper? I'm looking at the data now, said TW. It's oh my. I paused. Oh my, what does that mean? It means that the results are unexpected, to put it lightly, said TW. Or, as you kids put it nowadays, stuff is about to hit the fan. I don't care, I said. Just tell me the danged results. I'm listening. All right, said TW. According to the Trickshot watch's DNA results, the sniper is Margaret Rumsfeld. I froze, unable to believe what TW just told me. Margaret Rumsfeld? Do you mean Marge? Or is there another woman around here who happens to have the same name as her? It's the same Marge who healed your wounds, said TW. As far as I can tell, there is no other. Jack, said Kyle, who sounded worried. You went awfully quiet all of a sudden like you've just seen a ghost or something. I shook my head and looked at Kyle. I'm fine, Kyle. It's just that my friend scanned the fabric and found out who it belongs to. And who is it? Said Kyle. I looked around again, just to make sure that no one was eavesdropping on us, before I leaned in and whispered, Margaret Rumsfeld, the old lady who healed me, remember? Kyle's eyes widened. What? But you said she's an old bedridden woman. How could she be the sniper? No idea, I said, shaking my head again. That's just what the DNA scanner says. There could be another explanation, but... This is serious, said Kyle. We should make an anonymous call to the police. Let them know that we think we found the sniper. I'll pull out my phone right now and call them. Kyle reached for his pocket, but I held up a hand and said, Wait, Kyle, don't do that just yet. Why not? Said Kyle with a frown. If we know who the killer is. But we don't, I said. Not for sure, anyway. DNA evidence is not necessarily proof after all. And what are we supposed to do about this information? Said Kyle. Just sit back and do nothing. No, I said. I tapped the face of my watch. I'll go to Marge's Trickshot and talk to her. I doubt she'll admit to having any involvement in the assassination, but I might be able to find more evidence if I snoop around her house here and there. By yourself, said Kyle dubiously. If she's really behind the sniper like you think, then going by yourself could be dangerous. You can't come with me, I said. I'm in a far better position to take care of myself than you are. If she really is the bad guy, then I don't want to put you in harm's way. Kyle bit his lower lip, but said, Okay, still, I wish I could be of more help. I hate feeling so useless. You're not useless, I said. You helped me with the eyepiece, after all. And anyway, you can be backup. If something happens to me or I don't come back, you can call the police and tip them off about her. How does that sound? Kyle sighed, clearly not enthusiastic about it, but he did say nonetheless, All right. I'll be on standby to call the police for backup if you need it. Great, I said. Now, I think it's time for me to go. I have a murder suspect to talk to. A couple of hours later, I landed outside the main gate to Marge's house. Marge's bungalow looked pretty different in the daylight. It looked a lot friendlier, more inviting, but at the same time there was an element of danger to it that I couldn't quite explain. It was probably just my own nerves getting the best of me. After all, I was about to confront Marge about something very serious. Accusing anyone of assassination was always a serious thing, and I had no idea how she would react if I did. I flew over the gate and landed on the other side. I expected the guard dog, Sammy, to show up and start barking at me, or even outright attack me like the last time I was here. Oddly enough, however, I did not see or hear any sign of the dog whatsoever. Very strange. Perhaps it was taking a late morning nap, or maybe Ashley had taken it out for a walk or something. Not that I was complaining, of course, because the dog's absence would make it much easier for me to confront Marge. I walked up to the front door of the bungalow and knocked on it a few times. Hello? Marge? Ashley? This is Trickshot. Anyone home? No response. I glanced at the garage next to the house and noticed that the ancient truck was still there. Of course, the truck looked so old that I wasn't sure it could even turn on anymore. Still, I took it as a sign that the two of them were probably home, though the dog's absence made me feel uncomfortable. Knocking again, I said, in a loud voice, Hello? Anyone? This is Trickshot. I'm here to see Marge. Aye. The door suddenly opened right while I was in the middle of knocking on it. Ashley stood in the doorway, though unlike the last time I saw her, she was unarmed. Her hair was in a ponytail, but it was better, like she'd had more time to work on it, with fewer loose strands than before. She also wore a pink t-shirt with jeans and tennis shoes, which didn't make her look that much better than she did the last time I saw her, to be frank. But it was her eyes that caught my attention. She looked like she had just been crying, which both puzzled and worried me, because she had not come across as a crying kind of girl when I saw her a few nights ago. Ashley? I said cautiously. What's the matter? Did something happen? Ashley wiped away the tears in her eyes and said, Aye, Trickshot, Grandma is dead. The end of the Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 8, Unmasking the Enemy. The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 8, Unmasking the Enemy. Rather than head back to my family's house, I went straight to target practice because it was closer and I didn't want to accidentally lead Bugbite to my home in case he was following me. I mean, I didn't think that he was following me, what with crashing to the floor on the back of his giant wasp and all, but I still didn't want to risk it. I entered Storage Building 1 via the back entrance and stumbled toward the abandoned receptionist's desk, where I sat on the old office chair that creaked under my weight, though it held me nonetheless. I grimaced and felt the wound on my lower back where the glass had cut. It didn't feel very deep, so my suit would probably be able to heal it, but it hurt a lot and I still wished the pain would go away. TW flashed into existence on the other side of the desk, a concerned look on his face. Are you all right, Jack? That wound looked bad? I'll be all right, I said with a slightly strained voice. The costume, I think, will be able to heal it. Don't worry about it? Very well, said TW. I just wanted to make sure we were not going to need to make another trip to Marge. I don't want to test her patience by coming to her for a healing session at midnight all the time. Nah, we won't need to go to her, I said. I winced at the pain, but I might need to lay low for a couple days or so. Once news gets out that I broke into the hive and beat Bug Guy again, I have a feeling that the police are going to pull out the big guns to deal with me. Perhaps, said TW, but that probably won't be until tomorrow. For now, we have other things to discuss. Yeah, I said, my shoulders slumping like how this mission was a complete failure for starters. I pulled out the blank flash drive and tossed it on the desk between us. Went to all of that trouble to get that flash drive, only for it to turn out to be a complete and utter dud. It would be funny if I wasn't so exhausted and pissed off. We probably should have seen it coming, in all honesty, said TW, folding his arms in front of his chest. Bugbite is a very intelligent person, regardless of what you think about him. It makes sense that he would do something like this. It's our own fault for not considering it a real possibility. Maybe, I said listlessly, but now we're no closer to proving my innocence than we were before. If anything, we're even worse off than before, because of my injury and stuff. I wouldn't call our mission a complete failure, said TW. After all, we learned that Bugbite does not know anything about the assassin. What do you mean? You saw how he acted when you accused him of murdering Baron Glory, said TW. He was absolutely furious. He was deeply offended by the suggestion that he was the one who killed his own friend. That didn't seem like the reaction of a murderer or someone who ordered an assassination to me. But the eyepiece, I said. Doesn't that count for more evidence than Bugbite's own denials? Perhaps, said TW. But we were never really sure about the eyepiece in the first place, were we? Isn't it possible that the eyepiece might have been stolen by the assassin in an effort to frame Bugbite? I guess so, I said. But it still seems pretty far-fetched to me. If Bugbite isn't behind the assassination, then who is? TW shrugged. To that question, I have no answer. Whoever it is, they clearly are out to ruin your life. Ruin it? I said. I laughed. They're trying to destroy it. The only way this could get any worse is if they somehow find out my secret identity and kill my parents. I don't think that's likely to happen, though. TW shrugged again. I can't think of anyone who would try to do this. The injectors would have been my first guess, but Michael Jones is in jail, and the rest of the injectors are either scattered to the winds or in jail with him. I don't know who else might hate you enough to want to ruin your life this way. The only other group who might be willing to do this sort of thing to me is Icon, I said, leaning back in the chair. It could be they want revenge for what I did to the injectors, which I'm sure ruined whatever they were trying to do here in Rumsfeld. Possibly, but we haven't heard anything from Icon since you defeated the injectors last month, said TW. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. You did run into that Muhammad fellow who was trying to kill your uncle. Yeah, but that's my uncle, I said. As far as I can tell, my uncle's adventures and my being framed for murder are entirely unrelated. Icon probably isn't behind it this time. Then I am at a loss for who it could be, said TW. If it's not Bugbite or the injectors or Icon, then who could be trying to frame you? I sat there, thinking hard about TW's question. It was a difficult one, because all of the obvious suspects had been more or less cleared. I still wasn't entirely certain of Bugbite's innocence, but the more I thought about it, the more sense it made, because Bugbite was not known to do this sort of thing. And anyway, even if he was inclined to order an assassin to kill someone he doesn't like, he would never do it to one of his friends like Baron Glory. My mind kept drawing a blank. No matter how hard I thought, I didn't have any answers. It didn't help that I was still tired from my fight with Bugbite and his insects, and getting rather sleepy, because it was very late and was way past my bedtime. Yawning, I said, You know what, TW? I think it's about time I go home. Whoever is behind Baron Glory's murder, and whoever framed me are questions I will think about tomorrow, when I have a clearer head after a good night's sleep. A wise decision, I think, said Tiwu. Humans require a lot of rest in order to function correctly. It makes me glad that I'm not human. I could not imagine sleeping for 8 hours straight. With me, it's probably going to be more like 6, I said. I slowly rose from the chair. Come on, let's go home, before Bugbite has every cop in the city searching for me. You really need to stop picking fights with Bugbite, said Kyle the next morning, slapping a physical copy of the Rumsfeld Journal on the table between us. Look at this picture. Poor guy's losing his mind. Still not entirely awake, I hadn't slept very well last night. Thanks to the fact that my back injury kept me up for most of it. I started when the newspaper was slapped down in front of me, nearly spilling my coffee in the process. But I caught myself before I could fall out of my chair and looked down at the headline on the front page, which read, Alleged murderer Trickshot strikes again. Bugbite vows to bring him in before he kills again. Below the headline was an image of the hive, showing the broken window where I had flown out of, with police cars surrounding the building. Bug Bite himself was seen in the picture talking with a guy who looked like the police chief, raising one fist above his head like he was about to punch the police chief in the face. I didn't bother to read the rest of the article, however. I just looked at Kyle, who sat down on the other side of the table and took a long sip of his own coffee, which he had dumped liberal amounts of sugar into, for taste before he put it down and looked at me with a grim look. "What?" I said. "Did I accidentally steal your favorite chair or something?" "No," said Kyle, shaking his head. "I just find it weird that you're not reacting to the article. It's been shared over 1,000 times on Facebook alone, which is pretty good considering how small the Rumsfeld Journal's readership is." I shrugged. "What is there to read? It's not like I didn't witness this event myself." "I know," said Kyle, "but the tide of public opinion is turning against you even more than before. I bet it won't be long before you end up on the FBI's most wanted list, though probably not at the very top. Probably somewhere in the top 10, though, or top 20 at least." "Come on," I said. "I'm not that bad. I'd have to do something really bad to get on the FBI's list." "Regardless, things are still not going well for you," said Kyle. "I'm not even sure how much of the article I'm supposed to believe, especially the part about Bug Bite's giant insects." "Nah, that's real," I said, leaning back in my seat casually. "Nearly got stabbed by a big wasp." Kyle's eyes widened in shock. "Do you think that means that Bugman is real too?" "I didn't see him, but who knows?" I said. "Bug Bite seems more like a mad scientist than a superhero, in my opinion." "Why can't he be both?" said Kyle. "Lots of superheroes have scientific credentials like Dr. Black of Houston." "Never mind," I said. "Point is, last night's mission was a failure, and I didn't learn anything from it." I sipped my coffee and then glanced around the cafe to make sure no one was listening to us, but I didn't need to worry. Rumsfeld coffee was always full at breakfast. Almost every table or booth was taken and everyone was busily talking to each other. The loud cacophony of conversation, clinking glasses, silverware against plates and bowls, and waitresses calling out order numbers or names meant that Kyle and I were very unlikely to be eavesdropped here. It helped that we managed to pick a booth in the back corner of the cafe, which made it easy for us to talk freely without being overheard. When I got up this morning, I still didn't have any ideas about who could have framed me. So I called up Kyle and asked him if he wanted to have coffee with me this morning, because I was getting tired of talking to TW about this, and I figured that Kyle might be able to offer a different perspective I hadn't considered yet. I thought that Kyle deserved to know what was going on anyway, given how he had already helped me with the eyepiece. Kyle also looked around briefly before leaning in and whispering, "So you broke into the hive to find the dirt on Bug Bite, only to discover it was all a trap." "Yeah," I said. "I always knew Bug Bite was clever, but I underestimated him this time." "People always do," said Kyle. "Lots of criminals think that because Bug Bite is kind of silly looking, that means he's not smart. But he's probably one of the most intelligent superheroes in the world, or at least in America, anyway." I looked at Kyle oddly. "How do you know so much about him?" "What can I say?" said Kyle. "I want to be a superpower scientist, which Bug Bite used to be before he became a superhero. I've done a lot of research on him and even read his autobiography he released last year. He's pretty interesting." "Only if he doesn't deem you a threat," I said, "and if he doesn't decide to feed you to his bugs." "Yeah, that sucks," said Kyle. "It sucks even more that you didn't get any proof from it." "I know," I said. I rubbed my forehead. "It's been very stressful, being blamed for murdering Baron Glory and all. I thought I would find the answers I sought in the hive, but it looks like I'm back to square one. Only this time I might stay on square one, because I can't go anywhere else." Kyle readjusted his glasses thoughtfully. "You sure stuck, huh? I hate feeling that way. It's so frustrating." "Isn't it?" I said. I sighed. "But maybe this is just the new normal now. Everyone is going to continue to believe that Trickshot is the murderer, and I'll have to be even more careful about my public acts of superheroism than before. If it gets really bad, I might have to stop being a superhero entirely." "Hey, maybe that's for the best," said Kyle. "Not that I want you to stop being a superhero or whatever, but sometimes you just got to roll with life, you know?" I nodded glumly, but deep down, I couldn't stand the thought that I would be known to the public as a superhero murderer. Granted, it was technically Trickshot, not Jack McDonald, who would be hated and feared by the public, but there really wasn't much of a difference between me and Trickshot. The only silver living I could see from this was that I could still train myself for the day when Rumsfeld was attacked, but that day was so ephemeral that it was hardly reassuring. So Kyle hesitated, like he was about to ask a very personal question he wasn't sure he had the right to ask. You said you fought bug bite once before, right? I nodded slowly. Yep, back in the apartment where the assassin shot Baron Glory from. Bug bite nearly got me there, but I managed to get away, though not uninjured. Not uninjured? Said Kyle. You make it sound like you got beaten up. That wasn't the worst of it, I said. I raised my right forearm. He stabbed my forearm. Blade nearly went straight through the flesh and bone. It hurt. Really? Said Kyle. How did you heal up so quickly? I sipped my coffee again and said, went to this old woman named Marge Rumsfeld. She was a friend of grandfather and has healing abilities from her own superhero days. She healed my arm because I'm related to grandfather. Marge Rumsfeld? Kyle repeated. Is she related to Harold Rumsfeld, the founder of the city? I think so, I said. She's a distant descendant of him. Why do you ask? Oh, just curious, said Kyle. I didn't know Harold Rumsfeld had any living descendants. They never mentioned any in history class, and none of the adults I know have ever told me about any. Marge lives by herself in a bungalow out in the country, I said, gesturing in a random direction. Well, not entirely by herself. Her granddaughter Ashley also lives with her, but other than her, the two of them are by themselves. Ashley, huh? Said Kyle. I'm not much of a history nerd, but it would be kind of neat to meet her. I bet old Marge has all kinds of stories about her ancestor that would be really interesting to listen to. Maybe I can introduce you to her sometime, I said, but not anytime soon. I'm only supposed to go to her house when I need healing. I don't think she'd take well to me bringing random visitors to her home without her permission. A shame. But oh well, said Kyle. We have more important things to worry about at the moment, like trying to clear your name. Yeah, because that's so simple, I said. What I need more than anything is evidence that will prove my innocence or at least make people doubt the official narrative. Like something you could DNA test, right? Said Kyle. If you had some kind of physical belonging which the real killer had, then you could scan it for DNA and prove that it wasn't you. Yeah, but where am I going to get something that belonged to the sniper? I trailed off as I suddenly realized that I had exactly what I needed. Jack, said Kyle, what's the matter? You look like you just had a brilliant idea? Because I did just have a brilliant idea, I said. Back when I gave you the eyepiece in the park, I found a scarf with the letters MLR on it in the trees nearby. I completely forgot about it because of everything that happened afterward, but I still have it and think it might have something to do with the sniper. I stuck my hands into my pockets. Actually, I should have it right here. I pulled the remains of the torn scarf from my pocket and put it on the table between Kyle and me. The letters MLR shone under the cafe lights, though it looked rather ordinary despite that. Nonetheless, to me, it looked like the key to this entire case and possibly the one thing I needed to clear my name once and for all. Are you sure it belongs to the sniper? Said Kyle, looking at the torn fabric doubtfully. It doesn't look like much. It doesn't have to be, I said, and I can test it for DNA right now, as a matter of fact. Here, let me show you. I looked around again one more time, just to make sure that no one was paying attention to us, but luckily the cafe was as busy as ever, if not even busier than when I last checked. Looking at the scarf again, I pointed the Trickshot watch at it. A blue light scanned the scarf, and then I heard TW's voice in my head say, I can't believe I also forgot about this. I feel so sheepish. It doesn't matter, I said. Just scan the darn thing and tell me the results. And do it fast, because this might be just what I need to prove my innocence. Hold on, said TW. It takes a few seconds for the watch to finish scanning the DNA, and then running matches against online databases. But yes, we're done. Awesome, I said. What are the results? Who is the sniper? I'm looking at the data now, said TW. It's oh my. I paused. Oh my, what does that mean? It means that the results are unexpected, to put it lightly, said TW. Or, as you kids put it nowadays, stuff is about to hit the fan. I don't care, I said. Just tell me the danged results. I'm listening. All right, said TW. According to the Trickshot watch's DNA results, the sniper is Margaret Rumsfeld. I froze, unable to believe what TW just told me. Margaret Rumsfeld? Do you mean Marge? Or is there another woman around here who happens to have the same name as her? It's the same Marge who healed your wounds, said TW. As far as I can tell, there is no other. Jack? Said Kyle, who sounded worried. You went awfully quiet all of a sudden, like you've just seen a ghost or something." I shook my head and looked at Kyle. "I'm fine, Kyle. It's just that my friend scanned the fabric and found out who it belongs to." "And who is it?" said Kyle. I looked around again, just to make sure that no one was eavesdropping on us, before I leaned in and whispered, "Margaret Rumsfeld, the old lady who healed me, remember?" Kyle's eyes widened. "What? But you said she's an old bedridden woman. How could she be the sniper?" "No idea," I said, shaking my head again. "That's just what the DNA scanner says. There could be another explanation, but—" "This is serious," said Kyle. "We should make an anonymous call to the police. Let them know that we think we've found the sniper. I'll pull out my phone right now and call them." Kyle reached for his pocket, but I held up a hand and said, "Wait, Kyle, don't do that just yet." "Why not?" said Kyle with a frown. "If we know who the killer is." "But we don't," I said. "Not for sure, anyway. DNA evidence is not necessarily proof after all." "And what are we supposed to do about this information?" said Kyle. "Just sit back and do nothing." "No," I said. I tapped the face of my watch. "I'll go to Marge's Trickshot and talk to her. I doubt she'll admit to having any involvement in the assassination, but I might be able to find more evidence if I snoop around her house here and there." "By yourself," said Kyle dubiously. "If she's really behind the sniper like you think, then going by yourself could be dangerous." "You can't come with me," I said. "I'm in a far better position to take care of myself than you are. If she really is the bad guy, then I don't want to put you in harm's way." Kyle bit his lower lip, but said, "Okay, still, I wish I could be of more help. I hate feeling so useless." "You're not useless," I said. "You helped me with the eyepiece, after all. And anyway, you can be backup. If something happens to me or I don't come back, you can call the police and tip them off about her. How does that sound?" Kyle sighed, clearly not enthusiastic about it, but he did say nonetheless, "All right. I'll be on standby to call the police for backup if you need it." "Great," I said. "Now, I think it's time for me to go. I have a murder suspect to talk to." A couple of hours later, I landed outside the main gate to Marge's house. Marge's bungalow looked pretty different in the daylight. It looked a lot friendlier, more inviting, but at the same time there was an element of danger to it that I couldn't quite explain. It was probably just my own nerves getting the best of me. After all, I was about to confront Marge about something very serious. Accusing anyone of assassination was always a serious thing, and I had no idea how she would react if I did. I flew over the gate and landed on the other side. I expected the guard dog, Sammy, to show up and start barking at me, or even outright attack me like the last time I was here. Oddly enough, however, I did not see or hear any sign of the dog whatsoever. Very strange. Perhaps it was taking a late morning nap, or maybe Ashley had taken it out for a walk or something. Not that I was complaining, of course, because the dog's absence would make it much easier for me to confront Marge. I walked up to the front door of the bungalow and knocked on it a few times. "Hello? Marge? Ashley? This is Trickshot. Anyone home?" No response. I glanced at the garage next to the house and noticed that the ancient truck was still there. Of course, the truck looked so old that I wasn't sure it could even turn on anymore. Still, I took it as a sign that the two of them were probably home, though the dog's absence made me feel uncomfortable. Knocking again, I said, in a loud voice, "Hello? Anyone? This is Trickshot. I'm here to see Marge." "Aye." The door suddenly opened right while I was in the middle of knocking on it. Ashley stood in the doorway, though unlike the last time I saw her, she was unarmed. Her hair was in a ponytail, but it was better, like she'd had more time to work on it, with fewer loose strands than before. She also wore a pink t-shirt with jeans and tennis shoes, which didn't make her look that much better than she did the last time I saw her, to be frank. But it was her eyes that caught my attention. She looked like she had just been crying, which both puzzled and worried me, because she had not come across as a crying kind of girl when I saw her a few nights ago. "Ashley?" I said cautiously. "What's the matter? Did something happen?" Ashley wiped away the tears in her eyes and said, "Aye, Trickshot, Grandma is dead." The end of the Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 8, Unmasking the Enemy. The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 9, The Price of Valor. "Your grandma?" I said in surprise. "You mean Marge, right?" Ashley scowled at me like I was an idiot. "Of course. It isn't like I have any other grandparents, you know." "Ah, well, I trailed off awkwardly. When did she die?" "Last night," said Ashley. She sniffled. "She passed away in her sleep. I didn't realize it because she usually sleeps in late, but when I went to her room to check on her a few minutes ago, I found Ashley apparently couldn't finish the sentence because she just sniffled and looked away. "Oh," I said. "I'm sorry to hear that." "Don't be," said Ashley. "Grandma was in her 90s and her health was bad. I always expected her to pass away sometime soon, but that still doesn't make it easy to take." I was now starting to rethink the wisdom of coming to Marge's house to accuse her of framing me for murder. It would have been tough enough knowing that Marge was an old, bedridden woman who couldn't defend herself. It was even worse now that I stood before a crying girl who had just lost her grandma not more than 5 minutes ago, if that. I felt like the biggest jerk in the world right now, despite the fact that I hadn't even mentioned the reason I was here. "Can I, come in?" I said. "If you need someone to talk to." "Okay," said Ashley, sniffling again. "I still have some toast left over from breakfast, if you want anything to eat." Ashley stepped aside, allowing me to walk inside. I took a seat on the couch, feeling a bit out of place in the cheery bungalow living room while Ashley went into the kitchen to get the toast. She reappeared less than a second later with a floral-patterned plate of buttered toast in one hand, which she put on the coffee table between us as she sat down on the chair opposite me. "So, I tried to think of a way to start the conversation. She passed away in her sleep?" Ashley nodded. "Yes. Like I said, she was getting on in years and both of us expected her to pass away any day now, but I thought I would get one last chance to talk to her before she died. The last thing I said to her was good night when she went to sleep last night. I wish I could have said more." I shifted uncomfortably in the couch. To some degree, I understood why Ashley felt the way she did. After all, I had lost family members before, with my older brother Thomas being the most recent one. Even though I had gotten some degree of closure over Thomas' death, I still thought about him sometimes and could get emotional at random times when I wasn't paying attention. The reason I was uncomfortable was because I was wondering when or if I should mention why I was here. I decided I would bring it up if Ashley asked, not before. "I know," I said. "I lost a close family member of mine, too, not very long ago. I didn't get to give him a proper goodbye, either." "It sucks, doesn't it?" said Ashley. She wiped the tears out of her eyes again. "I hate death. I wish no one ever had to die." "I feel for you," I said. "But what happens, happens, and there's no way we can go back in time and change it, as much as we may want to. We just got to move forward, after grieving our loved ones, of course." Ashley nodded, but I could tell that she was still too distraught by Marge's death to really understand what I just said. Not that I blamed her. I was pretty much the same shortly after Thomas' death, after all. "Have you set up funeral arrangements just yet?" I said. "I know it's sudden, but—" "No," Ashley interrupted. "I haven't. Like I said, I just found out she died. I almost didn't even answer the door when I heard you knocking." "I see," I said. "Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just let me know, okay?" "Nah, I think I can handle it," said Ashley. "I'm pretty familiar with the funeral arrangement process because I helped Grandma set up my mom's funeral a couple of years ago." "Your mom is dead?" I said. "Yeah," said Ashley. She picked up a piece of toast and bit into it, though it was a very mechanical movement, like she was forcing herself to eat. "That's why I live with Grandma. After Mom died, I didn't have anywhere else to go but with Grandma. Just been the two of us ever since. We don't have pictures of her up, because Grandma couldn't stand seeing pictures of Mom." I nodded in understanding. That explained what happened to her mom then, but what about your dad? Where is he? Ashley scowled suddenly again. "He abandoned me and Mom when I was born. I've never known him or even seen a picture of him, and I don't want to either. He could die, and I wouldn't care even if I knew." Ashley's sudden mood change took me by surprise. I hadn't expected her to go from mourning to anger so quickly. Then again, I bet her mood was not very stable at the moment, given how she had just found out that her grandmother was dead. Even so, I found myself curious about her parents anyway, because I recalled not seeing any pictures of them on the mantelpiece of her fireplace earlier and wondered if Ashley's anger toward her dad might go some ways to explaining that. "Your dad was a deadbeat, huh?" I said. "Sorry to hear that." "Don't be," said Ashley. "It isn't your fault he was a jerk who didn't care about me or Mom. It's his fault." "Something's not quite right with this one," said TW in my head suddenly. "What do you mean?" I said, taking a bite out of some toast in order to keep Ashley from wondering why I was so quiet. She just lost her grandmother. Why wouldn't she be so emotional? "But—" "Would you just shut up?" I said. "I'm talking to Ashley at the moment. You can tell me your theories later." I ignored TW because the last thing I needed was for my attention to be diverted. I wanted to talk to Ashley some more. If Marge was indeed the one who framed me, then perhaps Ashley would know something about it. At any rate, she might let me into Marge's room, where I could do an investigation and try to find the proof I needed to show that Marge had hired the sniper to frame me. "Anyway," said Ashley, lowering her half-eaten piece of toast with a frown on her face, "why are you here in the first place? You didn't get hurt again and need healing, did you?" "Oh no, I'm perfectly fine," I said. I flexed my right arm quickly. "See? Perfectly healthy." "Then why are you here at all?" said Ashley. "I thought you were only supposed to come here when you needed Grandma to heal you." "I came because," I trailed off, trying to think of the best way to put it that would not make Ashley throw me bodily out of the house. "I came because I wanted to see Marge and ask her a few questions about her friendship with Grandfather." Ashley raised an eyebrow. "Don't you have your grandfather's hologram with you? Why don't you ask him about your grandfather?" That's not what I meant to say," I said, shaking my head. "I'm here because of the death of Baron Glory. You've heard that, right?" "I did," said Ashley, nodding casually. "All of the news reports say you're the murderer." "Do you believe that?" Ashley snorted. "No, you don't seem vicious enough to be a killer, in my opinion. You're too lame." Irritation flashed through my body when Ashley said that, but I ignored my feelings for the moment in order to focus on the situation at hand. "Gee, thanks. But seriously, I'm innocent. I came here because I thought Marge might be able to help me prove my innocence." "How?" said Ashley, tilting her head to the side. "Grandma wouldn't have known anything about Baron Glory or his death. She's been bedridden for years and has never even met the guy." "Interesting. If Marge was indeed the person who framed me, then Ashley was obviously aware of her grandmother's plot. Of course, I suppose there was always a possibility that Ashley could also be in on it and was just playing dumb, but somehow I doubted that. In any case, I would have to be careful with my next words, because I didn't want to offend Ashley, especially so soon after Marge's death. Leaning forward, I said, "Let's just say I've found some evidence which suggests that Marge may know the identity of the killer. I came here to talk to her about it, but her death has definitely thrown a wrench in those plans." "I'd have to agree with you there," said Ashley. "I wish there was some way I could help you, but if Grandma didn't know anything about the actual killer, then that knowledge died with her. Sorry about that." I was taken aback by Ashley's apologetic tone. Maybe Marge's death had shaken her more than I thought. "No, it's not a problem," I said, shaking my head. I hesitated, however, and then said, "But, do you think you could let me into Marge's room?" Ashley eyed me suspiciously. "Why?" "To search for evidence that could help me identify the killer," I said. "I mean, I know she just died and all, but you have to understand how important this is to me. If this killer gets away with blaming me for Baron Glory's death, then true justice will never prevail. Do you think Marge would want that?" Ashley took another bite out of her toast. She looked like she was going to say no, which I would have understood, because it was a pretty big thing for me to ask of her, maybe even outright inappropriate. I certainly felt dirty asking. Even if Marge had framed me, that did not give me the right to rifle through her stuff so shortly after she died for proof I needed to clear my name. On the other hand, if I didn't take advantage of this moment now, then I would probably never get a chance to do so again, and then my reputation would be permanently ruined. "All right," said Ashley at last. "I don't want you looking through Grandma's stuff, but I'll take you up there so you can see her body and pay your respects." It wasn't exactly what I wanted, but I supposed it was better than nothing. Maybe I would spot an open letter on a dresser or something that would have all the proof I needed to confirm that Marge had framed me. "Great," I said with a smile. I stood up. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." But just as I finished that sentence, a sudden wooziness came over me. The world started to spin around me and I fell down and knocked my head against the floorboards. I dropped my half-eaten piece of toast, but I was so dizzy that I couldn't get up. What is going on?" I said in a weak voice. "My head." Ashley's smirking face suddenly appeared over me, her eyes gleaming with triumph. "Oh, I'm so sorry. It must have been the toast. Perhaps the bread I used to make it had some mold on it, or something." I wanted to respond, but before I could, I slipped into darkness and could see no more. "Jack, wake up," said TW in my head. "Jack, come on. If you don't wake up now, something bad is going to happen." I heard TW loud and clear, but I just couldn't open my eyes. I felt tired and sluggish, like someone had tied a 100-pound steel chain to my waist. I felt like I had just recovered from a terrible cold that I was still dealing with the aftereffects of. It didn't help that I couldn't actually move my limbs very much. They felt as heavy as lead. Nonetheless, I managed to say to TW, "I am awake. What do you need?" "Open your eyes," said TW. "Open them now." I can't really explain what's going on, because I'm not entirely sure myself, but it probably isn't any good. TW's answers were annoying, but I nonetheless forced myself to open my eyes. It was painful at first, like peeling sunburned skin off your face, but inch by inch, I opened my eyes until they were completely open. I now found myself staring up at a dark ceiling cracked in a few areas, but otherwise smooth. A small chandelier hung from the ceiling, providing enough light by which to see, but because I was lying flat on my back, there wasn't much to see, if you caught my drift. I tried to speak aloud, but my words just came out as mumbled gibberish. "Why can't I talk?" I said in my mind to TW, "and why can't I move?" "According to the suit, you've contracted some kind of poison," said TW. "It's not enough to kill you, of course, otherwise you would have been dead. As far as I can tell, however, it has paralyzed you. Luckily for you, however, the suit is working very hard at clearing your system of the poison, so you should regain the ability to speak again very soon." "Thanks," I said. "Where am I? What happened? I can barely remember a thing." "You lost consciousness after eating some of Ashley's toast, remember?" said TW. "You stood up, felt dizzy, and then collapsed onto the floor like someone punched you out." "Oh yeah," I said. "I remember now. But how did I lose consciousness and where am I now?" "Sadly, I can't answer the second question, but I believe I have the answer to the first," said TW. "I think there was poison in the toast Ashley gave you, though why and how the toast got poisoned, I don't know." I was about to ask TW why Ashley would give me poisoned toast when I heard a door open and close nearby. I then heard light footsteps across the floor, and then the face of a familiar teenage girl appeared overhead, partially but not entirely silhouetted against the light. "Ashley," I said through a partially numb mouth. Ashley frowned. "You're awake." "That honestly surprises me, because I thought you were not going to wake up for a few more hours at least. Maybe that poison was less potent than I thought." I licked my lips, finding that feeling was returning to my mouth fairly quickly now that I was actually talking. "Why, where am I?" "You're still in Grandma's bungalow," said Ashley. She gestured at the ceiling. "I just took you down to the basement. You're way heavier than you look, by the way. Might want to think about losing a few pounds." "Why did you drag me down to the basement?" I said. My mouth still felt a little numb, but at this point it was pretty much normal now. "And why did you even poison me in the first place?" "Because I didn't want you getting in the way of our plan," obviously, said Ashley. She patted me on the head. "I thought about just killing you outright, but murder is hard to cover up, so I decided I would just take you out of commission for a little while. A paralyzed person is just as useless as a dead person. Only a paralysis victim has to live with the consequences of actions they weren't able to stop." "Your plan?" I said. "You make it sound like you're not alone." "She's not," said a deep, familiar voice nearby. Another person stepped into view, but it was not Marge. Instead, it was a bearded Arabic man wearing a dark suit, a gun holstered at his side. He towered over both me and Ashley, his dark eyes glaring down at me with hatred. I almost said the man's name aloud, but at the last minute held it in. It was Muhammad, the Icon agent who had tried to kill Uncle Josh and me a few days ago. What was he doing here? "Hello, Jack McDonald," said Muhammad, his voice completely devoid of friendliness. "Or perhaps I should address you as Trickshot, since that is the costume you're currently wearing, though hopefully not for long." Damn it. I forgot that Icon knew my secret identity, so it made sense that Muhammad would know my real name, even though I had not revealed my secret identity to him during the car chase. I sometimes wished that I had bothered to hunt down Christina after my battle with Michael Jones last month, because she was one of the only people in the world who knew my real identity, and she had no doubt told it to her boss and everyone else in Icon as soon as she could. "Muhammad," I said, "what are you doing here? I thought you were after my Uncle Josh." "I still am," Muhammad replied. "But at the moment, he's vanished off my radar. My contacts in Texas are keeping an eye out for him, and they will report to me if they see him anywhere. But for now I decided to come and check up on young Ashley here and how her part of the plan was going. Given how you are paralyzed and at our mercy, it appears to be going well." "Thanks," said Ashley, beaming. "I got him with poisoned toast." Muhammad looked at Ashley in confusion. "Poisoned toast? I thought you were joking when you told me that originally." "I was 100% serious," said Ashley. "Why would I joke about something as serious as poisoned toast?" Muhammad looked like he was at a loss for words, so he just shook his head and said, "Never mind. The methods do not matter. What matters are the results. And your methods, however unorthodox, have given us very great results indeed, in the form of the superhero Trickshot." Mohammed ran a finger along my forehead like I was a piece of furniture or something. I shuddered at his touch, because even though Mohammed's finger felt pretty normal, there was something disgusting about being touched by a man like him anyway. "What is going on here?" I said, looking from Mohammed to Ashley and back again. "Ashley, are you actually an agent of Icon?" "No," said Mohammed stiffly. "We don't hire teenagers, especially young girls like her." "She is a helper. Isn't that right, Ashley?" Ashley bit her lower lip like she had to be careful about what she said. "Yeah, I guess it is." I noticed that Ashley didn't seem very enthusiastic to be talking to Mohammed. Then again, Mohammed was hardly a friendly-looking guy. "And what a good helper she has been so far," said Mohammed, patting her on the shoulder. "Thanks to her efforts, we finally captured you. Chaser will be pleased when he learns this." "You'll give me my money now, right?" Ashley said. "Now that I gave you Trickshot?" "What are you talking about?" I said. "Can anyone explain to me what is going on here? I can't have been out for that long." "Given how helpless you currently are, I guess it wouldn't hurt to let you know what is going on," said Mohammed. "Besides, it is far too late for you to do anything about it. By the time we're done talking, the deed will be done, and every last person in Rumsfeld and in the world in general will view Trickshot as a criminal who deserves to be put to death." I found that ominous, but I didn't say anything. I tried to move my limbs, but was unable to move them more than an inch or two, meaning I was still stuck here. Hopefully the poison would wear off by the time Mohammed finished telling his story. "Let's start at the beginning," said Mohammed. "By that, of course, I am referring to the assassination of Baron Glory at the hands of an Icon sniper." I gasped. "So you guys were behind the assassination after all?" "Of course," said Mohammed. He leaned closer toward me, an amused grin on his lips. "You didn't honestly think we would just leave you alone after you defeated the injectors last month, did you? I hope you didn't, because that would mean you've even dumber than I thought." I said nothing to that, because I didn't want to confirm Mohammed's question. It wasn't like I thought they had forgotten me. Exactly, but I hoped that they had decided to take a break from me, and maybe go harass someone else for a while. I shouldn't have fooled myself into believing that. "Yes, we framed you," said Mohammed. "I didn't come up with that plan. It was Chaser, the brilliant man he is, who came up with the idea of framing you for the assassination of a popular and famous superhero beloved by the whole country. Your reputation was already shaky due to your status as an illegal superhero, but we thought that if we could just tip it over the edge, that you would have to quit being a superhero in order to avoid going to jail." "Didn't work," I said, "because I'm still here and I'm still Trickshot." Mohammed tilted his head to the side. "True, you proved more resilient than we thought. We thought the pressure you would receive from the media and the police would make you give up entirely, but it soon became obvious that you were more stubborn than you look. We needed another way to get you, and luckily for us, that is when we found out about Margaret Rumsfeld and her granddaughter, Ashley." "Only because I needed the money," said Ashley, folding her arms across her chest. "Not because I like you guys or anything." "What?" I said, looking at Ashley. "What did you need money for?" "Isn't it obvious?" said Mohammed. "Look at her house. It is practically falling apart. And then there was poor old Marge, who just didn't have enough money saved up from her younger years to do more than pay the bills every month." "We didn't have money," said Ashley, who was not looking at me. "Grandma's Social Security barely covered the monthly bills. It was the medical expenses, though, that really ruined us. Grandma had some heart surgery a while ago that we couldn't pay for. I accepted Icon's help because I had no other choice." "And how did you help them?" I said. "How long have you been helping them?" "She's been helping us ever since you first came for a visit to get that arm of yours fixed," said Mohammed. "Right, Ashley?" "Right," said Ashley. She looked at me. "Even before that. Actually, when I was in the park and saw you and your friend Kyle discussing the eyepiece. But I left when you guys noticed me, though I lost Grandma's scarf with her initials because I left so hastily. That's how I knew you were Trickshot, and also how Icon found me, because they had also sent someone to follow you to the park who saw me as well. And she promised to help us by giving you over to us the next time you came to her house for a visit," Mohammed finished, "which she has done today." Ashley nodded stiffly. "That's right. The money I got for doing so little work, well, I couldn't say no to it." "You could have," I said. "You could have said no and—" "Shut up," Ashley snapped. "What do you know about need anyway? I doubt you've ever had to worry about being bankrupted by medical bills." "Enough bickering," said Mohammed. He shook his head. "This is why I hate working with teenagers. Anyway, let's get back to the main story. We can get into digressions later, if there is time, that is." I couldn't believe that Ashley would betray me like this. It made me angry enough to want to rip off the chains binding me to the table upon which I lay and tear the whole house down. Unfortunately, the poison still kept me paralyzed, which meant that all I could do was feel angry, which wasn't very helpful for actually getting out of this situation by myself. And now our plan has succeeded, almost wildly so, said Muhammad. His dark eyes glittered triumphantly. You are now in our grasp, which means your days of playing the hero are over. Chaser will be very pleased to hear this, even if it means paying Ashley here for her help. I don't care what you do with Trickshot after this, said Ashley. Just give me the money, all right? Don't worry, Ashley, I'll make sure that your money is deposited into your grandmother's bank account once I return to HQ, said Muhammad. He looked down at me. Chaser may be a harsh leader, but he always keeps his end of the deal, especially when it results in the capture of a particular thorn in our side, like Trickshot. I met Muhammad's gaze defiantly. Chaser can go suck-start a shotgun for all I care. I'm not going to give you the watch. Muhammad shook his head. I forgot. Did I say that I'm done with story time yet? No, I didn't. You see, our plan involves more than just capturing you. We have one last step that will be completed in downtown Rumsfeld itself about, an hour or so from now. I frowned. One last step. What do you mean? Muhammad scratched his beard. It's simple. We will assassinate the mayor of Rumsfeld, Harold Adams, himself, and frame you for it. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. My eyes widened. Why? You've already captured me. What is the point of killing Mayor Adams and framing me for it? It seems pointless. It's to destroy your reputation once and for all, said Muhammad. Once you become known for not merely assassinating Baron Glory, but also the mayor, no one will ever believe you are innocent. And even if you manage to escape from us, people will treat you like a supervillain rather than a superhero. Plus, Mayor Adams is the brother of Bug Bite, so by killing him, we'll make sure that Bug Bite hates you forever. I gritted my teeth. You monster. Once I break out of here, I'm going to do nothing, because you are never escaping, said Muhammad. Already, I have my car set up to transport you out of Rumsfeld. In a few hours, you and I will be back at Icon's HQ, where our top surgeons will work on removing your suit from your body. And Chaser, of course, will reward me for my diligence in capturing you and bringing you before him like a trophy. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, but at the same time, I was in no condition to do anything about it. Muhammad had me right where he wanted me. The poison was starting to wear off, no doubt thanks to the efforts of my costume, but I wasn't sure it would wear off enough for me to make a difference. By the time the poison wore off entirely, Mayor Adams would be dead and everyone in Rumsfeld would think I was the murderer. And if Bugbite hated me for allegedly killing Baron Glory, then I didn't want to see how he would react if he thought I'd killed his own brother, too. TW, got any ideas? I said in my mind. None. Unfortunately, said TW. The best I can tell you is that you should wait for the poison to wear off, but I will admit that that isn't much of an answer. Damn right it isn't, I said. Keep thinking, though, and if anything comes to you, let me know immediately, okay? I didn't hear TW's response because Muhammad spoke just then and said, but I've talked long enough. The sooner we get you out of here, the sooner Chaser will reward me for my actions. Muhammad pulled a phone out of his pocket, but before he could dial a number, the door exploded. The basement door went flying toward us. Muhammad and Ashley fell to the floor, covering their heads with their hands, while I became as flat as I could, just narrowly avoiding the door that flew over me. The basement door crashed into the wall behind us, slamming into the wall so hard that it left a dent and hole in the sheetrock, revealing the stone wall behind it. What in the world was that? Said Muhammad, looking back toward the open doorway, which was covered in smoke from the explosion. He dialed a number on his phone, and raising the phone up to his ear, shouted, Sean, what is going on up there? Sean? Sean isn't available to answer his phone at the moment, came a familiar voice from within the smoke cloud, mostly because I killed him. From out of the smoke came Uncle Josh, holding his right hand out, his left hand supporting his right. That was because he wore the Atlas glove on his right hand, which was still glowing from the charged shot he had fired. I had to admit that Uncle Josh looked cool, even in his Hawaiian t-shirt and shorts, which made it easier to believe that he was actually a secret spy himself. Joshua Resnick, said Muhammad with a mixture of surprise and hate. What are you doing here? How did you even find us? I'm here to save my nephew like the good uncle I am, Uncle Josh replied. Not that you would understand, of course, given how you killed your own nephew in cold blood, but I thought I'd let you know why you're going to die today anyway. Uncle Josh aimed and fired a blast of energy from the Atlas glove at Muhammad. Muhammad tried to dodge, but the energy struck him dead on in the chest, and he went flying backwards from the impact. He crashed against the wall and fell onto the floor, where he lay as still as a statue. Blood trickled out from underneath him, which made me think that he was probably in a lot of pain if not outright dead. Ashley yelped and backed away from me quickly. She looked like a cornered rat, but Uncle Josh apparently either didn't notice her or care about her, because he rushed over to me and immediately ripped the chains off my body with the Atlas glove. "Jack, are you okay?" said Uncle Josh, looking me over with concern on his face. "I came as fast as I could, but I wasn't sure if you were all right or not." "I'm fine," I said. I slowly sat up, forcing my body to move against its will, or as fine as I can be, anyway. The poison in my body is still working, but it is going away quickly now thanks to my costume. "Whew," said Uncle Josh, wiping sweat off his brow. "That's good to hear. I was worried that I might be too late. I know how much Icon hates you, and I thought they would kill you right away." "They're not trying to kill me," I said. "At least, not yet anyway. They would have taken me to their headquarters if you hadn't saved me." Uncle Josh's expression hardened. "Then you would have been worse than dead. Far worse." I didn't know what Uncle Josh meant by that, but I decided we had more urgent things to talk about, so I said, "How did you even find me? I thought you had left Rumsfeld with the Atlas glove." Uncle Josh glanced at the Atlas glove on his right hand as if he had forgotten he was wearing it. I did intend to leave Texas and get back to Pinnacle's headquarters, but I was ambushed by some Icon agents when I got to San Antonio and took them out. They told me that it didn't matter if I got away, because they were going to capture you and bring the Trickshot watch back to Chaser. They even told me your secret identity, so I came back to Rumsfeld to help you as fast as I could. "But how did you know I was here in Marge's house?" I said in surprise. "Your friend Kyle told me," said Uncle Josh. "I went to your parents' house as soon as I got back to Rumsfeld, but they weren't home. But your friend Kyle called the house, and I answered the phone and told him who I was. When he found out who I was, Kyle told me where you were and told me to go and help you, because he thought you might be in danger, given how you had been gone for a while without letting him know where you were." I couldn't help but smile. Good old Kyle. Knew I could rely on him in a pinch. "Kyle is indeed a good friend," said Uncle Josh with a nod. "But enough about that. I'm just glad I was arrived in time to save you." "Same here," I said. Then I started and said, "Wait a minute, we need to leave. Now." "Now?" Uncle Josh repeated. "Why?" "Because Mayor Adams is about to be assassinated and I'm going to be framed for it," I said. "That's why." Uncle Josh raised his eyebrows in surprise. "The mayor is going to be assassinated. By who?" "By the same guy who killed Baron Glory," I said. I gestured at Muhammad. Muhammad here just admitted that Icon hired an assassin to kill Baron Glory and ruin my reputation as a result. He also said that they're going to kill Mayor Adams today and frame me for it as a way to destroy my reputation once and for all. Uncle Josh rubbed the back of his neck in astonishment. I shouldn't be surprised, yet somehow I am. Icon is well known for staging these kinds of assassinations in order to get rid of people they hate. "That's why I need to leave and get to Rumsfeld now, before the assassination happens," I said. I swung my legs over the side of the table and stood up, albeit slower than normal due to my limbs, still waking up from the poison. "We have to hurry." A hurry. "But where is the assassination going to happen?" said Uncle Josh. "If you don't even know where Mayor Adams is going to be, then how can you possibly save him?" I froze. Uncle Josh had a good point. Muhammad hadn't said exactly where the mayor was going to be when the assassination happened. Rumsfeld was not a very large city, but it was big enough that I could spend several hours flying around it searching for Mayor Adams without any success. And I didn't have hours. Hell, I didn't even have 1 hour. I now wished that Uncle Josh hadn't shot Muhammad, because now I couldn't make Muhammad tell me where Mayor Adams was going to be so I could save him. "He's going to be at the Rumsfeld City Park," said Ashley, causing Uncle Josh and me to look over at her. "They're unveiling a new statue of Harold Rumsfeld there, and he's going to be the one to announce it." "How do you know that?" I said. "I overheard Muhammad mention it to one of his fellow Icon agents earlier," said Ashley. Her face was pale as snow, but she nonetheless spoke calmly. "Said that the assassination is going to happen in front of hundreds of eyewitnesses plus the media. That's why they chose to assassinate him today, because that would result in the maximum media impact to destroy your reputation for good." I eyed her suspiciously. "How do I know I can trust you? You did poison me after all." "I understand your distrust, but I only did it because I didn't have any other choice," said Ashley, averting her eyes. Grandma and I needed the money. I didn't EPA and still don't hate you or want you to suffer. And now that Muhammad has been stopped, well, I don't have any reason to lie to you. You know, I seem to recall hearing about a new Harold Rumsfeld statue being unveiled in the park today, said Uncle Josh, scratching his chin. I think your mother may have mentioned it to me before I left Rumsfeld. Said she wished she could be there for it, because it was supposed to be the most accurate statue of the founder of Rumsfeld yet. I still didn't exactly trust Ashley, but I decided that she was probably telling the truth this time. All right, Ashley. Thanks for the info. Uncle Josh. I'll stay here and clean up the mess, said Uncle Josh, gesturing at Muhammad. There's no way I could get to Rumsfeld in time to save the mayor, but I know you can fly and you can fly pretty fast, so I suggest you go by yourself to save him. I nodded. All right. Thanks again for saving me. You're a great uncle. Uncle Josh just smiled in response. And you're one hell of a nephew, Jack. I didn't respond to that. I just rushed out the door and flew up the stairs out of the basement and into the sky. The end of the Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 9, The Price of Valor. The Legacy Superhero Season 2, Episode 10, Legacy and Loss. I pushed myself to the limit, flying as fast as I possibly could. Everything around me turned into a meaningless blur as I went faster and faster. The sky became a blue and white blur, while the ground below me was brown and green. Ordinarily, if I was going this fast, I would have slowed down a little to make sure I didn't fly into anything, but I was too busy trying to make sure I got to the park in time to stop the assassin to worry about my own safety. I didn't even pay attention to the poison, though it helped that my suit seemed to be working overtime to remove the poison from my body. 5 minutes until you arrive in Rumsfeld City Park, Jack, said TW in my head. According to my research on the internet, Mayor Adams is expected to give a short speech at the unveiling of the new Harold Rumsfeld statue. The statue is going to be directly in front of the entrance to the park, near the parking lot. Thanks for the info, TW, I said. Let me know when I get there, because right now I can barely see where I'm going. Of course, said TW. Just keep going north and you'll get there eventually. I nodded, but despite TW's reassurance, I just increased my speed even more. I was pushing my flight powers to their limits, and I could already feel the strain on my body. The wind whipped through my hair and made my cape billow out behind me wildly. A part of me was afraid that if I went any faster I might tear my entire body apart, but I was willing to handle whatever the consequences of flying too fast were. Besides, what better way to figure out my limits than by pushing against them with all my might? Soon, the brown and green blur below me became gray and steel, a sign that I had entered Rumsfeld's city limits. I half wondered how I would look to the people below. Would they even be able to see me, or was I going too fast for the naked eye to follow? It was an interesting question, but one I had no time to ponder if I was going to stop an assassination. We're here, said TW suddenly. Stop. I came to an abrupt stop in midair, causing my cape to fall over my head. Pushing my cape off my head, I looked down to see that TW was correct. I was floating above Rumsfeld City Park, which looked as green and pretty as ever in the mid-morning sun. I saw a few people milling about the park today, but my attention was drawn to the park entrance to the south, where I saw a large statue underneath a thick veil surrounded by a couple hundred people. I even saw the van for the local news station, which told me that the media was definitely here, though I didn't see Mayor Adams himself yet. Looking around, I tried to see if I could spot where the assassin might be. There were a couple of buildings located across the street from the park entrance, both of which seemed like likely locations for an assassin to camp, but I couldn't tell which one might be the place. One of them looked like a 2-story bakery of some sort, while the other appeared to be a government office, probably the main office for the park employees. I knew that if I didn't pick the right building, the assassin would kill Mayor Adams and get away, but it was hard to tell which one was going to be used by the assassin. TW, which building do you think the assassin is going to use to shoot the mayor from? I said. If I had to pick, I would say the 2-story bakery, said TW. Assuming he is going to snipe the mayor, it would offer the sniper an excellent vantage point from which to shoot the mayor with few if any obstructions. Bakery it is, then, I said. I began flying toward the bakery, but then I heard voices below and looked down at the statue. A man had walked onto the stage in front of the statue, a middle-aged man in a blue suit, who I recognized as Mayor Adams. He was waving at the assembled people as he took his place behind a podium on the stage. No one seemed to realize that an assassination was about to take place, which meant that I had to be even faster if I was going to stop the assassin. "Hey, Jack, look in the upper right window on the second story of the bakery," said TW. "Is that a gun?" I looked at the window he indicated and realized that TW was right. The barrel of a gun was poking out of the window, shining under the rays of the mid-morning sun, and it was aimed directly at the mayor. "Damn it," I said. "No time to stop him. Have to protect the mayor." I changed my trajectory, heading toward the stage itself below. I had no idea how far along in his preparations the sniper was, but if I could get the mayor off the stage in time, then I might be able to avert a real tragedy. The only question was whether the sniper would shoot once he realized I was there, or if he would give up and try again some other time. As I flew toward the stage, I kept glancing at the gun, which was being moved slightly, no doubt the sniper aiming it just right. And none of the hundreds of people assembled in front of the stage below seemed to notice. Even Mayor Adams, who was giving a speech, paid no attention to the gun in the second story of the bakery that was aimed at his head. The mayor's eyes were fixed solely on the crowd assembled before him as he spoke about how glad he was that this great statue was finished and what a wonderful addition it would be to the Rumsfeld City Park. Maybe it would or maybe it wouldn't, but I knew that Mayor Adams' death would not be a wonderful addition to anything. With a final burst of speed, I tackled Mayor Adams to the stage. Just as I tackled Mayor Adams down, a gunshot suddenly rang out and people started screaming and shouting. The assembled crowd began to riot, with people running this way and that trying to find their way to safety. On the edges of the crowd, I saw police officers simultaneously trying to calm everyone down while also trying to get to the stage where the mayor was. Looking down, I said, "Mayor Adams, are you all right?" Mayor Adams, who lay stunned with shock, nonetheless shook his head and said, "What happened?" "I thought I heard a gunshot." "You did," I said, getting off of Mayor Adams. "An assassin tried to kill you in order to frame me. It's a long story and I don't have time to explain. But..." "Wait," Mayor Adams interrupted as he sat up. He looked at me in fear. "Oh my God, you're Trickshot." "Yeah, I am," I said. "You." "Help," Mayor Adams shouted suddenly, throwing his arms into the air. "Please, someone save me. I'm being held hostage by Trickshot. Help." No one in the crowd paid him any attention. Even the cops, who were still trying their hardest to get to the stage, did not seem to hear what he just said. "You idiot, I just saved you," I said, grabbing Mayor Adams' collar and forcing him to look at me. "You nearly got shot." "Shot?" Mayor Adams said, who sounded like he was in a daze now. "Shot by who?" "An assassin," I said. I pointed up at the second floor of the bakery. "See the gun poking out of that window." Mayor Adams looked at the bakery and frowned. "I don't see any gun." I whipped my head toward the bakery. Though the window was still open, the gun was no longer sticking out of it. I immediately realized that that was because the sniper had decided to run away. No way was I going to let him escape. I shot toward the bakery, ignoring the startled cry of Mayor Adams and the screams and shouts from the people below me. I smashed through the window on the second floor of the bakery and landed on the floor just in time to see the nearest door slammed shut, as if someone had just escaped. "Oh, no you don't," I said. "Get back here." I punched the door hard enough to send it flying off its hinges and into the wall on the opposite side of the hall. Stepping out of the room, I saw the sniper was already halfway down the stairs heading toward what appeared to be a back door, taking the steps two at a time in an effort to escape as quickly as possible. I pulled 3 discs out of my pouch and shouted, "You're not getting away this time." I then hurled all 3 of them directly at the sniper. But the sniper jumped the last few steps, and kicking open the back door, rushed through it without hesitation. My discs hit the floor uselessly, making me curse and fly down the steps toward the back door of the bakery, which I smashed through without hesitation. There he was. The sniper was running toward a yellow car parked about a dozen feet away from the back door, carrying his guitar case with him. Actually, his sniper rifle wasn't even in its case. He was in such hurry to get away that he was just holding the sniper rifle in his right hand, gripping it with such intensity that his knuckles were white as snow. I flew over the sniper and landed on top of his car hard enough to make the car buckle under my weight. The sniper skidded to a stop and turned to run in another direction, but I flew toward him, grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, and spun around and slammed him as hard as I could against the door of his car. The sniper dropped his case and rifle and grabbed my arm, but his grip was weak, and he was clearly too dazed from being slammed against the car to fight against me effectively. "It's over, sniper," I said, my voice full of anger. Soon, everyone is going to know the truth, that you killed Baron Glory and framed me for it. And you'll probably spend the rest of your sorry little life behind bars for it, too. The sniper's eyes were full of fear, like he thought I was going to snap his neck and end his life here and now. Given all of the trouble this guy had given me over the week, I was tempted to do just that, but I knew it would be better to hand him over to the police and let justice be served. Trickshot, a familiar voice above me shouted. Let go of the man and step back. I looked up at the roof of the bakery and felt my heart sink. Bugbite was flying above me, riding on his giant wasp, whose buzzing was so loud that I wondered how I had not noticed it before. Bugbite, I said in surprise. What are you doing here? And why did you tell me to let go of this guy? He's the killer. Once Bugbite's wasp was close enough, Bugbite jumped down and landed on the street with a 3-point landing. His giant wasp, on the other hand, continued to hover above us like some kind of watchful guardian, its buzzing so loud that it was a miracle any of us could hear it all. Rising to his feet, Bugbite pointed at me again and said, I'll just say this one more time, let him go. But he tried to kill Mayor Adams, I said. He's also the same guy who killed Baron Glory. You've got to believe me. All I see is a known criminal assaulting someone who may be innocent, said Bugbite. He glanced at the sniper rifle on the street. Though I must say, the sniper rifle doesn't help his case. It's not mine, said the sniper hurriedly. He nodded at me. It's Trickshot's. He was trying to flee after shooting the mayor and... He's lying, I interrupted. Don't believe a word that comes out of this guy's mouth. He'd kill you just as quickly as he'd kill me. He's a paid killer. You can't trust anything he says. Bugbite folded his arms across his chest like he was trying to decide who to believe. I will let the courts decide who is the actual killer and who isn't. For now, I will bring both of you into the police, per my job as the superhero of Rumsfeld. If either of you resist, I will use the minimum force needed to take both of you down. Come on, Buggy, I said. I know you don't like me, but this is ridiculous. It's not ridiculous, said Bugbite. It's the law. Now either come quietly or I'll be forced to get violent. Bugbite gestured at his giant wasp above. The wasp's buzzing grew even louder, though whether it was out of excitement at the thought of attacking criminals, or because it was angry, I couldn't tell. All I knew was that there was no way I was going to jail, though I had to admit that I wasn't fond of the idea of fighting Bugbite's pet wasp, either. But it was clear to me that there was nothing I could do to convince Bugbite to let me go. I decided I would just comply with Bugbite's request, at least insofar as he needed me to let go of the sniper. Then I would fly away and leave the sniper in Bugbite's hands. So I let go of the sniper's collar and stepped away from him, holding my hands up and saying, All right, Buggy, I'm letting go of the guy. See, he's perfectly safe. Bugbite nodded. Thank you for your cooperation, Trickshot. Now I need both of you to stand still and let me put on these handcuffs so I can take you to the... Bugbite didn't get a chance to finish his sentence because the sniper pulled a handgun out of his pocket and aimed it at Bugbite. The sniper pulled the trigger and a deafeningly loud blam echoed through the alleyway. Bugbite fell to the ground, shouting in pain, while the sniper turned his gun on me next. But I had already recovered from my shock and without hesitation, slapped the gun out of the sniper's hands and punched him directly in the face. The sniper collapsed onto the street, next to his fallen sniper rifle, blood leaking out of his forehead, where my fist struck his head. I would have checked to see if he was dead, but I was more concerned about Bugbite, so I ran over to Bugbite and bent over him, saying, Bugbite, are you all right? Can you hear me? Bugbite? There was a bloody bullet hole in Bugbite's chest, pretty close to where his heart was, but then I heard Bugbite gasp and say, I'm in pain. The bullet. I know, I said. Don't talk or move. I'll get. I was interrupted by the sound of dozens of footsteps coming from around the corner. In the next moment, half a dozen police officers rounded the corner of the bakery and came to a halt when they saw the scene before them. What's going on here? Said one of the officers, looking from the giant wasp to the unconscious sniper and back again. What happened to Bugbite? Hey, isn't that Trickshot? Said another officer, pointing at me. What's he doing here? We'll find out soon enough, said the first officer. He pointed his gun at me and snapped, Move away from Bugbite, with your hands up or we'll shoot. Oh, I looked down at Bugbite, who still seemed barely conscious, and realized just how bad this situation looked. I probably looked like the bad guy here, even though I hadn't done anything wrong. Great. It looked like my reputation was going to go down the drain no matter what. I might as well get out while I could. Before any of the police officers could stop me, I launched into the air and flew away as fast as I could, ignoring their shouts for me to come back. 1 week later, I sat alone in my favorite booth in Rumsfeld Coffee, sipping my coffee as I scrolled through my phone's news feed. Every now and then I'd look around to see if Uncle Josh was here yet, but so far I had seen neither hide nor hair of him, despite the fact that he told me that he was going to meet me here for breakfast. Then again, I had gotten here 5 minutes early, and I understood that Uncle Josh was not a particularly punctual man, from what Mom told me. I gotta admit, though, I was a little annoyed about him being late, because as much as I enjoyed Rumsfeld Coffee and the coffee they served, I felt awkward sitting here by myself in a booth that was designed for more than just one person. "But you're not alone," said TW in my head suddenly. "I'm here if you're bored." "I mean physically alone," I said, "and I'd rather not talk to you right now, because that would just make the workers think I'm crazy, especially the cute barista who served me my coffee." "Very well," said TW. "I'll continue to keep an eye out for Uncle Josh, then and let you know if I see him approaching." I nodded briefly before returning my attention to my phone. My eyes were drawn to a particular headline from the Rumsfeld Journal, which read thus: "Alleged assassin of Baron Glory sentenced to life in prison for murder." I couldn't help but smile at that, but I didn't bother to read the article, because it probably didn't have any new information in it that I didn't already know. After I defeated the sniper and saved Bug Bite, I learned via the news that the police had arrested the sniper, whose real name was Damien Jamie, an infamous assassin wanted in over 20 countries for the murders he had committed, and got a confession from him regarding his involvement in the murder of Baron Glory. It helped that the police searched Damien's clothes and car and found evidence that basically confirmed that he was the sniper. As a result, I wasn't surprised to see a headline that confirmed that Damien was going to prison for a very, very long time. Personally, I thought he deserved the death penalty for everything he did, but I guess a life sentence is the next best thing for a scumbag like him. What really surprised me about all of this, though, was Bug Bite holding a press conference a couple of days after Damien's arrest, in which he told the police and the media that he did not think that I was the assassin. I mean, now that the police had the actual assassin and all, it was inevitable that they would stop accusing me of killing Baron Glory, but I didn't expect Bug Bite to actively come to my defense. I had avoided Bug Bite this week by not wearing my costume at all, mostly because I was afraid that he still hated me and wanted to arrest me, but I guess Bug Bite must have changed his opinion of me for some reason. I wished I could talk to him and find out for certain what made him change his view on me, but maybe it was for the best, because even if the police didn't want me for the murder of Baron Glory, I was still an illegal superhero. That was a crime in itself, which would definitely make Bug Bite hunt me down one of these days. Regardless, my respect for Bug Bite went way up when I saw that press conference. It also made me sad because the way I saw it, in another life, Bug Bite and I could have worked together to defend Rumsfeld, but I guess that was never going to happen. Ah well, at least no one thought I was a murderer anymore. Anyway. Another good thing to come out of this mess was Mayor Adams. Apparently the footage of me saving him from being sniped went viral, to the point where the initial video had more likes than dislikes on YouTube by several orders of magnitude. There were a ton of positive comments about that cool guy who saved the mayor, helped especially by Mayor Adams publicly acknowledging that I had saved his life in an interview he did with the Rumsfeld Journal. I wondered if that was why Bug Bite changed his opinion on me. After all, Mayor Adams is his brother and I saved his life. In any case, things were finally starting to look up for me, which was great, because I had been worried that things would just get worse and worse. For a while, there was a very real chance that I would go down in history as the murderer of Baron Glory, but maybe now I would be remembered for something else. It was nice to think about, at least. "Your uncle is coming," said TW suddenly. "Look." I looked toward the door just as Uncle Josh pushed it open and stepped inside, his arrival announced by the tinkling of the doorbell. He wore a simple black button-down shirt and jeans today, which made him look like an ordinary office worker coming in to get his morning coffee, but I still remembered how tough we looked when he barged into Marge's basement with the Atlas glove and took out Muhammad. It was an image that was hard to forget. I waved at Uncle Josh as he walked over to my booth. "Hey, Uncle, what's up? Haven't seen you in a week." Uncle Josh slid into the seat opposite me smoothly and shrugged. Not much. I'm just staying in a hotel outside of Rumsfeld right now, though I'm checking out later at lunch so I can go back to Pinnacle headquarters." "You mean you're actually leaving this time?" I said suspiciously. Not going to come back and save my life at the last minute? Not that I minded that, but you did say you were going to go away the first time and didn't. This time for real, said Uncle Josh with a chuckle. My boss is expecting me to bring back the Atlas glove fairly soon, and the longer I'm away, the more annoyed he's going to get. And trust me, you don't want to see my boss when he gets angry. I would have asked Uncle Josh who his boss is, but I knew that Uncle Josh probably wouldn't tell me anything about Pinnacle, because as far as I could tell, Pinnacle was just as secretive as Icon, if less overtly malicious and evil. Besides, it's not like that kind of information would be particularly helpful for me to know anyway. Right? I said. I sipped my coffee again and said, should I tell Mom and Dad about this or? No, said Uncle Josh, shaking his head. Not yet. No one is supposed to know I'm an agent of Pinnacle. Even you aren't supposed to know. Agents who reveal their affiliation are usually punished harshly for their disobedience. I gulped. Does that mean you are going to be punished? Only if I tell my superiors that someone outside of Pinnacle knows my identity, said Uncle Josh. But I won't. I'll come up with some other excuse for why I was late, and won't mention you even once. Just like how I won't mention your secret identity to anyone else either. I nodded. Makes sense. I hate all this secret keeping, though, even if it is necessary. Can't say I'm too thrilled about it, either, but that's the life we've chosen, said Uncle Josh, leaning back in his seat with a sigh. Or the life I chose anyway? The one you chose, maybe not so much? No, I chose it, I insisted. I glanced at the Trickshot watch on my wrist. Maybe I didn't plan for it, but I did choose it, and I'm determined to follow through with it to the bitter end. Yeah, I could tell that back in Marge's house, said Uncle Josh, nodding. You have the look of a real superhero in your eyes. I can see why Gregory sent you the watch. Thanks, I said. Speaking of Marge's house, I haven't gone back since you rescued me from Mohammed there last week. How are things there? Uncle Josh shrugged. As well as ever, I guess. Mohammed got away when I wasn't looking, unfortunately. I tried to track him down, but he managed to lose me in the countryside, so I have no idea where he is. I imagine he's probably already back at Icon's base, no doubt reporting to Chaser on the failure of his mission. I would love to be the fly on the wall for that conversation, because Chaser is even less forgiving of failure than my own boss. Then, Uncle Josh leaned forward, a mischievous smile on his face. But you're more interested in learning about what happened to Ashley, right? I blushed and looked down into my coffee. Well, yeah. I mean, not that I like her or anything, but given how Marge died, that means Ashley is on her own. Uncle Josh chuckled in a knowing way before sitting back. She's going to be fine. Marge's funeral is supposed to be tomorrow, which I won't be able to attend because I'm going to be out of the city. From what she told me, it sounds like Ashley is going to inherit the house, which is completely paid off, by the way, from Marge, though she's apparently going to live with her aunt who lives on the other side of the state. You mean she's just going to leave the house as is? I said. No one is going to live in it anymore? Not full time, that's for sure, said Uncle Josh. But Ashley did mention something about letting you use it. I told her you don't seem to have a base of your own. I do, I said quickly. It's just, currently not very good. So she asked me if you would be interested in using Marge's old house as a base of sorts for your superhero career, Uncle Josh finished. You wouldn't have to pay rent or anything. You could just go and stay in the house whenever you need a place to stay or rest. You'll be guaranteed privacy, too, so you won't have to worry about someone accidentally stumbling upon you when you're taking your costume off or whatever. Wow, really? I said in surprise. That's awfully generous of her. I'm interested. All right, said Uncle Josh. He pulled a folded-up piece of paper out of his pocket and slid it across the table toward me. This is her phone number, which she asked me to give you so you could call her about the offer. You can also use it to schedule a date with her. I took the paper, but frowned when Uncle Josh mentioned scheduling a date. I didn't know you were into matchmaking, Uncle. I'm not, said Uncle Josh. I just think you and Ashley would go great together. Besides, you're 16. It's high time you found yourself a girlfriend, wouldn't you say? I was interested in getting a girlfriend. That was true. But I had never been able to gather up the courage to ask a girl out. I wasn't sure if I wanted to date a girl like Ashley. Ashley was cute, I guess, but somehow I didn't think she liked me that way. Besides, it was kind of weird to hear my own uncle trying to set me up with a girl, even if he was just trying to help me. Sure, I said. So is this all you wanted to do? Give me a girl's number and tell me to ask her out. Uncle Josh shook his head. That's only part of the reason I called you up. I have one last thing to give you before I leave Rumsfeld today. Here it is. Uncle Josh pulled another folded-up piece of paper out of his pocket and slid it across the table toward me. I picked up the paper curiously and unfolded it, only to see a lot of numbers that made no sense to me. I looked up at Uncle Josh, frowning. Did you just give me a math problem? Because if so, that's a weird parting gift. It's not a math problem, Uncle Josh said in annoyance. Those numbers are the coordinates of Icon's Island base in the Gulf of Mexico. Your friend TW should be able to use those to locate the island base so you can go there yourself. I immediately held the paper closer to my chest, like it was my firstborn child. You're not serious. I am, said Uncle Josh. Those are the coordinates I used to find the island myself, and they should work for you. That's what I wanted to leave you. But why? I said. I mean, I'm grateful for it and everything, but this is still really weird. This seems like too important information to just give away. But I'm not just giving it away, said Uncle Josh. I know you're trying to find your grandfather, and I know that he is on Icon's base. I didn't see him when I was there, but that was because I wasn't looking for him. You, on the other hand, might be able to find and even rescue him, though you'll have to do it on your own, because I won't be around to help you. I looked down at the numbers written down on the paper in my hands again. Now that Uncle Josh mentioned it, these numbers didn't look quite as random as I first thought, though I still couldn't understand them. But TW undoubtedly would be able to, which meant that, for the first time since I became a superhero, I had a very real chance of rescuing Grandfather. Thank you, I said. I don't know why you did this, but... Because I know how much finding your grandpa means to you, said Uncle Josh. And besides, we're family, aren't we? Gregory might not be my grandfather or even related to me at all, but he's still family and family helps each other. This is how I choose to help my family. I was almost choked with emotion, but I managed to push it down and say, thanks again, Uncle. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. The only way you can repay me is by not getting yourself killed, said Uncle Josh, waving a finger at me sternly. I'm not always going to be there to save your tail, so you should try to be a bit more careful when you're fighting Icon. All right? I smiled. Sure, Uncle, whatever you say. Uncle Josh nodded before a small beep from his pocket made him pull his phone out of his pocket and glance at the screen. Looks like my ride is here. Time for me to go. Say goodbye to your mom and dad from me. Uncle Josh rose from his seat and left the cafe before I could say anything. I turned in my seat to see what his ride was, but to my surprise, I couldn't see Uncle Josh through the clear windows of the cafe. It was like he had just stepped out onto the street and vanished. Sitting back down in my booth, I looked at the paper with the coordinates on it again, running my index finger under the top row of numbers softly. Well, this is a surprising development, said TW in my mind. I didn't think we'd get these coordinates so quickly. Can you make any sense of them? I said. Yes, said TW. I'll need to look at them a bit more closely, but I can already tell that these are exactly what we need to find Icon and rescue Gregory. Your uncle was very nice to give this to us. Nice? I said. He was outright generous. But anyway, I need you to analyze these coordinates as fast as possible. Why? Said TW curiously. Is it because you want to save Gregory? I smiled, this time more widely than before, as I looked down at the paper on the table. Partly, but also because we're going to war again, and this time we're not showing any mercy to the other side. The end of the Legacy Superhero Season 2. Thank you for listening. The story continues in the Legacy Superhero Season 3, Episode 1, A Superhero's Revenge, coming soon.